Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of DigiCon. Gabbie, how you doing this morning?
I am excited. It's Saturday. It's a beautiful day. I don't know if it's a beautiful day where you are. It's a beautiful day here. But I am excited to be streaming for DigiCon day 2.
It is if I could steal a line from Jim Carrey, a BEA beautiful day here in Smashville, Tennessee. Very excited to get this day going. We got a great lineup of guests today. We got some great in-app content. We got some fun games for everyone. We will be focusing on Bunt and Marvel today, which I know people are very, very, very excited about. Yeah, we're kicking the day off with a doozy of a guest with John Romita Jr. from the Marvel side of things. Storied lineage there with him. But I want to hear real quick, how's everybody doing out there? Tell us in the comments.
Yeah,
Let us know
what's it like where you are?
Yeah.
Where are you? Where are you chatting in from?
I know we had some folks on our internal team saying it's nice up there where they're at too. So up in the Northeast, in Jersey and New York and Philly and places like that. So good to know it's a nice spring day for everybody out there.
Love it. I hope we've got some Bunt and some Marvel fans in chat today. I've already seen a few people mentioning it. Excited for what's coming today.
I see.
Also,
Holy Toledo is fine.
Oh, I see a South Florida. Hello, South Florida. I'm in Central Florida. Grew up in South Florida. What's everybody collecting? Did you pull anything awesome yesterday? Anything so far this morning? I know each of the apps has got a lot of special stuff going on every day this weekend. So let us know what you're collecting. Obviously, today we're going to talk a lot about Bunt and Marvel, but every app has got some cool stuff going on. So let us know what you've been collecting.
Absolutely. And I know that you were collecting in Disney yesterday and collecting in Star Wars to get the Gilded set. Did you get anything extra last night or?
No Gildeds yet. No Gildeds. However, we've got something cool that came out today in Disney, which we'll talk about in a little bit, which I've been opening packs this morning, of course. And I did spend a little time in Kick last night as well. Got some great MLS cards.
Nice. Well, how was your Friday night? How was everybody's Friday night, actually? It's the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
It's a freaking weekend.
Yeah.
Spending it with you lovely folks.
We did. Yeah. We had a good time. What did I do? It was a nice, relaxing evening at home. I unwound for a bit. I watched the first episode of The Dropout. I'm a little bit behind. Came out a few weeks ago. Interesting story. I can't wait to watch more of it. I'm familiar with the story. Seeing it dramatized has been interesting. You said you were going to watch some Ozark. How did that go?
Yeah, I was, for the first time in my year and a half here in Nashville, Tennessee, I was an adult on a weekend. Those of you that live in the area or know of Nashville, it's very, very hard to be a good person on the weekend here because there's so much to do and there's a lot of honky tonks around and things to do. But I was actually an adult. I stayed in and watched some TV, and
nice.
It is hard being a bachelor in the big city on a Friday night and being an actual adult. Clean the house up a little bit. I felt grown up for the first time in a long time. So
I'm proud of you.
Every fiber of energy to do that. But
Sunday night you can have your after party and go out and party. And if anyone's local to Bob and wants to, take him out for an after party on Sunday, hit him up.
I'm around. I'll see you at Neighbors in Germantown. But yeah, I guess we should kick things off and let people know that are here what's going on today for DigiCon.
Awesome. Ooh.
Awesome. So obviously we're here kicking it off today, but we are going to go live in just a little bit with John Romita Jr., who is a very well-known comic book artist. He's going to be joined by Topps Randall from our Marvel team. We're going to talk all things, the Romita lineage, Spider-Man, what he's got coming down the pike, what he's worked on in the past as well. Really excited to talk to him. He's going to be a great guest. He's very, very excited to come on today. So that's going to be a really fun interview. Yeah. And then for those of you that joined us yesterday, we did some trivia for Kick and Star Wars. We also did a great Pick the Word game with Star Wars, which was a big hit. Hopefully we can do some more of those in the future. But we're going to kick it off with some BUNT Trivia. So I'll explain these rules again later. I'm sure we'll have to go over it a couple of times. But we had a trial run
Yeah.
And we button
we're workshopping it, and we'll get there.
Exactly.
We will figure it out.
Exactly. This is a work in progress, a WIP. But basically, we're going to ask some hard-hitting baseball questions to the fans out there that are watching, and you'll have a chance to win diamonds. We'll explain the rules again when we get there. And then we're going to dive into an interview with Topps Emily, who's going to talk about some physical Topps Series 1 baseball. Really looking forward to hearing from her. I know they have a lot of great stuff in that set and just coming down the pike for the rest of the year. So looking forward to talking to Emily. And then we're going to dive into a guy that I really admire in the baseball world these days, just because, he's gotten off to such a fantastic start to the year. He's really inspirational. He has such an upbeat attitude. He seems like just a great guy to have in the clubhouse. Outfielder for the Tampa Bay Rays, Brett Phillips. He's a local boy from Tampa, so he's living his dream. Really looking forward to hearing what he has to say. He's, for those of you that don't follow Brett Phillips too well, or not a Rays fan or anything like that, but he had to come into a game and pitch earlier this year, made an amazing play, ended the game pitching, even though he's an outfielder. Then he had a very inspirational story where he met a little girl before one of the games who was fighting cancer. She gave him a bracelet that he wore during the game, and as they were interviewing her during his at-bat, he wound up hitting a home run wearing the bracelet. They told him after the game. He started, getting emotional. So that was really cool to see. He just seems like a really great guy. Apparently a hell of a dancer. So looking forward to hearing from Brett. Florida boy, that's right. And then we're going to dive into an interview with author and illustrator Kieran Gillen, who's done a lot of work with Marvel over the years. He's going to talk to us about some of his works over the years, as well as what he's got coming up in the future. And then we're going to hop into this. This is going to be a lot of fun. So those of you that are familiar with Jomboy Media, they have two very amazing personalities on here that are former MLB players, Trevor Plouffe and Peter Moylan. Plouffe played for several teams. Moylan was mainly a Brave relief pitcher for his years. He was a thorn in the side of a lot of teams as a setup guy for years and years. Had a really cool, I think he had a sidearm delivery, which is, kind of rare in baseball. But they went head to head. They're going head to head in some trivia. And then, of course, talked about their love of the BUNT app, which they fell in love with when we did an activation with them at the the Arizona house for Jomboy over spring training. So going to talk to them and see what their baseball knowledge is like. And, of course, for those of you that haven't followed on social media yet, there is a chance, if you want to go on there, you have until 2:30 Eastern today. You go on to our Topps digital channels or the Topps BUNT channels. Go ahead and comment on our post regarding Trevor Plouffe and Peter Moylan. Let us know who you think is going to win the trivia. And then if you pick the winner, we're going to give you some diamonds in the app. So get on to our social pages and pick your winner, and we'll see who wins trivia today. And then after that, we're going to dive into a similar situation, some more trivia for you guys. We're really testing the knowledge today on a Saturday afternoon. We're going to see how groggy you are from Friday night. If you got get the cobwebs out by then. We're going to do some Marvel Collect trivia there and test your knowledge in Marvel, all things Marvel there. And then at 3:30, this is actually really, really cool. I can't believe we got both of these guys. At 3:30, we're going to be talking to powerhouse first baseman for the New York Mets, Pete Alonso. He's off to a roaring start to the season. The Mets are on fire. I don't want to say this because it's embarrassing, but they actually combined for a no-hitter against my Philadelphia Phillies last night. So stinging a little bit there, but looking forward to talking to Pete. He is two-time home run derby champion, rookie of the year, set the record for rookie home runs. Actually, I believe it's Aaron Judge who he beat for that rookie home run record, and we're going to be talking to Aaron Judge today at 4:00, and he's off to an amazing start this year too. I believe he has a couple home runs already this week. The Yankees are playing pretty good. So we'll be talking to Aaron Judge at 4 p.m. And then 4:30, we're going to talk to Marvel writer and novelist Simon Spurrier. He's, again, going to talk about his career as well as, what he's got coming down the pike. I believe it's Legion of X that's coming out soon. And then we'll close it out with myself and Gabbie, and we're going to talk about what's coming on tomorrow. And we got some great stuff coming tomorrow.
We've also got some cool stuff after the stream today, after the broadcast.
Right. Yeah.
The party doesn't stop. Join us for our watch party. We've got a watch party at Disney. I love our watch parties. I don't always get the chance to participate, but maybe I'll be able to pop in today. We'll see.
There you go.
I know I'm going to be hyped after the day of streaming. So let's keep the party going after that.
Let's do it. And speaking of keeping the party going, why don't we talk about all the great stuff that's going to be happening in the app today? We are, like I said, we're featuring, there is a lot. Besides the schedule, there's a lot going on in the apps today. So today, like I said, we're featuring BUNT and Marvel Collect. You can see some of the cards that we're featuring today for both apps. They're really, really cool looking. I love the designs there. But I believe we're going to talk about BUNT first and let you guys know what's going on in the BUNT app. So let me just pull up my notes, make sure I don't say anything wrong here. So for BUNT today, we have obviously our DigiCon free cards, which are going to be Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers and Zach Wheeler of the Philadelphia Phillies. So go in and get your DigiCon free cards. They're available now in the app. And, of course, if you're a DigiCon pass holder, we have exclusive signature cards of Manny Machado and Nolan Arenado. So go ahead and get those as well. Obviously, those are two powerhouses. Nolan and the Mets had a little bit of a scuffle earlier this week. So that might have some value on it right now since, he's kind of in the news. We also have a set looking back on the careers of our three guests today. So that would be Brett Phillips, Pete Alonso, and Aaron Judge. Pick those up and you'll get some memorable moments from their career. I'm sure there'll be some cards in there of Brett's amazing 2020 walk-off hit in the World Series against the Dodgers. Probably some cards of Pete Alonso hitting some dingers in the home run derby. So go out and get that set. That's going to be available this afternoon. And then, of course, diamond deals for all users and then some diamond deals for DigiCon pass holders. So if you haven't gotten your pass yet, get that pass. You'll get some great deals. Also, obviously, some great cards as well in BUNT.
That pass holder exclusive looks
Can't
pretty
beat that
nice.
Yeah, 100%. And then we got some great stuff going on in Marvel, too. Keeping the train rolling. We obviously DigiCon free and exclusive cards available in Marvel. You see right there. Is that Iron Man? Yeah, Iron Man. And then we're continuing our series with Derek Loffman with original Enter the Phoenix art cards. So go out and get those. Those cards are amazing. We had Derek on the show yesterday, and he did was filling in a drawing that he was doing for Star Wars of Count Dooku. And so if you haven't had a chance to catch that, obviously the recap is on the Twitch channel. So go ahead and watch that back. It was really great to talk to Derek. He's super talented. And then we have, of course, the 2022 Marvel Classics Collection featuring super rare classic and rare classic covers of the issues you fell in love with. It's coming back. Get that today. It's coming out this afternoon.
Wow.
I saw those cards earlier. They look amazing. There's a great Spider-Man card in there that we can talk to with Mr. Romita Jr. Of course, guys, if you have questions for John when he comes on, please shoot them through. We'll do our best to get them get those questions answered. We have about 30 minutes with them, so we're going to try and get as much as we can with him. But lots going on in Marvel today. So go ahead and get those classic covers, those classic characters, and, of course, the Derek Loffman Enter the Phoenix set. And then, of course, we can cover the rest of our apps as well. We got a lot going on there, too. I don't know, Gabbie, if you want to cover what's going on at Disney today?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we've got our day 2 of our free and pass holder exclusive DigiCon Mecha Mickey cards. Make sure you grab all of those. The award looks really cool, so don't miss out on them. Remember, there's the pass holder exclusive, but there's also a free one. But I recommend you grab the pass, too. We've also, like I was mentioning earlier, something cool came out today, Series 9 of our Topps Classic, and it features characters from Frozen 2, Wreck-It Ralph, one of my all-time favorites, and many more. We've also got a Kermit the Frog signature series. We have some limited time
hint.
Muppets Common Commotion combo pack. So don't miss those combo packs. And we've got our Living Posters collection featuring Goofy, and he's teaching us the art of skiing. So keep an eye out for those.
Yeah, it's funny. I was reading that about having the Goofy set, and I just remember one of the first cartoons I remember watching as a kid was Goofy teaching you skiing, and he just, it's all over the place. That always sticks out in my mind. And then, moving on to Kick. Obviously, we featured Kick yesterday. They have, obviously, their free DigiCon exclusives happening today. And then for Star Wars, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but go in and get your DigiCon free and exclusive cards for Star Wars. They also have Hoth original artwork from Kevin John, who we've had on a guest here in the past, who's done a live drawing just like Derek Loffman did. So we all know the great work that Kevin John does. So go in and get those Haas original artwork cards. They look really, really cool. And then to top it all off, we have Skate. Again, I'll say it one more time for those in the back, DigiCon free and exclusive pass holder cards. The Captain's Chase is going to continue with Hurricane star Jordan Stahl. And, of course, top signatures are going to head to Montreal with Josh Anderson. So lots going on in the app today. Lots going on the DigiCon broadcast today. I hope you guys are strapped in, ready to rock and roll, just like we are. It's going to be a fun day. I'm a huge baseball nerd, so I'm really excited about today. And obviously, again, kicking it off with John Romita, the legend that he is huge for us. That was awesome that he agreed to do this for us. And obviously Randall as well. Those of you that probably have seen Randall in the app before, talking to you guys, whether it's a watch party or anything like that. Looking forward to having everybody join us for that. I guess let's see what's going on in the chat here, since we're got some time to kill here before we get John on.
I thought I was being sneaky, but a couple people caught it. Yes, I am drinking out of a porg. It's just water. And
yeah, I guess for those of you that joined us yesterday, what were some favorite moments for you guys? We'd like to know. I mean, for me, again, seeing Derek draw all that, basically he had the rough draft and then was filling everything. I would be all over the place. Like you guys were talking about, Control Z would be my friend, 100%. But Derek drawing, talking with D. Bradley Baker. I know that was a highlight for you as well. But let me just get a sip of my tea here, like Kermit. But,
let's all take a drink break. Everyone at home, hydrate right now.
The Picto word was a lot of fun. Kudos to our social team.
That was a riot.
Yeah, we definitely need to do more of that. That was great. Someone said Bob knows what's really in that porg. A little hair of the dog, hopefully. Yeah. A little hair, a little liquor in there just to make everything. She's teething, she's got to get a little rum on the gums.
Let's see.
But yeah,
Donald 1998 said, "Today's my first day. Looking forward to talking baseball and Judge." Well, welcome. Glad you're joining us.
There we go.
It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So what did you like yesterday, Gabbie? What stood out for you?
So much happened. Let me see. Let me try to remember. It would be great to cut to a montage, a memory montage scene right now. Cue the montage. I mean, again, you already said it. Talking to D. Bradley Baker was amazing. The live with Derek Laufman was so cool. I always love talking to artists. I'm a hobby artist. I draw just for fun, just for me. Mm-hmm. So any chance I get to kind of sit with, talk to him, pick the brain of someone who's a professional and such a talented artist is so exciting. And getting to watch him draw live was amazing. And then the segments where we got to talk to some of our colleagues was a lot of fun too, getting to talk to Brandon and Brendan. We put Brendan on the spot with his Star Wars knowledge, and, as predicted, he knew a lot of stuff, although he didn't do as good on the Picto word as I thought he might. But those are definitely puzzlers.
Those are tough.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, again, you mentioned talking to your colleagues, for those watching, a little backstory for me, I started with Topps March 17th, 2020. So you would imagine what was happening in the world at that time. So I was not able to, something was going on. Somebody sneezed or something like that. And then, so I was all set to move to New York. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because of COVID. And now I'm based out of here in Nashville now. But so it was nice for me to see coworkers that I've never met in person before. I've only met a few people so far in my 2 years here. Now that everybody's kind of shifting to remote work and the world's changing and the way we all work is changing. It's nice to put some face to names. I know we all, as I'm sure a lot of people here that are 9-to-5ers like ourselves, communicate on Slack all the time, or Link, or Teams, or whatever your poison is there in terms of communicating. So it's nice to be able to put some face to names and see everybody and get to talk, not just just not talk about work for a little while, and get to see what your hobbies are and see what's fun.
Well, what's nice is that, we don't get together too often, but we do get the chance now to get together for some really cool stuff. Like a lot of the events you've gotten to go to, and so many of the in-person events we're going to be doing, throughout the year and hopefully going forward.
For those
I'd much rather be at, Disney with my coworkers than
there you go.
in a meeting.
Then
in my did I say the quiet part? Yeah.
Yeah. But for those of you, again, I'm on the events marketing team these days. I used to work on the Slam app. But I was at NHL Fanfare a couple months ago. If anyone was there and maybe saw some lanky redheaded guy at our booth, that was me. Going to be a Star Wars Celebration in a few weeks at where are we going? Anaheim. MLB All-Star Game coming up. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Yeah. MLB All-Star Game, San Diego Comic-Con, Disney D23, of course, in September. Gabbie, will you be joining us for that too? Or
I don't know. Will I?
I don't know. I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. I have to talk to the higher up. Yeah.
Listen, tell me, because if not, I'm buying my own passes and just going as a just as a civilian.
Out. Yeah.
I'm running out of time.
If you guys see me at any of the events coming up, don't be shy. Come on over. I don't bite. Happy to talk to anybody about the app or talk about Tops in general or just how you're doing that day. I'm there, just to chat. But and then again, like what are you looking forward to most today?
Ooh, today, obviously we're just in a short while, we're talking to someone incredible who, again, like I said, getting to pick the brain of an artist is really exciting. The Jomboy Media segment, I think, is a pretty good time. These guys are a lot funnier than I expected. Yeah. Pretty great guys to talk to. And then we're going to have this like kind of crazy, I feel like it's a little, it's a bit of a lineup, this back-to-back Pete Alonso and Aaron Judge. That's going to be cool too. I'm admittedly not the world's biggest baseball fan, but I know you are. And so it's fun to watch you and all our other colleagues and the people in the audience get super hyped up about it.
I try not to fanboy.
Don't know much, but I know it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw someone mention in the comments to explain the BUNT Trivia with Peter Moylan and Trevor Plouffe. So basically, you have until 2:30 Eastern. Go on to our Twitter channels, Tops Digital, Tops Bunt, and you'll find a graphic where you can vote for who you think is going to win the trivia. And if you pick the winner, you'll get diamonds in the app. We'll collect the names, and you'll get them in the next 48 hours or so. We'll let some people some of these coworkers enjoy their weekends, and we'll get back to you probably by Monday at the latest. But go on sorry, I'm getting all parched here. Too much talking. I don't know how these talk show hosts do it. Go on Twitter. I don't know how Conan does it. Go on Twitter, Tops Bunt, Tops Digital. I believe Jomboy may have retweeted us as well, but just vote for who you think is going to win trivia.
Yeah.
And if you pick the winner, we'll give you some diamonds in the app. So
let us know who of the two of them you think is going to win. By all means, guess along with us when we're playing, but the award is going to go to whoever in the audience guesses which of the two of them.
Yep. And the questions are very difficult, very, very difficult. And I will give you guys a hint if you're trying to answer along with them. If you follow the Tops Bunt app and you follow along with their trivia every week, there are some questions that are maybe from those questions in the past. Familiar. I don't know. Mm-hmm. So if you do follow Bunt on Twitter, I would maybe go do some make a little scratch sheet, like you do, like I used to do in school, and maybe a little cheat sheet. Hope Mom's not watching. I never cheated, Mom. Don't worry. I was a good boy. Not.
I did.
Yeah. So, what's that?
I said I did.
Oh yeah, I totally did.
Game the system.
The move for me was when you had those big calculators, like the TI-83 or whatever, where you could like type stuff in them, just type all.
And you would save notes in there.
All the answers in there, or and you go to town. Somebody would always somehow have the answers in my school. I don't know who they were paying off.
Right, like the tiniest. You didn't make like those teeny tiny you would write and like point.
Hide it in your hand. Hide it in your hand like this.
Yeah,
oh, those were the days. I don't even know how to. I guess it's probably easier to cheat these days than it was back in our day.
You know, the whole world is open book. They should just let everyone, you know. What we should be testing people on is how good you are at referencing your notes and your resources. I'm not just memorizing. Like, you know, you get to be our age, and there's not a lot of room for like facts and memory and recall up here.
I want to see if someone knows the difference between MLA format and APA format. I need to see if people know what that is, because I still don't know.
Wow. But that was like locked way back in the back of my head. And I haven't had to use that in a long time.
Yeah. I would just, you know, try to talk my way through all that. But we have a few more minutes. Let's see what's going on in the chat before we get John and Randall on. So let's see. What's your favorite collection from Marvel Collect? So what do you think, Gabbie? What's your favorite? Do you collect a lot in Marvel or?
Not as much as I used to, but what I don't specifically. Okay, so like I'm bad at this. I'm not as good at collecting complete sets, but I go after the characters I like. So I keep an eye out for Rocket Raccoon. I keep an eye out for She-Hulk.
Okay.
And Ant-Man is one of my favorite characters, but I don't necessarily go after his cards as much. I'll look for the Wasp. Someone just said, CrawPDX said original art. Anything we do that's original art in any of our apps is something I absolutely go after. Anything cute, but like my heart goes for Rocket and She-Hulk. I kind of latched onto those.
I'm anything Spider-Man or Peter Quill for me. That's where I go.
Miles. I'll go for Miles. Yeah.
There we go. Anything with the Guardians, I like. They're my favorites.
Yeah.
They're the best. Speaking of Marvel, isn't we got Doctor Strange coming out? Is that already out?
I'm excited. I'm excited. Have you followed all the series, all of like the recent series from within the last year or two? The TV shows?
I got to catch up on Moon Knight. I need to see that. I was watching the latest Spider-Man on a plane a couple weeks ago, but I will be brutally honest. I had a couple knocks in me from the airport bar there, so I fell asleep during it. But
you mean No Way Home?
I
cried.
No Way Home. Yeah. So,
I cried.
Right,
I saw it in the theater. I ugly cried in the theater. It did me my millennial self. It stirred something up in me from the way back there watching the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. It did.
See, that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to say it ruined it because like it was kind of the world's worst kept secret, but I did see that scene and I'm like, oh man, like that's kind of why I wanted to watch the movie, but it is what it is. Nothing's
I avoided. I didn't see a spoiler, but here's the thing. I'm pretty skilled, not patting my own back, but like I'm pretty skilled at like kind of predicting like storytelling, especially when there's like common themes that come up. So if someone says something to me like, oh, no spoilers, but like something crazy happens. If you say something like crazy or unpredictable is going to happen, my brain immediately is like, what's the most unpredictable thing that could happen? And then by telling me like no spoilers, but it's something crazy, I'm like, well, I know exactly what happened. So my husband did that to me a bunch. He saw spoilers and was like, oh man, you're never going to guess. I'm like, well, I guess. Thanks, buddy. And sure enough, that's what it was. But it was still awesome to watch.
I'm on social media too much for anything to be a secret anymore anyway. So I just have to grin and bear it. But we are just a few minutes away from getting JR in here. We're going to step away for just a couple minutes, and we'll see you guys in a minute back with John and Randall. See you guys in a couple minutes.
Get ready, everyone. See you soon.
right, guys, we are back. Thank you for being patient with us. We have a big one today. Can't wait to talk to him. First, I want to introduce from our Marvel Collect team. He is Topps Randall. So, Randall, thanks for coming on today. Really, really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Really excited to be here.
Absolutely, man. We're glad to have you. And, of course, this man needs no introduction. He's a legend. But Mr. John Romita Jr., thanks for coming on, man. Good to how you doing, huh?
All right, I'm doing really well, thank you. But the legend stuff, you got to knock that off. The legend lives in Queens with my mother.
You're a good son. That's all.
All right, there it is. I'm a legendary son. Yeah. That's the best thing.
There we go.
Oh, go ahead, Gabbie.
Oh no, Bob, go ahead.
No, that's all you. I'm stealing the thunder. Go for it. You go.
Well, legend or whatever word we want to use for it. You're such a big name in the comics industry, and obviously your family has this background in comics. First thing we kind of want to ask you is who were some of your influences in your early career, and also maybe what are some challenges you faced early on in your career?
Oh boy, influences. The mortgage lender that sent me a notice every month, that was my biggest influence. I joke, but that's actually, I got advice from an editor who once said, you want to get yourself on schedule, put yourself in hock. And it was a joke, but it ended up being correct. The influences in this business, naturally my father, more than just the artistic part of it. But there's the Jack Kirby's, the John Buscema's, the Steve Ditko's. There's two ways of looking at it. One is everything I do is looked at it because of these brilliant people before me. I can't do anything better than that. Everything is derivative of what they've done. There's so many great artists previous to me, and it keeps your feet on the ground, but it also inspires you to get better. So there's two sides to that coin. Those names are the inspiration for me. But outside of comics, there's so many illustrators. I have a book of illustrators, and the Gibsons and the Wyeths, and all of the illustrators I looked at when I was going through school outside of comics. But in comics, I name those names, and that is a great inspiration, and it also is a challenge because they are forever greater than me.
Now, I guess in the teaching you've learned from them, and just the inspiration you grabbed from them, do you have any? And of course, you've been around for a while now too, and you've carved your own path there. Do you have any advice for aspiring illustrators or artists that you could dell out to us?
Yeah, the greatest bit of advice I ever got was from my father, who said these words: "Get used to the fact that there's always somebody better than you, always somebody smarter than you, always somebody stronger, better looking. Well, not better looking, but besides that, doesn't matter." He just said keeps your feet on the ground, but it also allows you to improve if you want to improve. And the thing about this business that I'm in, aside from having those greats before me, the people that came up along with me, short time before me, after me, there's always somebody that's going to do something better than what I do. And and my father said it will make you sink or swim, because if you just sit back and let that happen, you're weak. If you strive to get better every single day, you will get better every single day. And I still have room for improvement. So as long as I see that, I'm going to get better. And that's a great thing. Yeah. That's the advice I give to people is think of yourself as not good enough and you want to get better. I can't teach you. My father also said this. I can't teach you how to be an art. I can't teach you how to draw. I can teach you how to learn how to draw. Can't teach you how to get better. I can teach you how to learn how to get better. Again, this is a man who's humble, and he was the greatest artist I've ever met. So if he doesn't have an ego, how can I possibly have one?
Yeah. It's almost like an athlete's mentality too. Like, you have to, there's always someone on your tails, there's always someone coming behind you, and you have to make sure you're always just striving to be better. Like, for instance, we recently spoke with Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees, which I don't know. I know you're a New York guy. Who are you, Mets or Yankees?
My father taught me to love every New York team, so I root for both.
There you go. All right. Well, your team one of your teams no-hit my team last night. I'm a little salty about
I saw that. Sorry, I apologize. But you guys got a hell of a
that's okay. That's all right. We're still NL best in runs scored, so I'll take that, considering our start to the season. But that's a story for another day. One of the things he said when he came into the league in 2016, he had a book of the Notes app on his phone. I think he hit like 176 that year, and he just wrote that and had notes on it. And he's like, I need to look at that every single day and improve upon that. That's my mental. Like, there it is right there. That's the proof is right there that I need to get better. And he said he still has those notes to this day. So like you said, you just got to keep improving and
always do better than your previous day, or, you know,
and again,
or whatever.
There's somebody who should have an ego. And for him to say, I'm always trying to improve, there it is. That's the mindset. Yeah. And it applies to entertainment. It applies to any job that you have to improve. If you think you've gotten to a point where you don't need to, you're going to slide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. I you know what? Not just athlete mentality, but I think, like you said, in artistry, I think in our everyday jobs too, people that just sit behind a desk all day, you know, we have to be the best of what we do, or else we're talking to the mortgage lenders, you know? So now I know, Randall, I know you had a question for John as well, if you want to chime in. I know we're just kind of leaving you in the lurch there.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, John, what's something that you worked on in your career that might have signified like a new beginning, something where you kind of broke through to kind of that next level where you felt like you really made it?
That's a great question, and it's an easy answer because I recall it like it was yesterday. I had been doing breakdowns and working with some great people to a certain point where I was getting frustrated, and I was ready to leave and go into advertising since that was my degree. And an editor said to me, hey, listen, there's an opening on Daredevil, and you can help plot, you can do storytelling as you see fit, and you do type pencils, and you will have a contribution to the stories. And it made a big difference. That was the turning point for me, because at that point I was frustrated with the industry. And that was part of the question I missed before when she asked me one of the challenges. I got treated like dog shit personally by a lot of people when I was coming up because of my last name and my name being the same as my father's. They assumed that I was just trying to rely on that. And they treated me pretty poorly. And my father gave me another bit of sage advice when he said, shut your mouth, keep your hands in your pockets, and do your job, and shut them up by doing your job very well. So that is part and parcel to it. But that Daredevil assignment was just before I was about to run, and I was fed up with the industry, and I got a chance to do it, got a chance to work in the Senti, and I got a chance to work on some great characters in Daredevil. Full pencils, I had contributions. I was able to contribute plotting, and the storytelling I had been strong at, not strong as the artist. But when I got a chance to do full pencils, tight pencils, everything took off after that. And I consider the best thing I've ever done, top to bottom, back to front, is The Man Without Fear I did with Frank Miller. And I got a chance to work with Al Williamson, who may be one of the best illustrators that I've worked in the comics industry. So I was very fortunate, and that was the turning point. But great question.
That's definitely, that's a name.
Yeah.
Well, we were going to follow up with, but I'm not sure.
Here's the funny part about Al Williamson, another man with a small ego. He said, when I called him, and when I was told he was going to work on the book, I said, Al, pardon me for saying this, what the hell are you doing working on this? He said, are you kidding me? I know what you do, and I'm just going to trace. You do the hard part. This is a man who was one of the world-renowned illustrators. And I got a chance to work with him, and he fixed everything. It was great. Just like working with my father, he fixed everything too.
They say never meet your heroes, but sometimes that doesn't always ring true, you know?
That is the damn
truth. That is the damn truth. And everybody of my heroes in the comics industry were great people. The older ones were. The younger ones treated me like crap until they saw me play softball. Then they loved me.
I used to work in the WWE world, and I'm a huge nerd for wrestling, and was able to meet a lot of my heroes, and I never had a bad experience with any one of them. So I don't know if I live by that adage of never meet your heroes. So.
All right. Speaking of that, I was hanging out with Jerry Lawler at the Kansas City Comic-Con last weekend. He's nicest guy in the world, and he's an artist too. It's great. We had a great conversation. Artist. Yeah, great guy. Hold on one second.
Great guy.
Hold on.
Yeah,
and he gave me this.
Wow!
Oh my God, that's awesome. That is awesome. Iconic.
I got a chance to hang out, and he's a great guy, and he's an artist, and he's a very good artist too.
Yeah, I remember I was able to, we did like a WrestleMania after party. Oh God, it was probably in Dallas back in like 2016. And it was pretty late in the night. And, for those who don't know, Jerry has never had a drink in his life. And he was very patient with me at 2:30 in the morning at a WrestleMania after party, listening to my dumb stories at the table. Probably looking around going, when's somebody going to get this guy or what? But super great guy. But yeah, he's
a
awesome.
great guy.
And a hell of an artist.
Nice to talk to him.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
So you
Gabbie,
you might have actually no, it's okay. That was an amazing story. Thank you. You might have answered this, but I'm going to double check. We wanted to ask you what book that you've worked on is the one you're most proud of, and
Well, Man Without Fear, to be superficial, the book I'm most proud of is the 9/11 issue, Spider-Man. Unfortunately, it's a horrible event. We were attacked, and I was told that we were going to do an assignment about it. And I immediately said, no, we're not going to do that. That's awful that we're going to try and capitalize. And they explained that they weren't going to capitalize, and it was going to be done very well and very classy. Joe Quesada, at the time editor-in-chief, explained, that is the one that I can't open without choking up. And so I don't open it up. And Scott and I have been tasked by ourselves to remark every cover that we ever see in front of us. Now 20 years, and we still run into blank covers. But that book I'm the most proud of having been a part of, aside from the seriousness of that, than Man Without Fear, by far.
Yeah, that's
a great question. Thank you.
Good point.
Great. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that's one of the most iconic, things that you've done is the 9/11 version. So appreciate you sharing that. I have to tell a story about that. I told it at the convention because Scott was sitting next to me. We were at right after the book was released. I think it was maybe 2 months after the attack. We were in Las Vegas to sign them, and at that store were some of the firefighters. And this is going to choke me up. But some of the firefighters that drove through the night right after the attack in their truck. They stopped they finished their time and drove through the night along with guys from San Diego. Yeah. These are superheroes, these guys. And I sat with them. Absolutely.
And Scott and I, that's when with both of us, we there wasn't a dry eye in the house that wasn't a firefighter, but these guys are superheroes. And I told a whole bunch of people at the show in Kansas City that Scott and I vowed to do that with the books. I don't know how many we've got left, but we seem to have gotten a lot of them. And it always gets to me. Just those guys were the greatest guys.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's incredible. I mean, to this day, to just not to dive too deep into it, but just to see the images when they show it on TV still to this day, it boggles my mind that what happened.
Perfect example of my desk to this side, I would move it if I didn't ruin anything, is have all the reference that I need for a present job. That month of working on that book, or however time it was reference had to be updated every hour on the hour to make it accurate. I had to put that stuff in front of me. The photographs. You've seen the movie Clockwork Orange. My eyes were popped open, and I had nightmares forever. I think my wife played psychiatrist beautifully that month, and that whole event is so vital in my mind, unfortunately. And that book is part of it. And all I saw was the amount of books in front of the two of us, and we were just remarking Spider-Man eyes on and Scott was doing the buildings. And it's such a strong moment in my life. And you just bow to those superheroes, those guys that drove across the country in the middle of the night without sleep. Those are superheroes. Absolutely. And the cops and the firemen too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
Having a hand in that, I strongly believe that things like that and art are what helps us all heal and work through it. So that is such an important part of it too. And like having that piece to honor everyone. I always think back to the quote, and it's the Carrie Fisher quote about take your broken heart and make it art. And that's always such a strong
It's a great
feeling
line
to me because, that's kind of what we do. And then also helping other people process their feelings about it too. So that's amazing that you guys have been doing that.
And it was our honor to work in a field. You work in a field like this and you work on something that touches people's hearts. That was important to us. Very important to us.
It's worth it right there. It's worth it right there.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, I know we just touched on a memorable fan, interaction, but do you have any other memorable fan interactions over the years you've had at conventions or anybody that's showed up dressed as Spider-Man or Daredevil or any.
The statuesque
Jerry the King
blonde in
Lawler.
the other room. Go to the San Diego Comic-Con, and I walked past a 12-foot tall, beautiful blonde woman who was filming. I think she was interviewing Jean-Claude Van Damme for Time Cop. And she was in stiletto heels, and her hair was 10 feet above her head. And I walked past her and looked up, and I said, I got to talk to this woman. I had a couple of shots of tequila in me. It was easy. I would have spoken to the Pope that day. I had that much guts. And I got a chance to meet this beautiful woman that I'm married to for 28 years. San Diego Comic-Con.
Wow.
So I owe comics everything.
Yeah. Wow. I call that memorable. Little liquid carriage and a 12-foot woman. All right, I know what I'm doing.
And wait, you hear the line that got her to pay attention to me? I looked up and I said, what are you doing here? And she said, I'm here interviewing Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he's the same height as you. She looked down. He's a little guy like me.
That is unbelievable.
Take note.
I love that.
Take note, audience members.
Yeah, I need to update that Bumble profile. I gotta get going on that. That is awesome. So awesome.
But that's what I'll always owe comics, and I'll always owe the San Diego Comic. And I lived in San Diego after we got together for 10 years, and that was another great time of my life. And we're moving back to California as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm not originally. I'm from, obviously we talked before, I'm from Philly, but I spent about 8 years in Southern California, and between Southern and Northern California. I was in LA and San Francisco, so I miss it out there. So I'm looking forward to heading out there for San Diego Comic-Con myself.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
It's been too long.
It's going to be great to be
Didn't
back
they do a show
around people too.
Didn't they do a show recently? Because they haven't done it the last 2 Julys. Didn't they do a show in November or something like that? San Diego?
I don't know, actually. I'm not 100%. And
if
anybody in the comments knows, let us know.
Yeah, I think they did a truncated version of it. And now they're going to do the regular one in July. Can't wait. Cannot wait.
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm getting a note that
full scale. Full scale in July is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah,
I got a note they did a small one Thanksgiving weekend. So there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out in Southern California right now, and I highly recommend it.
Absolutely. Yeah. We lived in the Del Mar area when we lived out there for 10 years, and just loved every minute of it. Every minute of it.
I was out there in Hermosa Beach, and it was. I'm not one for getting a tan, but my Irish skin here. I don't think I ever made it to the beach. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Hermosa Beach, but the pier leading to the beach has about 17 bars on each side. So I got a bit of a neon tan. I think I might have stepped on the beach 3 times in my time there. Didn't really make it too far.
Love the beaches. Love the beaches.
Sorry,
John,
Brett,
coming back to your, no worries. John, coming back to your work a little bit, you've got just a fantastic storytelling style, and the way that you're able to compose the different frames and capture everything that's going on and really clearly and visually tell the story. You touched on some of the people who've inspired you or been a part of that, but can you go more into detail on maybe not just who they are, but maybe some different forms of media or any movies that might have inspired you as well?
Yeah, that's great. I'm a cinephile, and it's because of my father. And when my brother and I were growing up, there was no internet, of course. And rainy weekends, we would be watching movies with mom and pop, and the black and white films and Gone with the Wind. That kind of size was pointed to by my father. The Big Country, a movie with Charlton Heston and Gregory Peck, I think it was, to show you scope and size. 12 Angry Men, and anything that Brando did. On the Waterfront, which I consider the greatest movie I think I've ever seen. The greatest horror movie I ever saw was with Robert Mitchum. I forgot the name of the movie. It'll come to me, but I'm sorry?
You called Them?
It's somebody.
Is that Robert Mitchum?
It's a Mitchum movie, and he plays a lunatic a preacher or a fake preacher. I forgot what it was. And he sings a song before he kills people, that kind of thing. But those movies were storytelling movies, and he would explain the scenes to me before they were coming. And he'd say, watch this. And no special effects. There was no computer-generated images. But those films relied on great stories and also great acting and great directing. And he explained directing to me, and that's where the storytelling, when I got into the comics business, they suddenly coalesced because I realized you had to be deliberate. You had to explain a panel-to-panel story, linear storytelling. and he explained it to me to the point where I could understand the connection, and that really opened up. It just the top of my head blew up when I realized that there was a connection between the two, film and what we were doing, just doing a stop action film. But he would explain, watch this scene coming up and watch this expression and watch what happens in the next moment. And it applied completely to comic book storytelling. And I think having him to talk about, we'd go on trips and we would talk about storytelling. We would drive 2 hours to Connecticut to visit relatives, and we would be talking about Spider-Man, what Spider-Man's going to do in the next scene that he's working on. He was struggling with it. My brother and I would throw stupid ideas at him, but he would explain things to us, and it connected, and it was wonderful. And then I'll never forget a guy named Jim Shooter, telling me that you have to establish more than every 5 or 6 pages. You have to establish almost every other page where you are, and you can't just draw where you are. You have to do it in a subtle way. In the background, show something that connects to the previous page. And great advice, and it all made sense. And I got to be a better storyteller than I am an artist. And yet, ironically, the storytelling improves the art because you take a moment to pull back. I mentioned that movie, The Big Country. There's a fight scene between Charlton Heston and Gregory Peck where they start beating the crap out of each other. And the director pulls back, and there's a scene where the two of them are two tiny specks in the distance, and you hear the muted sound of the punches, and all you see is big country. And I'll never forget my father saying, that's how you establish and reestablish. You use it, and don't be afraid to pass up $100 shot for a great establishing shot. And he was right, 100% correct.
Definitely, yeah. I think that example of pulling out and like kind of giving perspective to that situation, like it's such a personal thing to like not only have those characters placed there, but give that perspective. And you think like you might think that because you're pulling away, because you're not focusing as much on the character, that you're losing something there, but it's really quite the opposite. Like that character in that place and time, just kind of placing them there is really powerful, I think.
And the big country becomes a character in the film. That's vital. I just mentioned Gone with the Wind, same kind of thing. Atlanta becomes a character in the film. Those kind of images were foisted upon me as a kid, and it stuck with me through comics, and it made sense as I got older and smarter.
Definitely, yeah. On the Waterfront, again, is like a fantastic example.
Oh, my God, yes. God, yes. And the characters, another thing is the characters in that film, they are, they stick in the back of your mind when you think, is it Lee J. Cobb? Not Lee J. Cobb. Who played the bad guy? I can't remember his name at the moment. What a bad guy. What a great bad guy. And then when they beat the snot out of him, you knew the fight was coming, and he was a boxer, and he says, I used to be something. And for Brando to get beat up like that, and they knew it was coming, and my father said, watch this because it's so important. There's so many things to that apply to film in general, cinematography and storytelling, and now it applies to comics. And now comics and film are alongside each other, and it's ironic.
Love it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amazing.
Someone in the comic. Go ahead, sorry.
Just gonna say, like the tracking of that character and the fact that it's so close up to him, and finding that perspective with who he interacts with. He's defining himself, like he's creating his own origin story in that. Like you're finding out so much about him, and I think that relates so much to comics, in that everyone's going through this personal journey, and within comics, you're really focusing on the choices that this person's making and how that affects everybody around them and how that defines them as a person. I find that movie such a great example of storytelling, and it's awesome.
Exactly right. I know any writer should be forced to watch that film just to tell stories and to study characters. I mean, Brando's best part, as far as I'm concerned, was that role. And it was more than just acting. It was the whole film is what he was. And a bum, which is what I am, he says. What a great line. What a
you mean
great
you didn't
line.
like Island of Dr. Moreau? You did? Oh, man. What a disaster. But Go ahead. Sorry.
I wanted to follow up with something there because we talked a lot about storytelling, and you started to get into characters and what how these characters are portrayed. Over the years you've had your hand in creating so many characters. Do you have any that are personal favorites?
Personal favorites. Well, the one that I chuckle about is Hobgoblin, because all I did was completely rip off the Green Goblin, and they gave me credit for it, saying, "Wow, what a great job!" I said, "What are you, effing crazy? I just stole everything from the Green Goblin." I'm proud of that because it's a successful character, but there are great villains, Typhoid Mary, several other characters, but nothing to the size and the scope that was done previous to me. Like I said, my father created brilliant Kingpin, one of the all-time great. Speaking about old movies, based on Sidney Greenstreet. There are a lot of other characters that I've created that just became semi-decent characters. Blackheart, based on Joan Jett and Blackheart's one of my favorite rock and roll songs was I Hate Myself for Loving You. And while that song was going, I created the idea for Blackheart because it was Joan Jett. So that, again, they're slightly good characters, not great villains. Shotgun, I created a character called Shotgun based on a great song by Junior Walker and the All-Stars that because everybody's so young. But a great song from the 60s, and I created the character Shotgun, and his name is J.R. Walker. They're slight villains, slight characters, not great villains. There's no Galactus in that. There's no Darth Vader in that. However, I've come up with maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, 5 on some of my characters. They're decent. They'll get by.
It's funny you mentioned Junior Walker and the All-Stars. As someone who grew up with parents who grew up in the American Bandstand era and in South Philly in the 50s and 60s, I heard a lot of oldies 98.1, Harvey Holiday down in Philadelphia. So I know Junior Walker. And weekends down
and he's
the
the Philly guy. That's right.
That's right.
And what's funny is when I proposed that to the editors in the room, they all looked at me blankly and they said, "Who's Junior Walker?" Oh God! Oh my God! They don't know. I'm an old man.
I was actually last time I talked to you on the phone, I was back in Philly visiting my family, and it was right around the time Bobby Rydell died, and my dad's like, "Oh, I went to high school with him." I'm like, "Oh my God, yeah."
That's right.
We used to hang on the corner together. I'm like, okay.
Oh God.
Yeah, but I grew up with the oldies there, man. So I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, the answer to the question is I'm proud of a couple of them. I'm not ashamed of any of them, but everything is relative, and there were great villains that I can't rise to that occasion. Been lucky with some of them, but I cringe at Dazzler, and yet Chris Claremont turned the Dazzler into a better character. And I cringe at some of the characters I created that became better characters in other titles. So they're not horrible. Yeah. Again, I'm not ashamed, I don't glow about them. Let's just put it that way.
That's amazing. Hobgoblin, I love it.
Oh God, everything was such a ripoff. He even flies on a broomstick. Oh my God.
It's funny you mentioned Dazzler. Earlier, the audience was asking me which Marvel cards I collect in our Marvel app, and I do. There weren't too many of them, but if I can find any Dazzler cards, please send them.
All right, here's a little anecdote about Dazzler. I was asked to create a character based on Club Girls. This was back in, I think, the late 70s, and I apparently was the only one at Marvel that was going to clubs at that time. So they said, let's create a character that can dazzle with lights show and give me a club girl. So at the time, the biggest star at nightclubs in Manhattan was Grace Jones. And so I created, and I have the model sheet of the Grace Jones character. The problem was, while that was going on and everybody liked it, Bo Derek, who was just starring in 10, and it was the biggest movie at the time. She was the biggest star in the world. And the producer of that, Neil Bogart, came up to the office and said, "Sorry, she's the biggest star in the world. We got to use her." So she was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, California-looking chick. And I am from the city, and I'm from these clubs, and Grace Jones was the epitome. When I see her, when I run into her, I'm going to show her the character sheet.
There you go.
And she would have been a better Dazzler.
You didn't make a Steve Rubell character?
Oh, here you go. No, never got a chance. Stood on that line many times, only got in once.
Oh, really? No way. Okay.
On a Tuesday, because they wouldn't let us in on the weekend.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, we only got a couple minutes left. Unfortunately, I could talk all day, but can you tell us what you're working on with the creative team now? A new volume of Amazing Spider-Man's coming out. It's its 60th year. Can you give us any insight on what you got going on?
Yeah, 60 years. It's still a great character. Fortunately, I've worked with great writers, working with Zeb Wells and Scott on the character. And I'm on I'll be starting issue 8 next week. First one just came out. It's Amazing Spider-Man, and I'm very proud of it. It's like working with a brother again. I love the character, but more, it's not so much because it's a great comic book character. It feels like it's part of my family.
That's amazing. And then someone was asking, last question here. They want to know what the pictures are in the background on your wall there.
Let's see. Well, my mother-in-law did that with an X-Men, and she took a photocopy and then made a T-shirt out of it, and that's Hearts of Darkness, the poster that I did, and that is a poster that my father and I worked on together, an image of Spider-Man. And I keep them up there, and it brings back great memories every time I look at them.
Probably a good source of inspiration every time, too, I'm sure.
It is. That's why I keep my own face out of any photographs in the room, because it makes me nauseous.
Me too. Well, John,
I make you nauseous too? That's great.
No, I make myself nauseous. I don't really see myself on camera right now. Trust me.
Yeah,
I hate watching these things.
Myself covered.
That's why I never show my face on any Zoom calls for work or anything like that. I'm like, I don't need to see it. And no one else does. But John, it was an absolute pleasure, man. We got to talk more often. Give me a call one time. We got to talk some more.
As you can tell, I'm not afraid to talk. I could talk for an hour. Tell you what, next time we do this, just say, good morning, John, and boom, I'll talk for an hour for you.
I love it, man. Well, it's been an absolute honor. We're looking forward to what you got coming down the line. And don't be a stranger, man. We'll have you back on anytime to chat. And Randall, thank you so much.
You know how to get in touch with me. Anytime you want to talk, just come to me.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right,
man.
be well,
really,
folks.
really
Great talking to everybody.
Absolutely. Have a good one, man.
Thanks so much, John.
Saturday. All right, guys, that was such a fantastic interview. I could talk to that guy all day. What a character. Hope you guys really enjoyed talking with John Romita. I know that he definitely wants to come back. So we have him on dial to join us. But
we'll hold him to that, right? We'll hold him to that, and that means we have to do another event now, Bob.
Exactly.
Have to.
Exactly.
Start planning.
He should do his own comedy special. He's a character, man. I love that. He is New York through and through. But we're going to make a little switch over to BUNT Trivia. I know people have been clamoring for some trivia here. So if you joined in yesterday, we did obviously Kick and Star Wars trivia, and we wanted to explain the rules one more time. Hi, Baggins McShanks, how you doing? So basically what we did yesterday is when we're going to put up the question, we'll give everybody some time to answer. I know that there's a little bit of a delay for some people, so we'll give some time. We'll reveal the answer. Please put the answer, the letter of the answer plus the answer itself. That way our moderator can find out who the first person was that answered correctly and get you guys the correct diamonds. So letter of the answer itself, and then the mod can let you guys know who the first person to answer is correctly. So why don't we dive right in? All right. Like I said, these are pretty tough. Which position did Royals all-time great George Brett start his career in the minors at? Is it outfielder, shortstop, catcher, or relief pitcher?
Okay, looks like we've got some answers. Yeah. We've got, okay. We've actually got answers kind of all over the place. I think the majority of people are going with B, but we've got I don't know, it's a split bag. We got some people going with B, shortstop, or C, catcher.
Yeah, I will give it another 5 seconds or so people that have a delay can catch up. All right. A lot of shortstop. All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. B, shortstop. All right. I think it was BS. No, BS came through in the clutch again and answered first. So we will go on to the next one. All right. Juan Soto, Washington Nationals stud right now, won the 2020 NL batting title. What was his batting average that season? Was it 351? 341, 370, or 365? Give everybody some time here. Apologies on the lag. That's not us.
Couple answers trickling in. Also kind of all over the place. I'm seeing A, B, C. I'm not seeing anyone say D.
If you use deductive reasoning, not a lot of players other than like Tony Gwynn in the last 20 years or 30 years have hit above 340, 350. So I would have chosen 341, but you did it.
I did it.
Well, you're a natural, you know?
Yeah, I am.
So
prove me wrong. There's no evidence. You can't prove me wrong.
All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. 351. All right. I didn't see who answered 351 first, but if you're all playing along correctly, our moderator will find you and award you.
He will find you, and he will award you.
It's a very special set of skills to find you. All right. We got to go with all the Philly rivals. What's going on here? How many times did Tom Glavine record 20 wins or more in a season? Was it A4? Was it B7? Was it C5 or D3? Now, Gabbie, while they're answering this question, I'm going to hop off screen real quick. I have to switch into something a little more comfortable. Hold on 1 second.
I have no idea what's going on, everyone. We did not rehearse this. He's going off book.
Switch into something a little more comfortable here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
All right. Let's see. I think we've got a lot of answers coming in. Again, all over the place. Someone sunk someone's battleship. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer while.
There just wanted to get a little more comfortable and put some blue and maroon here. You know,
there he is.
I think Bob needs to get himself a jersey that fits. It's been about a season since I wore this, so let's go ahead and reveal the answer.
C, 5.
5 seasons of 20 wins or more.
Tops Mod, you know what to do. Go. Let's go find our winner.
All right, we'll go on to the next one. All right, Johnny Bench was inducted to the Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility with one of the highest recorded percentages of votes. What percent of the ballots did he appear on? Was it 92%, 96%, 95%, or 98%?
I'm going with B.
I'm going to say D. Also, I had to wear. You got to go with the old school blue and maroon. This is the only way to wear a Phillies jersey. These colors are amazing. They wear them on Thursdays. This is from back in the '80s, but of course I'm repping
From an aesthetic standpoint, I really like the jersey. I like the style. I like the color palette. Yeah,
definitely pops. But yeah, I think I might need to go up a size here, or start running, or something.
Look, it's been a weird couple of years. We've all been through it.
Yeah,
I say, sitting in my giant sack of a. Being comfortable is important.
True. I think it's because I have a shirt. This shirt on underneath isn't.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I didn't adjust properly.
You're layered. So. We got to get you in the proper undergarments.
Exactly. I need to get my Under Armour. Yeah.
Get you some Spanx. Wait.
Yeah. Exactly. What a look. Let's go ahead and show the answer. 96%. You were right. B.
I was right. Oh my gosh, you guys. What do I win? Another day on the job. Yay. Yeah. Oh, cool.
You get to log in on Monday.
Yay.
All right, let's go to the next question. All right, how many times did Honus Wagner lead the league? Wait, I think we've lead the National League in stolen bases is what it's supposed to say. A2, B3, C5, or D6?
C.
Now, Honus Wagner is I think I just read that one of his cards sold. It was like ripped or something, but it still sold for $1.2 million or some crazy amount. His is like the most sought after baseball card ever. And
really?
Yeah. But this one was like beat up and ripped and still sold for over $1 million.
And it still sold.
It's incredible.
Not surprised.
No.
That trading card market is intense.
Insane. In the membrane. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer. 5. All right. It's a great looking card too of old Honus.
I said C. I think.
You did? Yeah, that's 2 in a row. Look at you.
Man, I should have been participating earlier.
Yeah, you got to be answering on the chat here.
Whoa! Someone in chat said Totoro. No, Toro. Toro Para has a Wagner card that goes for about $1K. Not bad.
Really? Very nice. I see someone said there's about 17. Was it? He only has around 17 surviving cards all time, not counting a repro. So wow, that's amazing. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, I know this answer. This is a classic question. People, if there's any Piazza fans or 90s baseball fans, they probably know this answer. Though Mike Piazza took home the 1993 Rookie of the Year award, he was a steal during the 1988 MLB Amateur Draft. Which round was each selected? I know this answer. This is a classic baseball trivia question here. Let's see. I love this. I like seeing the people that have done well in their typing classes that are always the first few to answer. Oh yeah, hint. It might say it on the card. Give everybody another 5 or 6 seconds there. All right, let's go ahead and give it the big reveal. B, 62nd round. One of the greatest catchers of all time went that late. That's like Tom Brady level of being drafted. Let's go to the next one. All right, Mr. Max Scherzer notched his 100th career win in 2015. Which team did Mad Max beat en route to this accomplishment? I know the answer here. Hint. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Picking up what I'm putting down there.
I'm gonna go with C.
It's a good answer. All right, let's go ahead and reveal that. Phillies. I gotta keep rubbing it in. Rub the dirt on the wound there. Keep moving on. All right, we'll go on to the next one. Darryl Strawberry was the first overall selection in the 1980 MLB draft. In his 1983 NL Rookie of the Year season, how many home runs did the future star hit? Was it 26, 17, 25, or 20?
I'm going to go to my chat resource here, see if they can give me any answers.
Yeah. And again, like I said, guys, if you do follow the BUNT social channel, and this would be a good time to do so. They do trivia every week. You have a chance to win diamonds in the app when you do the trivia. We can go back and see if maybe this question was asked back in the day. Give it a few more seconds. I think I know this answer.
I'm going to go with A.
I'm going to go with A as well. Let's go ahead and give it the reveal.
Oh my gosh.
Boom. Nailed it. 26 home runs in his rookie year. Darryl Strawberry, one of the big Mets of the 80s there. Let's go on to the next one. All right. I believe this is supposed to be Corey Seager became the youngest Dodgers player ever to hit a postseason home run. And who did he play in that game? This is a tough one. This is a doozy right here. Yeah, this is a tough one.
I'm seeing a lot of people go with either C or A. Either the Astros or the Nationals.
Look in the chat. I'm drawing a blank. Is he in Texas now? Did he go to Texas? I know his brother retired, I believe. But I think he went to Texas after LA. All right. Give it a few more seconds and then we'll do the big reveal.
Houston.
I see Don Baylor's in the chat. He said, duh. Thank you. M4R KMC. All right. Thank you, Rangers. I thought it was the Rangers. All right. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer. Nationals. C.
All right.
See, I would have said the Astros.
Yeah. We did get a lot of people. A lot of people did go with Nationals. So
yeah.
Congrats, y'all. Y'all know your stuff.
That's right. All right, let's move on to the next one. In 2017, J.D. Martinez pulled off a historic feat against the Dodgers. What was that feat? Was it 4 home runs in one game? Did he hit for the cycle? Did he walk in every at-bat? Or did he strike out 4 times? I'm going to go with A.
I'm going to go with D.
Because
that's the opposite of what you said.
The first 4 home runs hit for a cycle, there's nothing more fun than somebody hitting for a cycle. That's a good time. All right. I'm seeing a lot of 4 home runs. 330 million reasons everything is bigger in Texas. That's great.
I have no idea if our friend Scott is in the audience today. I'm like combing the answers to see if he's in there, because if anyone's gonna know.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's out
him.
there.
All right, let's go ahead and reveal that answer for everybody. 4 home runs.
Nice.
Gotta love it. You don't see
Congrats.
it often. You don't see it often. I think if I remember names that have done it, Sean Green, maybe I think Carlos Delgado back in the day. I don't know if he might have been a Blue Jays still then, but it doesn't really happen too often. All right, let's go to the next one. This past season, Shohei Ohtani set the Angels record for most homers by a left-handed batter in a single season. Who did he pass? Another tough one. Think Angels, everyone. Mickey Rivers, Reggie Jackson, Garrett Anderson, or Chili Davis. Some people won't think this guy, won't remember him much as an Angel. I'll give you a hint. I think this is the right answer, but he was in the Naked Gun. I think that's my answer. But if you're Naked Gun fans, you'll know what I'm talking about. All right. I'm seeing a lot of Chili Davis, some Reggie, Garrett Anderson. If this other person wasn't on the list, my pick would have been Garrett Anderson because he was fantastic for the Angels. All right, let's go ahead and reveal that. Reggie Oxenfree. All right.
Yeah.
People don't remember him as an Angel too much because it was kind of towards the end of his career. They remember him as an A or obviously the Yankees, but Reggie Jackson.
True.
And he's exactly just like Daniel Millet the tuna said, he has to kill the queen. Naked Gun reference. I love it. All right, let's go on to the next question. All right, which country did Anthony Rizzo play for in the 2013 World Baseball Classic? Was it Canada, United States, Italy, or the Netherlands? Your last name might be a giveaway. Rizzo.
Okay,
Not Rizzo from
yeah.
Greece, but and not Rizzo from Greece, but we love her.
Although, arguably, she would also be from the same place. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
With that name.
and Zuko baby.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. There it is. Rizzo killing it right now for the Yankees. I think I read or saw the other night he hit the shortest home run in Yankees history or baseball history, maybe. I think it was baseball history. I know I think he had 3 home runs, and one of them was the shortest one in baseball history or something along those lines. But he's killing it over there in New York. All right, we'll go over to the next question. All right, in 2021, Frank Rizzo reference. I love it. Oh, man, Jerky Boy. That is great. 2021, Salvador Perez set the single-season home run record for catchers with 48. Whose record did he break? Was it Mike Piazza, Elston Howard, Johnny Bench, or Ivan Rodriguez?
I don't know.
I'm going to say B.
Audience says B, and I feel like B. Let's go with B.
I want to just hand the win to the person who quoted Frank Rizzo from the Jersey Boys there. So thank you for that. I was actually.
I guess you can do that.
Week.
You have that power.
Yeah, I actually do. I think I do. Yeah, I have the power. All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. Johnny Bench. I was wrong. I thought it was Elston Howard.
You steered me wrong.
No. Damn,
I can never trust you again, Bob.
Let's go through. Let's get 2 more in there for our next interview. Do the next one. All right. Braves fans, get ready. When did Ronald Acuna Jr. win NL Rookie of the Year? Was it 2015, 2018, 2020, or 2017? I think I'm going to go with D.
A or D?
Yeah, I think D's the winner here. D. Reynolds from Sonny. Yeah, I'm going to go with D. Final answer. Give everybody a couple more seconds here. All right. I'll go ahead and reveal that. 2018, I was wrong. Damn. It's 2 in a row. I don't like this. All right. Well, whoever guessed B, congrats. I feel ashamed of myself that I didn't know that. But let's move on to the next one. All right, last one, guys, just so we're going to hop in to talk to Brett Phillips. I'm sorry, we're going to talk to Topps Emily. I apologize. Who was the Giants' full-time catcher before Buster Posey? Was it Benji Molina? Was it Mike Matheny, Steve Holm, or AJ Pierzynski? Some legendary catcher names on there, too. Matheny's coaching the Royals, I believe, these days. Benji was around for a long time. AJ of White Sox lore back in 2005, winning the World Series. All right. Give it a few more seconds. Let's see what we got here. I got to catch up on my chat log here.
Guesses are kind of all over the place, but a lot of people are going with A.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm going to say C, but just because he's the least known of the three. Let's go ahead and reveal that answer. Benji. All right. Benji was around for a long time. He's a legend in San Francisco there. Well, thank you, guys. Again, the Topps mod has been following the answers to see who answered first. Really appreciate you guys joining us for that. But before we hop into our interview with Topps Emily, I did want to mention, and I believe some of you guys were doing it yesterday, but we want you to tweet at us and use the hashtag DigiCon22. If you're celebrating DigiCon in any fun ways or having any good card pulls you have this weekend, and you'll have a chance to be featured on the stream.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, on the Topps Digital Twitter page, you guys can enter our giveaway by taking a photo using our Topps DigiCon 2022 Snapchat filter, and you can reply to the giveaway post with your picture, your in-app username, and the app you'd like to win diamonds in. So make sure you go in and use that Snapchat filter. Of course, reply to the giveaway post we have on our Twitter feed. And again, picture, in-app username, and the app you use the most if you want to win diamonds in. There's an example right there. So get in there and use that Snapchat filter and take some pictures. We want to see it. I believe Gabbie took one yesterday. That was great.
I did. I used the Snapchat filter. It's fun. It's animated. You actually record a video, and it's a bit more fun. Okay. I just took a still. Also, Bob, have you been in BUNT today to collect your no-hitter coins? Did you take advantage of those? I have not had a chance yet. I was too busy trying to get this jersey to fit. And of course, in Marvel, they have the 2022 egg hunt still happening. So if you have that, there's still time to do the egg hunt. But get in there, take your pictures for Snapchat. Again, go onto our Topps Digital Twitter page, and of course, tag us in anything DigiCon 2022 related that you're posting about. We want to see you guys. We want to get you on the stream. We want to get your names out there, give you the proper recognition. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk to Topps Emily about some Series 1 baseball for physical, and then we're going to talk to MLB outfielder for the Tampa Bay Rays, Brett Phillips. So we will see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks for joining us. See you.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third, makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps BUNT. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps BUNT. Download now.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps BUNT. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Baseball card season is back with 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. This all-new collection features modern-day stars, new rookies, 2021 league leaders, and more. New insert sets showcase the game's best, from Diamond Greats, featuring the all-time best players, to Generation Now, celebrating fresh young talent from each MLB team. We're even showing off the flashiest feet, showcasing unique spikes and the players who rock them. This year, the iconic 1987 Topps wood grain design returns to honor its 35th anniversary. You gotta love that look. Home Run Challenge is back as collectors rip, flip, and predict when their favorite sluggers will go long. Plus, don't forget to look for autographs and game-used memorabilia cards from rookies, veterans, and more. All in 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. Available now at your local hobby shop, retailer, and Topps.com.
Connect with Star Wars fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all of your favorite characters from the trilogies and beyond. Lock on your target and win free cards or credits daily. This is the way to build the ultimate Star Wars collection. Star Wars card trader by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Collectors assemble! The Marvel Universe is now at your fingertips with Marvel Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite comic characters, connect and trade with Marvel fans around the universe. Download today and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect, available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Spin the wheel and win free cards or coins daily. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Build the ultimate Marvel collection and connect with other fans worldwide. Collect, trade, play Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters. They called Sir Keir Starmer a traitor. They shouted about Julian Assange and about Jimmy Savile. The previous Monday, Boris Johnson said this in part.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Combine cards in the workshop and get rarer ones. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Disney Collect. Download now.
Jeter near third makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps BUNT. Download now.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps BUNT. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps BUNT. Download now.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps BUNT. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Hey, everyone out there in DigiCon land, I want to introduce a very special guest we're going to have today over from the Topps physical side to talk Series 1 baseball. Please welcome to our DigiCon broadcast, Topps Emily. Emily, welcome.
Hi, guys. Hi, Bob. Hi, Gabbie. It is so, wow, what a great round of applause. Thank you. No, it is so great to be on the broadcast. I tuned in last year. I was following along with some live drawings. I tuned in for all the great guests you had last year, and I know there is quite the slate of guests this year as well lined up. So I am just happy to be part of it and represent Topps Physical.
Yep, and we're happy that you're part of our esteemed list of guests. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, I think the coolest thing about DigiCon is that you really unite all the properties, right? Like no matter if you're Marvel, if you're BUNT, the whole suite of Topps digital apps. It's really cool to see it kind of united under one roof for just like a weekend long celebration. So again, just kudos to the whole team. I know there is a full team behind the scenes that also works on DigiCon. You, Bob and Gabbie, are just happen to be the faces of it, so you get the fun part. But so much work goes into something like this, and hopefully the fans are enjoying. So kudos to the digital team, and a big shout out to all the fans who are tuned in this weekend as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I know you do a lot of the same, and you have a lot of that going on in the physical world. We're really excited to hear about Series 1 and hoping that maybe you could tell us a little bit about it and let the fans know what they can expect from that.
Yeah, of course. Series 1 is so much fun every year, like it has been for the past 71 years of Topps flagship releases. But it came out in February, and it really just kind of kicks off what we like to say the start of baseball card season. And that, essentially kicks off all of the suite of Topps products, no matter what property. But Topps is known for baseball cards. It's been, the one standard for the past, like I said, 70 plus years. So it's really cool to see Series 1 kick off, see all the fanfare, the excitement amongst all of our collectors, see it come out in BUNT, of course. But, Wander Franco, big rookie this year. So everyone's on the lookout for his rookie card. There's a whole bunch of neat inserts in Series 1. We have great promotions like the Home Run Challenge, where you can actually predict when a player will hit a home run for a chance to win a special parallel card. So there's just some really great features of Series 1. And of course, Topps is known, every year is known for the design, right? You have the iconic designs, the 87 design with that wood grain border and dating all the way back. So this year we've got a beautiful crisp white border, which I think a lot of our collectors are excited to see. And it's just the one release that everyone gets so excited for. And it's just been a great couple of months, for Topps and to see all of our collectors collect Series 1.
That's awesome. I understand you brought a trailer along for us to see, showcase some of the cards that fans can get. So
yes, I figured. Fans didn't want to sit here and watch me talk about it. They much rather see it in action. So we've got a bunch of great imagery. Like I said, cards are beautiful. So let's roll the clip.
Baseball card season is back with 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. This all-new collection features modern-day stars, new rookies, 2021 league leaders, and more. New insert sets showcase the game's best, from Diamond Greats, featuring the all-time best players, to Generation Now, celebrating fresh young talent from each MLB team. We're even showing off the flashiest feet, showcasing unique spikes and the players who rock them. This year, the iconic 1987 Topps wood grain design returns to honor its 35th anniversary. You gotta love that look. Home Run Challenge is back as collectors rip, flip, and predict when their favorite sluggers will go long. Plus, don't forget to look for autographs and game-used memorabilia cards from rookies, veterans, and more. All in 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. Available now at your local hobby shop, retailer, and Topps.com.
Wow, it looks like there's going to be some amazing cards to be had in Topps Series 1, just like you mentioned earlier, Wander Franco, big-time rookie this year. Is there anything else you can share with us that's coming down the line this year for Topps Physical? I know we have a bunch of events coming up, things like that. So anything you can share with us?
Yeah, it's going to be a busy year once again, but, busy is the best part about Topps. We have something going on all the time, from the MLB All-Star Game, which of course Topps will have a booth presence there again. I know BUNT always comes out to play for MLB All-Star Game. And, International Trading Card Day is a big one for us this year. It's going to be held on August 6th, and it's really a promotion that's geared towards getting collectors into their local hobby shops. One thing that Topps, I think, has done really well throughout the 70, 80 years of our history is create a community. And that's just like DigiCon, right? We're creating a community for our collectors to come together, for our collectors to trade with one another, to really just be able to sit and talk cards. And so International Trading Card Day, August 6th, it's going to cover all of our properties. But again, really geared towards getting collectors into their local hobby shop for a free pack of cards, some gift with purchase, promotions will be going on as well. But just a day to celebrate trading cards. I mean, who doesn't love that?
I love it. You had me at free cards and gifts. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Free
cards, community.
It is. It's fun. It's just rewarding collectors for going and checking out their local hobby shops. They are like the heart of the industry, card shops, and being able to walk into just a safe space where you can chat with collectors and rip pack in, whether it's swiping on your phone or a physical pack, like the feeling is the same, right? And being able to do that with other people,
sharing
with like-minded people is a lot of fun. Yeah, it's all about the community. So it's a great day. And August 6th, International Trading Card Day. There'll be more info coming from our @Topps social channels and of course Topps.com as well.
I definitely, some of my favorite times were as a kid running to the card shops and spending all my parents' money on baseball cards. They weren't too thrilled about that.
Yeah, there you go. You know, I think so many of us used to like go and get the gum, right? It was all about the gum. And now it's like actually about the cards, which is even better. That's how we know we've made it. But it's such a good feeling. Ripping open a pack of cards, there's really just no better feeling.
Then, putting your least favorite player in your spokes of your bike, so you mess up the card when makes the sound, the fan sound.
Yeah, it's like riding a motorcycle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now I noticed you mentioned MLB All-Star Game, and we'll have some presents there. Now the National Sports Card Expo is also coming up later in July. Will we have stuff going on there as well?
Yeah, absolutely. The National is, I think, one of the biggest card shows that exists, which is just awesome. And of course, Topps loves to be a part of that in both our physical and our digital properties. So, for the sake of community, once again, that is a really great place for community. There is just card collectors as far as the eye can see, which is a lot of fun. And Topps will have a booth presence again at the National. It's down in Atlantic City towards the end of July. And it's kind of a nice segue into International Trading Card Day. A lot of times we release the checklist for International Trading Card Day exclusively at our booth at the National. So that's a really nice touch that our events team puts together here on the physical marketing team. But we'll be at the National again. And it's just so nice to be able to chat with collectors and chat with people who are hardcore Topps fans and get some FaceTime with them. It's really neat. So always look forward to the National.
Absolutely. Especially and if our fans who are watching, I was going to say, if our fans are watching and if you're going to be there, give us a shout out in chat now. Definitely when you're at these events, come by and see us at the booths. Like Emily was just saying,
absolutely.
That's one of the best things I think is getting to talk to the people, talk to our collectors and our fans.
Yeah, it really is. And the National, whether it's the National or MLB All-Star or whatever it is, I think what's cool is that it draws fans from all over, right? It's not just in the local market, it's fans from everywhere. So, it's fun to see people even coming and just trading at our booth. People meeting up with someone who maybe they've only talked to through the apps or they've only talked to on Twitter, they meet in person and Topps is that driving force that can connect them. It's just a really cool thing to witness. So definitely hope that everyone's making plans to be at some of our events this summer and definitely swing by the booth while you're there.
Yeah, and given everything that's happened with the world the last couple of years, I think it's something we need is everybody to get together and get that sense of community back that we've missed for so long. So definitely looking forward to that event for sure.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of DigiCon. We can still do it virtually just as well, right?
Right? Exactly. Yeah, it's like we haven't skipped a beat.
There you go.
But I want to thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your time. We're just about out of time on here. But fans, please go out and start buying Topps Series 1. Look out for more coming out later this year. Of course, International Card Day is going to be big for Topps fans on August 6th. So Topps, Emily, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third, makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps BUNT. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps BUNT. Download now.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps BUNT. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We have a great guest coming up for you guys today for Topps BUNT. He is an outfielder for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's an integral part of the Tampa Bay Rays defense or offense for the 2022 season, which just kicked off last week. And he's a very exciting player to watch. He was became a member of Tampa Bay Rays lore a couple years ago in the World Series when he had that famous walk-off hit against those pesky Dodgers. We want to please welcome Tampa Bay outfielder Brett Phillips. Thanks for coming on, man.
Hey, y'all. Thank you for having me. What an awesome opportunity to be a part of Topps. Shout out to Topps. You guys have been doing it for so long. Appreciate you having me and looking forward to talking some Topps bunts with you guys.
Absolutely. I thought that you might be a little tired from running those bases yesterday with the kids. I saw the article you were running the bases after the game yesterday.
Hey, everyone knows kids run the bases free on Sunday, and I'm a kid, so what better way to go out there and run the bases on a Sunday
Absolutely.
With the kids?
I'm jealous. I want to get out there and do that. But hey, let's get right into it. Do anyone in your close family or friends or anything like that, do they anybody collect anything as a hobby, or do you collect anything as a hobby?
Well, growing up, I loved collecting baseball cards. I didn't necessarily watch baseball as much, but I knew all the players from my mom dropping me off at the local Kmart to go in, RIP to Kmart, but to go in down the sports aisle and get some packs of baseball cards and also Pokemon cards. I was big into, and I just loved it. And now being able to see myself on a baseball card has just been the coolest thing ever. But I do have some friends and family who are have big Brett Phillips PC collections, and I'm just like, I'm going to try my best to make sure those cards are worth something in the future, but no promises.
Yeah. Yeah. I was recently, I took a trip home to visit my family, and, my mom was going through like the attic and she found the cards. I'm like, don't you dare throw this away. You keep those, I'll come back.
Especially
I'll come back and grab
now.
them from you. But, oh yeah, absolutely. It's had a renaissance the last few years.
Yeah. And speaking of cards, you kind of mentioned now, your friends and family that have these cards and these collectibles. Do you remember seeing yourself on a baseball card for the first time and what that was like?
Oh my goodness. I'll never forget. It's funny you ask. In 2013, I'm playing in Greenville. It was the Greenville Astros. I hadn't signed a deal with Topps yet, right? So I didn't have my own baseball card, but the stadium, you know how they put out their own baseball cards to sell in their team stores. Well, I was just so excited that I was on a baseball card for the first time. I actually bought like 250 of them to give out to my friends and family from the store. They're like, yeah, we'll do that for you. So that was my first experience.
You got to show everybody that you arrived.
No doubt. So that was my first experience on a baseball card. And then the following year, I started having some production and signed my first deal with Topps. And, that was just such a humbling moment to be a part of something that I grew up collecting.
It's like seeing yourself in a video game for the first time. Too. Like, what is my life?
It's surreal.
Right? No doubt. I mean, it's just, it's still surreal. Being able to talk to y'all about another baseball card that I'm on, Topps BUNT, it's just, I just feel so blessed. And the feeling I get, I'm telling you, like, I can't describe it. It's just so cool to be a part of all this. It really is.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, shifting gears to your playing career, you were young enough that while growing up, the Tampa Bay Rays franchise was, part of your youth growing up. You're a Pinellas County native, correct? So did you always dream of one day playing for the Rays, or was that ever on your radar, or was it just kind of, let me get into the league?
No, that's great. I appreciate you asking that. I grew up 20 minutes from Tropicana Field. My grandma took my sister and I to the very first Fan Fest in '97, right before the team became an expansion team in '98. And Grandma had us out there running the bases, and I grew up going to those games, selling newspapers out before the game with my travel ball team, just so we could go in and watch the game. So I love the Tampa Bay Rays. This is my hometown team. And now fast forward 20 years to be able to play Major League Baseball in my hometown, let alone just play Major League Baseball, which is really cool. And now in front of like my hometown friends and family is I couldn't have written it, as a kid any better than what's going on in my life. And again, the joy I feel going to the field every single day. I take a lot of pride in remembering how I felt when I was a kid. All I wanted to do was like meet a baseball player. So every day I go out there, I take 15, 20 minutes to sign for the kids and the fans, because I knew that's what I wanted, right, when I was a kid. So it's just been full circle for me and my family. And again, just all blessed all the time.
And it's got to be, for a kid like that, just to meet someone like you and one of their heroes, that sticks with them forever, man. That's you can't replace those
core
those
memory.
Memories, you know what I mean? So yeah,
no doubt. And
we all appreciate you guys doing that.
Of course, and when they grow older and become Major League Baseball players, they'll remember that feeling and what someone did for them, and that's how we continue to give back to the next generation and hope they do the same. So it's just very exciting.
Now, did you have a favorite player from those early teams? Like a Freddie Griff, I think he was on the expansion team.
Yeah, you had Wade Boggs and guys like that. But when I started really following players was when like Carlos Pena, Carl Crawford, BJ Upton, guys like that. As I got a little older, I was more in tune with how, because I was older, how those guys are going about their business and watching them. So I drew a lot of inspiration from those guys. Shout out to my guy, Carlos Pena. Awesome dude.
Yeah. Great on the MLB Network these days, too.
Speaking of Tropicana Field, I have a personal question here. Have you ever touched the Rays in the touch tank?
I honestly, as a kid, I might have. I can't remember, but I need to go out and do that. Thank you for reminding me. There's things that I want to experience around the ballpark, like all the other fans do, and that is definitely one of those things. Along with the food, I know the Trop has some good food options that I'm going to have to try as well.
Yeah. Now, I know you've been asked this many, many times, I'm sure, but can you take us back to Game 4 of the 2020 World Series and just, you're down 1 run, the bottom of the 9th, got men on first and second base, 2 outs on the board. Can you take us through like the feelings you experienced there? What was going through your head? I mean, the aftermath, obviously that was obviously a walk-off hit in the World Series of all places. Like, just take us through what was going on at that point.
It's hard for me to remember because of the excitement and I almost went into shock. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but it was the first time in my life I've ever had to get an IV from basically being so excited. My resting heart rate was like over 150 or 160, and they're like, "Yo, like you're dehydrated, you're gonna pass out." And that sums it up in a nutshell. Just unbelievable moment. It's just unexplainable, right? What went down is probably one of the most improbable plays in sports history. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. Obviously, you have to give credit where credit is due. The Dodgers won the World Series that year. They played a better series, but to have a moment like that in my career is super special, and definitely it's up there for one of the most exciting moments of my life.
Absolutely.
I think your shirt says it all.
And that's what came out of my mouth. Baseball is fun, and now my wife and I we've been able to kind of build a brand and a movement through that. So it's been super cool to see people wearing the baseball is fun shirts around.
Yeah, and you guys have been off to a pretty good start this year. How are you feeling going into the new season?
I'm feeling great. We have a lot of the same core guys from last year. There's a lot of expectations, and rightfully so. We won 100 games last year, fell short in the playoffs. And with the same group of guys coming back, there's going to be those expectations from the fans, from the front office, from the coaching staff, and ultimately from ourselves. And if there is a group of guys that can handle that responsibility, it's the guys in the Rays clubhouse. And, I speak on behalf of everyone when it comes to work ethic, just character, great group of guys who just mesh really well. And, I feel like that gives us a good chance to build off of the year we had before. You can tell in the clubhouse, everyone's loose and comfortable and feeling good. And that's what you want from everyone, top to bottom.
Absolutely. So another question I had for you too is, last season you hit 3 grand slams over 19 plate appearances. I believe you beat a record that Babe Ruth held, I want to say. How's that feel? What's that like?
It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right at all. And when I think it was like Sports Illustrated, they call in and they're like, "So did you know you were doing this?" And I was like, "Please put Babe Ruth. Like, I know I beat his record, but this just doesn't sound right for Brett Phillips to be above Babe Ruth in any type of record book." So again, one of those moments that just is unbelievable. I don't know. It's just so cool to be a part of and super humbling experience.
You're like, I'll gladly be 1A to Babe Ruth. That's I can handle that, right?
Listen, put the numbers, but just put me 1A. Yeah, that's great.
Now there has been some debate also that who has the best dance moves on the Rays. Can you vouch that you're the best, or is there someone else out there?
Listen, when it comes to when it comes to baseball talent, I will never sit here and say I'm the best in anything. But when it comes to my dancing skills, you can believe that I am better than Randy. And he can disagree all he wants, but we'll have another dance off again, and the world will see that these moves, these hips don't lie.
There it is, man. I don't know if I did a dance move these days that didn't involve some liquid courage. I think I'd might tear like every both ACL and meniscus. I'm not as agile as I used to be.
I always tell everyone, make sure you fuel up before you take off. You know what I mean? So you definitely got to stretch. That's a part of fueling up.
Yep. I wanted to ask you one question before we get into this word association game we're going to do. But if you could go back in time and have a one-on-one conversation with any baseball player, from history, whether it's a favorite player of yours or just someone that you always have found fascinating, throughout the history of baseball, who would it be and why?
Oh man, that is a great question. Probably Jackie Robinson. I think it would be a unbelievable conversation to pick his brain, to talk about what he had to deal. Like, it would give perspective, right, to every baseball player, on top of how much pressure there already is at the big league level, rightfully so. But to deal with everything he had to deal with off the field, let alone on the field, and how he performed through it all, I would love to pick his brain and just hear what he had to say and kind of use that as perspective in my own life. And I think that would be a great conversation.
Yeah, and then we're celebrating Jackie Robinson Day, I believe, this Friday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I love that.
Yeah. It's always one of the best days of the season for sure. I love how everybody comes together. We're number 42. Awesome. It's great.
No doubt.
So but thank you. Yeah, let's jump into a little word association game. So for the folks that are watching at home, we're going to ask Brett. We're going to name about 10 different baseball players. Maybe he's crossed paths with these people in his career. Maybe it's someone from history. But we'll ask Brett to give us his opinion on each one, or one word. Whatever you feel necessary. If you want to give us one word, if you have a little background, a little story about one of these guys, but let's jump right in.
All right, let's do it. So
first one we have is Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge, wow, a beast. I had the opportunity to meet Aaron at the All-Star game last year and talking to him throughout playing, and talk about an unbelievably humble human being for how big he is. He's a superstar in New York. It'd be easy to have an ego, and he's one of those guys you find yourself gravitating towards because, great dude all around. So keep doing your thing, Aaron Judge. Yeah,
I mean, you're talking about he's the face of in the biggest city in the world, right? He's the face of the franchise in the biggest market in the world.
And he's going about his business the right way for sure.
Yep. Heavy lies the crown type of thing.
Yeah.
Next up, we have he just re-signed signed back with the Cardinals for his final season, but one of the greatest of all time, Albert Pujols.
You got to give him the GOAT. He is the GOAT. This man what he's been able to do over the course of his career is just very honorable. I know we don't use this term in baseball a lot, and I use it all the time, I feel like, but his career has just been unbelievable. And to be able to play as long as he has and also perform at the level he has been able to perform at, honestly, the GOAT. Keep doing your thing, Albert. What a heck of a career, man.
Yeah, when I saw that he re-signed, I was thinking back about, I've been a baseball fan my whole life. I'm 34 years old, so I've been around a little while now. But, he's probably the greatest player of my generation, I would think, of our generation, I would say. I don't think he really goes unmatched, Maybe his old friend Trout will give him a run for his money one of these days.
We'll see.
Yeah. Next up, we have Blake Snell.
Gamer. This man is a gamer on and off the field. I have seen this. Obviously, we know how good of a pitcher Blake Snell is on the mound, but for those of you who don't know, he's just as good off the mound with video games, and he's competitive. If I have any shoe advice, he's one of those guys. Him and Jock Peterson is the guys I would go to for some shoe advice. And he was awesome. He's a great teammate when I played with him in the Rays. Shout out to Blake. Keep doing your thing, man.
Absolutely, man. He's big timer. Next up, an old teammate of yours from your Milwaukee days, Josh Hader.
Josh Hader, not only a teammate, a best friend. He was a part of my wedding. I was a part of his. I mean, this man's putting together a Hall of Fame career so far. Yeah. And what's going to separate him from being a Hall of Famer is just staying healthy. You look at Josh Hader's numbers. He's one of the best relievers in the game. You can argue he is the best reliever in the game. Yep. And I think anyone would argue that, agree with that. So Hader is, I could sit here and go on forever about how much I love that man. Just awesome dude.
Did you guys come up together in the minors and then go into
Milwaukee? We okay. Houston. So we actually came up together in Houston, and then we got traded together in the same trade in AA Milwaukee to Milwaukee. We played in Biloxi, roommate in Biloxi and in Colorado Springs. And then the only thing I have over Hader is I got called up 2 days before him, but career has gone a way different. He's stayed up and he's, been an all-star for 4 years, and I've grinded to make an opening day roster, but I love it. It's been great. And, again, I love the guy.
Yeah, you don't hear the word elite thrown around too much with relievers anymore, and he's definitely an elite reliever for sure. He's in a class on his own, and he was a great get for me in fantasy baseball a couple of years ago. So
I bet.
Josh Hader for bringing home a championship. Next on the list, someone you're very familiar with. We talked about it earlier. Kenley Jansen.
I mean, again,
wonderful hit off.
The career Kenley Jansen has had has been spectacular. He's got one of the best cutters in the game. The dude's been a closer for LA, for quite a bit of time, and now he's in Atlanta. Yeah. I want to sit here and say I knew what I was doing against him, but honestly, I might have gotten lucky. So, Kenley, I'm going to sit here and tell you, man, just keep doing your thing. You've had a heck of a career, and looking forward to matching up with you again someday. But I got lucky the first time. Anyone can do it one time, right? So we'll have to see how the second time plays out.
Yeah. So next up on the list, we have Kevin Kiermaier.
Kevin Kiermaier, come on now. We have to argue that he's one. You're all right. We have to argue that he's one of the best center fielders in the game. To be able to play as a teammate, to learn from this guy has just been tremendous for me in my career and my growth as a baseball player. And again, you look at the numbers and you look at his WAR and what he's been able to do over the course of his career. It's been spectacular, and you can argue that he's going to be one of the best center fielders to go down if he stays healthy and continues to do what he does. It's just impressive to watch on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely. And then now moving on to a former teammate of yours and probably a future Hall of Famer. We talked about Pujols earlier, Mr. Nelson Cruz.
Nelly, my guy. Oh my gosh. Talk about an awesome teammate. I got to spend a few months with Nelson. If I can, everyone kind of knows this, but he loves to nap. He's a big napper before the games. You'll find him with his eye shades on,
sleep mask,
and then sleep mask, and he'll have like some noise canceling earphones on, and he'll zonk out. He'll snooze.
Zonk out, man.
He'll get his 20, 30 minutes in, and then he'll go out and ball out. So that dude is very, very impressive with a baseball bat. And also at first base. Don't watch out for those first base skills. Everyone sleeps on those. But Nelly, I see you working over there, my man.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistently hitting 30-plus home runs for over a decade now, It's almost a guarantee every year.
It's the naps. The naps. Recipe for success. Yes.
I need to take a page out of his book. Next up on the list, we have this guy's dynamic and probably another future Hall of Famer just based off of how he's playing the last couple of years, but Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani, that's my player comparison. Pitcher, superstar fielder, or position player. Again, we've all witnessed what this guy has been able to do from Japan. He has came over and he has made this game look very easy. And I know Japanese fans are loving it, as so the American fans and everyone else across the world, as including myself. I'm a fan of this man, and I wish that he'll continue to have the success that he's had, because he's a superstar, and everyone knows it. So shout out Shohei for putting on for us two-way players.
There we go. How do you feel about position players pitching in the league?
It makes sense when you're trying to preserve a bullpen. You look at we open up with 18 games in a row, and I know people get frustrated when position players pitch, but it's just it's logic, right? Over a course of 162 games, it's not like football where you're sprinting through 16 to 18 games in a season. This is a marathon, and there's going to be games where you're going to get blown out. That's just the reality of it. Over a course of 162 games, it's going to happen. You can't. You have to be smart. You have to preserve your bullpen, and if some days call for position players to pitch, then that's just the way it goes. And I think everyone can understand that.
Those 16-inning games when you bring in the shortstop to throw some pitches out there, that's when you need to preserve those bullpen arms.
No doubt.
But next up, a guy you're going to see quite a bit this year. He just signed with the Red Sox, Mr. Trevor Story.
Oh, man, I met Trevor. I said what's up to him during spring training, congratulated him on obviously his new contract, but I've been able to watch what this man's done at shortstop and obviously in the National League for the Rockies, hitting all those homers. I know his success is going to continue to translate. Just speaking to other dudes across the league about him, he's a great character guy. I don't know him too well, but talking to him in a short period of time, he was awesome, and I wish him all the success.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, he's another dynamic player that was a big get for the Red Sox for sure.
No doubt.
And then finally on this list, a guy that is also a superstar, just like his dad, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Oh my goodness, Vladdy just came out of the womb hitting homers, and it shows. This man has been groomed and primed to be. We all saw his quote last year. We got the trailer. Now we're getting the movie this year. I don't know what that's going to entail, but that just sounds destructive and scary in the best way possible. This man came out of the womb hitting homers, and he's going to continue to do so for a long time. If I'm a Toronto Blue Jays fan, I'm just super excited to go to the ballpark every day to watch him potentially do what he's going to do, because he has that in him that every day something special can happen.
Yeah, he's the type of player that he can literally change a game with one swing of the bat. He's something that I try to do, but it never really happens on a consistent basis. But no, it's good. It will. But yeah, that was all the names we have. I just want to, as we wrap up here, just want to thank you so much for taking the time to join us, to talk about your career, things you've collected as you were growing up, and of course doing this great word association game. Thanks, just really appreciate it. So best of luck with the upcoming season. We'll all be keeping an eye on you. We'll be putting some more cards in the BUNT app for you. And, fans that are watching right now, just don't forget to download the Topps BUNT app if you haven't already, and go collect your favorite players. One, of course, Mr. Brett Phillips. So thank you so much for taking the time, man.
Yeah,
it's good talking to you.
No, thank you all very much. Shout out to Topps Bunts for giving me this opportunity to come in here and kind of talk about childhood and my career. It's what a great opportunity for me to connect with the fans who are collecting. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing your guys' personal collections of not only myself, but all the players out there. So go check out Topps Bunts, and I hope you pull a Brett Phillips card. That would be cool.
Yes, absolutely. If you're watching, shout it out and let us know, and we will look for those answers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, shout it out in the comments. We want to see your Brett Phillips cards. But thank you so much, and you guys have a good day. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are back. Hope everybody enjoyed that interview with Brett Phillips. Just a fascinating guy. I mean, any clubhouse is lucky to have Brett Phillips in there. He just has such an infectious spirit, and I only wish nothing but the best for him. Definitely, after that conversation, somebody I try to follow more closely in the league. Just an awesome guy.
Ton of fun to talk to.
like I said, he's just, the positivity is so infectious, and he's we need more of that in baseball for sure.
Absolutely. You can tell, he's a fan and he's local to the team he plays on. So, that kind of energy is so cool to see, someone who you can tell just loves what he does.
Yeah, I can't imagine the feeling of being able to grow up a fan of the team and then be able to play for the team that you love. You know what I mean? That's got to be a dream come true. But we've got about a minute until we hop into our interview with Kieran Gillen from Marvel. But I just wanted to remind folks. Oh, go ahead. You're going to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to remind folks. I know we talked about it before. We talked with Emily and Brett about our Snapchat filter. Like I said, go to the Topps Digital Twitter page. You can enter our giveaway, by taking a photo using our Snapchat filter, and then you reply to the giveaway post with your picture, your in-app username, and the app you'd like to win diamonds in. Can't stress that enough. We'll be able to try and post you on the stream here so you get your name out there a little bit. Hopefully folks will see your name and start trading with you some more. But the filters are really cool. Teams work really hard on them. So go out there and share your stuff and get some diamonds in the app. I mean, it speaks for itself, right?
Why not? What do you got to lose?
Nothing at all. But let's hop in. Let's talk some Marvel with author and illustrator Kieran Gillen.
Nice.
Hey everybody, it is DigiCon Saturday. We are talking all things Marvel, and we have a special guest from that world today, as well as someone from our internal Marvel teams here at Topps. We're going to be discussing his career, comic book works, what the future holds, and much, much more. So please welcome to the broadcast comic book writer Kieran Gillen and Topps Kyle from our Marvel team. Thank you guys for coming on. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thanks for having us. No problem.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. Let's go ahead and kick things off. I have a first question for you, Kieran. Could you take us through what it was like writing your first comic book, Phonogram?
Like, desperation is a good word. But I mean, it wasn't strictly speaking my first comic, because I've been working in the British small press, I was self-publishing zines, I was doing webcomics, so it's all kind of like, there's a background of just doing stuff for art's sake. And in some ways, I kind of saw Phonogram part of that. It was like me and Jamie McKelvey, who is the artist for Phonogram, just putting the band together and doing it. So it was very much like coming in through Image, coming through with a frankly a little bit weird book. It was very much like, okay, we have somehow Image have decided to publish this book. We've got one chance, and they probably can't take away from us. So let's just do it. And at least so much of Phonogram was, can we get it all on the page? And if we never do another comic again, it's okay. And that's kind of like, and Phonogram is a book that's many things. And like, we're embarrassed is the wrong word, but we recognize it's raw, but it's still very much, it's a big burst of where we were in our lives. So it's so much like, anyone who loves comics has got a lot of ideas about comics. Okay, that's maybe not true, but it was certainly true of me. And it's that kind of like, okay, let's just really go for it and just show what I've learned or what I've tried to think and how I think comics could be. So that's kind of what it was like. And it was very much like, all pressure was self-imposed rather than external, though. I think that might be useful because there's definitely books where I'm aware of the external pressure. Phonogram wasn't one of them. Phonogram was me wrestling with my demons.
Now, and to that point, who would you say, like, as you were starting out in your career, who would you say were some of your influences, starting out then and up to today, to get you to where you are at this point in your career?
Like, I'm not a comics lifer, so I read comics as a proper kid, then drifted out as a teenager. Then I came back in my 20s, and like the two sort of ways in, like 21, I read Watchmen for the first time. And that introduced me to Alan Moore. And that was kind of like one of the really big moments in my life in terms of, oh, right, this is different. This is a very different way of seeing the world and operating in a media. And that turned me from that kind of 1 or 2 trades a year guy. So like another friend of mine around then lent me all the kind of the 90s Vertigo stuff and some of the more weirder DC stuff. So that was kind of stuff I'd read. And then I was kind of 1 or 2 trades a year. Then I was 25, I discovered The Authority by Warren Ellis. And of course, it's very difficult to talk about Warren now. But, Warren ran a web forum called the WEF, and I kind of got into The Authority, then Planetary, then Transmet, then I went to the WEF. And the WEF had its ups and downs, but it also was kind of a place where people were talking about comics. And as somebody who knew nothing, it was like, okay, what's new? What's exciting? What's old and exciting? So I was like, I always describe it as like, imagine being, you're okay with music. Like, you listen to maybe 1 or 2 albums a year. Then you discover there's entire shops full of this stuff. And there's 100 years of history, and you can discover it all. And that was me with comics. So you went in and I got into stuff. And so like, Ellis was a big influence, Moore, Morrison. Gaiman's in the mix, though less than you would imagine. Milligan is the guy who, like, I think people are less likely, that's the kind of like 90s Vertigo load. Eddie Campbell, Eddie Campbell was one of those big revelatory figures. I got into French stuff like the Meta Baron. I was really into that kind of like the really kind of weirdness of that. I always remember, like, when I first saw, let's say, Lauren McCubbin's artwork, something like that, which was, like, very, very different. And I was very big a Jessica Abel fan, like, when I was reading the early Art Babe comics, you know what I mean? So it's absolutely go to the shop and throw it all in a box. And you just try to metabolize it, because the thing about coming to it late, mate, you know that you'll never catch up, Yeah. And that's fun. It's a challenge.
You mentioned almost that desperation almost with that first publication and almost getting that first shot and running with it. Can you kind of talk a bit about any challenges you may have faced early on in your career, any advice you may have for, writers going through the similar process right now?
Oh, it's hard. I mean, it's like, the weird thing about Phonogram was that everything was difficult, except for being accepted an image. We just basically mailed Eric, and Eric said yes. It was one of those kind of, oh, that was easy. And then, of course, everything else is hard. I mean, I didn't get any money from Phonogram until like 2010, and it came out in 2006. All the money that went to Jamie, because Jamie needs to concentrate and draw to eat. That was always the reality. As in, we actually split it 50-50, which is relatively rare, but Jamie got his 50% first. That was always the way to try to make it fun. And even in that, it was hard. I mean, I remember the first time we made a couple £100 at a con. We were so excited. £200, that's not a huge amount of money. And we would put it on the bed and rolled on the coins. And I always remember a time around 2008 when we went to a con in Ireland, and we thought we were being given a free table, and we weren't. And we made no money at that con, like £20 or something. And we literally, there was a kind of a whip round, and the creator said, you really can't make them pay for this. And we've gone and let off the hook. And the same con, I was sleeping on Jock, the artist's floor with Jamie, and I sort of picked fluff off my mouth and realised, oh no, I need to earn some money eventually at this. And that's weirdly kind of when my career took off. I think I must have made a deal with the devil on the floor. I tell those stories as in, like, no, it's hard. There's definitely times there's no money in it at that point, and you're doing it for the love. And that has to be kind of in some ways, the guiding light, as in, I was never trying to quote unquote break into comics. I was just trying to do comics. And I was doing it in the small press, I was doing it every step of the way. And if you make your goal that, rather than anything else, it helps. And it's one of those bits which I don't think, this can come off a little bit saccharine, and I don't really mean it to that. It's that kind of, do not worry about breaking in as much as you think you do. Worry about being good. Because being good, whatever that means, makes it A, easy to break in, but B, also means you're not kicked out when you're in. So like breaking in and not being good enough, that's fatal. So it's one of these things like really concentrate on what you can control and create spaces where you can control. And perhaps the tertiary thing is do comics, like however you can, find your people. And finding your people's the other part, as in go to cons, see who's on a similar wavelength. I mean, I've told the story about how me and Jamie met 1,000 times, but I remember the moment when I saw his art. It was like, oh right, he's reading the same comics I am. He likes China Clugston. He likes all that early only stuff. Like he knows what shoes mean. And like other people didn't know what shoes mean, and that allowed us to do a book which is about what shoes mean. Shoes. That's the secret, kids.
Yeah, there it is. The proof is in the shoes. Yeah. So, you mentioned you before you did Phonogram, you did some web stuff, you did some magazines and things like that. So I wanted to ask, like, what was something you worked on that signified a new beginning in your career? Or would you say that Phonogram was that new beginning and kind of how you were seen in the comic book industry?
I mean, Phonogram was like the big one. Like, and then there's I always sort of describe, I mean, even leading to Phonogram, and where this is actually a bit of advice I always give, or every bit of work you do is a calling card for the next bit of work. Like the first 5-page webcomic I did was like, I had to work quite hard to get. So I showed the script to a friend of mine, Anthony Johnston, who's a writer, and he said it's good. And then I used that quote to advertise the script in terms of a web form, as in this guy said it's good, it might be worth you draw, And then I did this comic and it was drawn. And then other artists saw that, oh, that was fun, we should do something together sometime. And the whole process of my career was kind of like that, as in the work, which was small, became the calling card for the next. And Phonogram became, it got me attention, and eventually I got a one-off at Marvel. And, and that was because, actually it's Warren, I have to say Warren again. Warren picked various writers for this job, and I was one of them. And of course, Phonogram doesn't really show you can do a Marvel book. So I did this comics, New Universal 959. And whilst Marvel editors like Phonogram, then they saw this book, which is kind of James Ellroy does superheroes for an issue. And oh no, this guy can actually write superheroes too. Like he can apply his brain to this problem. And that gave me some work in the X office and the 4 office. Yeah. But if I talk about the big, I mean, like, in terms of the big one, I think at Marvel, I took over 4 from JMS. Worth noting, I can't pronounce TH. You may have noticed that. So I took over 4, the God of Thunder, from Marvel, from like JMS. And that was a nightmare job due to it was just very difficult in terms of the production schedule, because it was left suddenly. We went, I had to turn around the book and make it go to else very quickly. It was a lot of complications around it. And it was a sort of job that you kind of assume it was just going to be done on fire, just because it was that difficult. And it was meant to be only 5 issues and expanded to like 13 issues, I think it was, across and it was kind of expanded an issue or 2 at a time. So I was kind of spinning plates and making it as I go along for all that time. And it was good. And I say that not to, I say that about myself because if it wasn't good, they would have fired me and I would have never worked again. And the fact I kind of made it readable, and sales, and sales, even better than good, sales were good. And so given a very difficult situation, I think people realize, oh no, we can deal with problems well. So that's one. You know what I mean? That was very much, and that's how I got Uncanny X-Men. Indirectly, I think that's why I got Darth Vader down the line. So, and the other one, I think more on the artistic side, was something like Young Avengers. Like Young Avengers was me and Jamie taking what we did in Image, which is basically Phonogram, and using that skill set in a Marvel book. And that led to some incredible reviews, and that led us to launching Wictiv. So it's kind of like, as I said at the beginning, every work is calling card for the next. Yeah.
Love that. That is excellent advice. And I think it applies anywhere to anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's like, listen, what I found myself thinking is, if you take away the cynicism as well, when I'm taking on jobs, I'm also thinking, what does this job allow me to show or do? And it's not just to get the next job, but it's also like, okay, what parts of yourself as a creator are you interested in exploring? What haven't you done? What are you interested in? And I think that's also healthy for you, and not just when you're in, and it's more than just getting work, quote unquote. It's also about like, okay, yeah.
Oh, and it's almost just pushing yourself to see how far you can take it on this next trip, or maybe you get out of that creative box and try something completely different. So I totally hear what you're saying.
Yeah. If you're not, being scared is good. It's as a creator, being scared is definitely a thing.
Powerful tool.
Yeah. Kieran, kind of taking it in a little different direction. Have you had any memorable interactions with fans of your work?
All the time. It's like, especially a lot of my work is about what art does to people. In other words, it's how you are transformed for better or worse by art. That's what Phonogram's about. That's what Wictiv's about. It's a theme that goes through a lot of my other work. So in other words, since my work is quite often about that, it attracts people who get that. And especially because I know that I was a fan having that interaction in turn. So I'm aware of how important it is for some people. So like, I wouldn't say people get crying. I'm not saying that someone cries at us constantly, but people cry at us, like me and Jamie, regularly enough to have a sort of drill. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're going to help you through this because we know it's about you. So like, you know what I mean? That's all those when someone's really connected. There's a bit in Young Avengers where characters, there's a bit where Miss America Chavez speaks directly to the reader. You're not that straight. And the whole point of that scene is it's cute and it's meant to be funny, but it's also explicitly saying, hey, I'm your big sister, I've got you. And it's basically, and the number of people is significant who've said, hey, that made me come out, or that made me feel seen, and made, you know, and that's kind of what I was writing, because I was kind of writing something I would have wanted as a reader, you know, and knowing that it's echoed with people you wanted it to echo with, yeah, that's powerful. But then there's all like me and Jamie DJ as well, you know, so like we're DJing, and we built up, you know, we were DJing at Fort Bubbles every year at a con in the UK, and every year people come and throw down. You know, and it's like, and we just sort of grew, and trust me, this is a proper dance floor, and I mean that not to denigrate most con dance floors. I mean that in a kind of like people come and they really go for it.
They're going for it, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you look and you think, yeah, this makes you everything you love about the medium, you know, which is nice. Mm-hmm. I mean, the WICDIV parties were astounding. You know, they were genuinely astounding.
Yeah.
I can't really tell the stories of them.
That's for another time. That's for after dark.
Yeah, DigiCon after dark.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you've been working with Marvel for going on 15 years now. I don't know if there's a character yet you haven't gotten to work on over the years. Do you have any, you know, particular storylines looking back on any particular arcs that were, you know, totally enjoyable to work on? Any particular artists you enjoyed working with over your time working with Marvel?
I must say, you say the 15 years, you saw me sort of collapse as an, oh no, yeah, I'm a lifer now. I was like, you know, like I may have come to comics late, but I know I've been live long enough to sort of be there. Like I've sort of mentioned a few of them. Like I mentioned Young Avengers, but if I was to say the one which I think probably changed most as a writer, I mean, Young Avengers changed maybe how we were seen. But Journey to Mystery, the story I did before that, which was about Kid Loki, as in Loki's attempt to, can Loki change, being the story. And that was a heart on sleeve, audience cried, tear thumping bit of literary, you know, that I look back and that's the one I'm probably most delighted about, as in it changed me. It made me a kind of, I think people always thought if I had a critique before then, people I occasionally thought I was cold as a writer, because a lot of my characters are people who are trying to keep their emotions tied down. They're very British. They're very stiff upper lip, and especially to a primarily American audience, doesn't always work. My character's often about where you should see the crack, and the crack's heartbreaking. And writing Loki, who was 11 years old, allowed me to write the emotions much nearer to the surface, because you know he's fun and clever and manipulative and all that stuff, and he's 11. You know, and things just get too much, and the emotions got very big and very powerful. And I mean, I still remember the first when I did an awful bit where a character sort of dies. It's basically Leah, who's Loki's best friend, ends up merging with Hela because she's actually her left hand. And so, did you really think we'd be best friends forever? Do you think that was possible? Entire internet crying, brilliant. And I felt terrible, but I always felt amazing at the same time. So I look back that fondly.
Very cool. And I like that you mentioned Kid Loki, and specifically, obviously, with him, you know, making his screen appearance in the recent Disney Plus show. Obviously, you've worked a lot on Eternals, you know, seeing them on the big screen. I'm curious what it's like with, you know, MCU's booming popularity. What's it like to kind of see characters you worked on, in particular comic runs, kind of come to light on the screen?
It's weird. I mean, it creeps up on. I mean, I've had roughly little of my stuff. Obviously, Kid Loki's in there, but it's worth noting Matt Fraction was the person who had the idea for Kid Loki. And you see bits and pieces in various places. And obviously over in Star Wars, Black Chrysanthemum in the book of Boba Fett, seeing him was a surprise in terms of, oh wow, there's a really big Wookiee, and seeing the entire internet lust after a Wookiee you made up with Salva. It's like, calm down, internet. It's a lot, you know, and of course, you know, America being in the Doctor Strange, you know, we didn't invent America, but in terms of the look and the vibe and the way she got taken, that's gonna be really interesting. I mean, I know in some ways it's like Jamie, who's designed, Jamie McKelvey, for me, has done the most iconic costume designs of the 2010s. And his response to seeing a Kamala Khan cosplayer, you know what I mean? Or seeing a Captain Marvel cosplayer in the newer design, and just seeing it is incredibly powerful. Because especially it's always about people being able to find heroes which are useful for them. That's the kind of that's the real kick, I think. So it's like, I said earlier, it's like when someone comes and cries at me, I'm very worried about them. I'm trying to make sure they're okay. That's how I kind of look at the multimedia stuff. Like I don't really think I can sort of have enough emotional blocks to sort of like be entertained by it, but I understand it's all like part of a larger system. I'm much more interested in the effect in pop culture, and seeing that sort of echo out, and people finding useful things in the art for them, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned Jamie, who you work with quite a bit. Are there any other artists that you've worked with over the years that you'd love to work with as well?
Oh, it's like, so this is one of those kind of like pick your favorite. I was about to say, can't say child because that's patronising to them, but you can't pick favorite artist. I mean, Jay is that kind of like they will never work with me again because it'd be every single artist I don't would hunt me down and kill me. I mentioned Jamie because we came in together. It's that I always remember the Image Expo when we announced Wicked and Divine. It's like every other person who came on stage had a kind of like Matt Fraction, and then it was like Kelly Sue DeConnick on the big. We were the only people who had Jamie McKelvey and Kieran Gillen. So in other words, we'd become one person in comics mind. So I feel like I'm mentioning Jamie. I mean, it's the most intense relationships, are the ones you do with your image books because you're just working so closely together with them for so long. So it's Stephanie would be a great example of somebody who we met during Journey into Mystery. That's another reason why Journey into Mystery is important to us. Like Stephanie was doing the covers, and she also did the final issue, which I think that was like the final issue was the other heartbreak, and people seem to really like. And she did all the internals, and I had no idea she was an internals as well as a cover artist. So when I saw her pages, I was like, "Oh, she's great. We should do something else together." And then down the line, we did some Angela comics together, and then eventually we did Die over Image, which is like a 20-issue series we wrapped, and that kind of like that building long-term relationship. That's really fun. You know what I mean? Like you get to sort of know people over time and see what they're like, and that's one of the main things about comics as a writer that's so powerful is that every artist is different. It's like you're forming a band each time. So like how I work with Stephanie is very different to how I work with Jamie, how I work with Dan Morrow over in Once and Future, or how I worked with. But yeah, the other side is like people you meet maybe once. Like, let's just keep the Journey's Mystery. Like Doug Breathwaite, who I worked with 6 issues, and Doug's amazing, and we've never worked on anything else except those 6 issues. But I see him at, he's someone I'm friendly. I've stayed at his house. I'm friendly whenever I go to, at cons. I'm always delighted to see him. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like that. Mm-hmm. And then there's the flip of like people who you've met at cons and really got on with, and you've never worked with. I mean, like I'm just going to do something with Steve Lieber for Image, like a little thing for their anthology, and that's fun. It's like someone you finally have met. Estad, Estad, I'm an enormous fan of. So getting to do Eternals with him has been amazing. But I've known Estad for years outside cons, and now we finally work together and see what that was like. You know what I mean? That's kind of that's what the fun is. That you don't want to name people specifically because it's such a flowing thing, and it's also like people who've been in comics forever. So like people you were fans of before you came in. Then there's also people who come in, like Zoe Thorogood, who has just the impending blindness of Billy Scott. Her graphic novel came out like a couple of years ago, and is now doing a book at Image, and I think she's doing a couple of other mainstream stuff, and I forget, isn't she doing a Black Widow book? Maybe, or is it Alias? One of the two. I can't remember which one it is. But she's amazing, and I would love to do something with her, for example. But it's always constantly refreshing because there's so many new people to meet and see.
And to that point, are artists, in that process, are they given more freedom in the storytelling, or is it more, very specific to your writing for each scene? Or you guys, I mean, it's kind of like a marriage, right, throughout the entire process. So are you guys, are they given a little more creative freedom there?
It depends. I mean, I love some things like, I said it's like being in a band. It is like being in a band. So you work out what works for each person individually. Like when you're doing work for, I tend to write full script, but I haven't always worked right. I'm saying, okay, what works for you? So my scripts for Jamie work very differently than I do for Stephanie. For most artists I work with, I'm interested in their input in execution and planning. So in other words, let's have a talk and work out what we're doing. And if like some themes or anything you want to do, like anything you want to draw, anything you want to explore, then I kind of have to really drill it down and make it make sense. Then I'll do a script, and like the script is this is a way I think a solved problem. If you do this, it should work. But let's talk some more. A script is the start of a conversation, not the end of one. With Jamie, especially, like Jamie, we're always very experimental with our layouts. So there's lots of bits where I'm writing, here's some ideas, let's talk some more. So a full script with me and Jamie, you'd have to print our DMs to each other. Conversely, someone like Stephanie is much more like oceanic. I always describe it like collaborating with the ocean. And with Di, we're also making up a world as we go along. Or we've planned out a lot in advance, but also the detail is so much. So a script with her is like, I mean, there's this one panel I described, like there's a bit where we reach a city, and okay, we're in this place, this where the dictators live. And here are 3 settings you could use, which are 2 have been derived from the Bronte's teenage fan fiction. So these are 2 things you can use. And here's a 3rd paragraph for a 3rd idea, or just make something else up with a triangle. So it's like a full page saying, here are some options, choose one. And then at the bottom, I do a too long didn't read as well. Because if the script is too long, you lose an artist. So I'm giving, this is for inspiration. This is the absolute minimum to make the story work. And then there's artists like Jamie. Like Jamie, I mentioned, like, well, the experimental stuff. He writes from the inside out. So you need to tell about emotions. Not just like happy or sad. Like, okay, in 20 issues time, we're going to reveal this person has been lying here. It's a lie about something very soft. So Jamie's all about very soft internalized emotion. But other artists literally don't want that. They just say, you know, happy, sad. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, that's how they work. That's like Dan Moore. Yeah. And Dan Moore is a much more, I write a more stripped back style for Dan. But where I do more for Dan Moore and Once the Future is I give a lot of reference. Because Dan's not from the UK and Once the Future is set in the UK. So I'm always doing street maps and screens, you know, here's everything you need to do to draw the UK, but I'm going to try to step back and allow you to do a really dynamic style. That, basically. It's fun. That's one reason I love comic writing, because it's never the same challenge. I'm not writing the same script. I'm trying to, you know, form a new band, as I said.
It's a new adventure with every single person.
Yep.
Love that. Well, we are almost out of time, but not quite. But before we wrapped up, there was something else we wanted to ask you. Is there anything you can tell us about this summer's upcoming Judgment Day event?
It's called Judgment Day. I've never done an actual event before at Marvel. So me and Valerio is so good. This is what we've mentioned artists as, and he's someone whose work I've loved. And Valerio is doing large scale stuff like no one else. It's a story that's basically, you know, I said earlier about like Phonogram, about me looking at comics and deciding, okay, this is what I want to do. In some ways, this is somebody who's read comics for like, since I've been alive since 2000, and also read the events and like, what do I like about an event? And it's me trying to do what I like. So this is kind of, it's something that moves through various acts. It starts with something, a simple concept, as in, it builds from the comics, and it doesn't like derail people's stories. This is a continuation. Like, the reason why the X-Men and the Eternals are fighting is because of the comics are published in the X-Men line and the Eternals line. And it's like, and it's not one of these misunderstanding stories. It's, oh no, I'm going to start, the Eternals are explicitly bad in this story. You know, as in they are, and our heroic Eternals aren't involved with it. They're kind of, oh my god, what have my people done? So we've got this very strong setting, and then driven from the characters, and then explodes to a different second act, which basically really allows us to dig into the characters of the Marvel Universe. Yes, it's apocalyptic. Yes, it's absolutely event scale. But it's also a book, rather than forcing everyone to just do what the event says, it gives stuff for you to do. I think the second act gives a philosophical question for everybody in the Marvel Universe, which is done in a full-on action, exciting style, emotional. You know what I mean? So it's both the explosions of the Marvel Universe, but also the kind of the heart on sleeve. And also, I mean, the one Marvel event I read as a kid, apart from Secret Wars, was Infinity Gauntlet. And it's also got a bit of the philosophy there. You know, when it hits the third act, it gets a bit more like Stalin in that mode, while still kind of trying to keep in the noughties sheen of something like the Ultimates. You know what I mean? So like, I'm trying to give it a theme, and that's what I'm trying to do. And also keep it human. Because for me, the thing about the Marvel Universe is it's got to have somebody eating a slice of pizza. Because the Marvel Universe, it has to be grounded. So whilst we get a practically big, we also get incredibly small scale. It's somebody tweeting something, and it's somebody punching God. You know, this is what the Marvel Universe is. It's that whole thing. So yeah, it's called Judgment Day, and I hope people like it, because we're having so much fun doing it.
Oh, we all can't wait. I know everyone is super excited. Yeah, I think
tweeting and punching God. That literally sounds like.
Exactly. I was gonna say it's a Marvel comic. It's life. You know.
Judgment Day is upon us. Well, hey, I want to thank you, Kieran and Kyle, for coming on today. I really, really appreciate it. You know, fans that are watching right now, please don't forget to download the Marvel Collect app. Keep an eye out for Judgment Day coming this summer. And thank you guys so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kieran.
Thank you. Hey, all you BUNT fans, it is a Saturday here on DigiCon. I'm here with Gabbie, and we've got a special segment for you featuring two members of the Jomboy Media crew. One is the current host of the Farm to Fame podcast and is a former pitcher for the Royals, Dodgers, and Braves. And the other is the host of Talkin' Baseball and formerly played for the Twins, Athletic, Rays, and my Philadelphia Phillies. Please welcome to the DigiCon broadcast, Peter Moylan and Trevor Plouffe. What's up, guys?
Welcome.
How you doing? Thanks for having us. Yes.
What's going on?
Good,
yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Glad to have you here. So, all right, gentlemen, we're going to get right down to business here. We are doing a head-to-head trivia contest with you guys. You're going to go head-to-head. We're going to test your baseball knowledge here. I know you guys mentioned before you're very, very competitive, so I'm looking forward to seeing this slugfest iron out here. So basically, the rules are simple. We'll give you guys some multiple choice answers to about 10 questions, and the first person to answer correctly gets that point. You don't really win anything. You get some bragging rights for future. Go ahead. You have a question?
Do we have a buzzer, or do we just scream our name?
Just scream it out. Just scream a name. Okay.
Just scream at us.
He's always going to win the yelling match against me.
We're playing street rules.
All right, fair enough. Fine.
All right, if you guys are ready, we're going to get right into it.
All righty. I will kick us off with question number 1. Who did the Mets send to the Cubs in the Javier Baez trade? Was it A, Pete Crow Armstrong, B, Robert Stock?
Pete Crow Armstrong.
That's it.
And that is correct.
Wait, hold on.
You did it. You did it.
I know Pete Crow Armstrong. I knew the answer. I was waiting for you to finish the question like Jeopardy.
This isn't Jeopardy.
Gabbie, should we change the rules? We have to hear
Should we change the rules?
But if I know the answer and you say the answer with the A, I'm not going to wait until you get all the way down to D. I'm going to fire that correct answer straight away.
I guess these are street rules.
These are street rules.
We're still workshopping the game show, so
yeah.
We'll figure it out as we go.
All right. 1-0. All right. So I got the next one here. Xander Bogaerts is from Aruba. Which of these players is also Aruban? A, Andrew Jones, B, Didi Gregorius, or C, Sidney Ponson?
Sidney Ponson.
Trevor's got it. 1-1. We're tied up.
1-1.
I just said my name because I thought that I was doing. I thought that was my buzzer, was my name, but now apparently not. So, street rules, we're back. We are back.
You almost got me there because Andrew Jones is from Curacao.
Correct.
Right?
So he's
and
Ozzy
then
Albies.
who was the second guy?
Didi Gregorius.
Where's he from?
And they all get to play under the Netherlands banner for the World Baseball Classic too. So it's a fantastic team that we get to face every 4 years.
Peter, that wasn't the question, so I don't care about your answer.
Okay, we like the bonus fact.
Bonus points, Trevor. Yes.
Okay. I like that. I like that rule. If you can add a bonus fact, we'll add some bonus
We are
points.
making this up as we go. I'm making up the street rules, Trev. You better hang on, buddy.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Question number 3. In 2021, Salvador Perez set the single-season home run record for catchers with 48. Whose record did he break? Was it A, Mike Piazza, B, Elston Howard, or C, Johnny Bench?
Mike Piazza.
Second one.
Correct.
Second one.
Nope. Both wrong.
Johnny Bench. He played in the American League.
This is just for catchers in general.
They said American League record. Did you say that?
Single season home run record.
Roll back. Roll back the tape.
Roll it back. Okay, I would have guessed Johnny Bench. I thought you said American League, so I was like, okay, Mike Piazza, not really in the American League. Johnny Bench, not in the American League. And I was like, I didn't hear the second one.
We'll
that one out.
Yeah.
Still 1-1.
Okay. Still 1-1. We're good.
All right. This is a tough one, but also this could sway towards Peter because it's about one of the Braves players. Ozzy Albies recorded his 500th career hit against which pitcher? Is it A, Sam Clay, B, Liam Hendricks, or C, Austin Voth? It's a tough one.
I'm going to go Austin Voth just because we've played the Nationals so often.
Incorrect.
I'm going to go Liam Hendricks because you said it was in reference to Peter.
Incorrect as well.
It's actually
Sam Clay.
We have 3 choices and we can't get the right one. We are good at baseball trivia.
That's a tough question. Come on.
It's a tough one.
He did one.
Peter, you should know that. I should know that. You should know.
Who did? I
don't even know who I got my 500 hit off of. I have no idea.
Thank you. So I'm supposed to know who Ozzy Albies got their 500 off?
Maybe you're working today. I don't know.
You got 500 hits? 100 homers, 500 hits?
Yeah, more than that. Come on, bro. Next question. It's 1-1 after 4 questions somehow.
Yeah, it's 1-1. Alrighty. Where am I? Question number 5.
Yep.
As a rookie, Freddie Freeman made waves with his hitting streak. How many games did his streak hit? Was it A, 15, B, 18, or C, 20? 15, 18, or 20?
I'm going 18.
I'm going to see if that's correct.
Final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
Nope.
Yes. Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to give 20.
Yes, correct.
Wait, what a strategy that was,
Process
Peter.
of elimination. Process of elimination.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we've just introduced a new rule.
Should have
First
known.
you go
20
right?
makes sense.
All right, here's another tough one. This is another deep cut.
They're all tough.
Yeah, I know. Adam Frazier was named the 2012 SEC Tournament MVP. Who did he play for? Was it A, the South Carolina Gamecocks, B, LSU Tigers, or C, Mississippi State Bulldogs?
LSU Tigers.
Gosh.
Incorrect.
Oh, see, Trevor gave
That's
you
nice.
the one.
Thank you, Peter. Okay.
Yeah.
The other two are Mississippi State or
South Carolina.
I want to say South
big
Carolina.
schools.
I'm saying South Carolina.
Incorrect.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
It's great. This is so good.
I'll be honest with you guys. I am a baseball snob. I really only care about the major leagues. So the college thing,
Yeah, that's
straight
And
up
again,
for me.
these are questions that we asked on Twitter in the past, so they had the ability to probably look up the answer, I would say. So you guys you don't have that benefit, so you're still
Frazier
doing
and the
good.
Mississippi State Bulldogs. He doesn't seem like a Mississippi boy to me.
No, not at all.
Not really like a South Carolina guy either, to be honest with you. I thought you were going to nail it, Peter, but
That's what I thought.
So what are we still at, what, 2-1? 2-1, Peter.
Yes.
Right?
We're at 2-1. Yep. With that bonus
Hey,
back
so
on the
somehow
side.
you've managed to give us 3 answers, one of them correct, but we can't pick the correct one out of 3. So you've done a great job in hiding the correct answer when you present it to us. That's great.
Peter, forget the pass. We're going to get on a roll right now, okay?
We'll have
on
to make
the next pitch.
We'll have to make some type of tell to let you guys know which one is the right answer.
You know, you kind of did.
Yeah.
You did.
Time for a comeback. Question number 7. Will Clark made his MLB debut in 1986 for the Giants. Which year did he collect his All-Star honor? Was it A, 1986, B, 1988, or C, 1990?
His first All-Star honor. Just
First All-Star honor. 86, 88, 90.
86, first year, bro. First year. Final answer.
Incorrect.
88. I'm going 88.
88 is correct.
Look at me. See?
3-1.
Straight up sad face.
I just know more about baseball than you apparently, Trev. This is just as simple as
These are, let me tell you, these are absolutely tough questions.
I forgot to mention, too, I didn't want to startle you guys, but we did ask the fans who they think was going to win, and whoever picks the right winner gets diamonds and coins in the app. So,
oh my gosh,
little extra
on the lot of pressure
here. You could have a big comeback, Trevor. We could tie it up, and then we have to figure out a situation there. But
do I have to
so
go
what's
2 for 2?
So it's 3-run right now, right?
3-1 right now. Yep.
Oh, there's 3 questions left, though. Hey,
true.
Anybody's ball game, Peter.
Don't call it a comeback.
Oh, give me something that I can just fire off, and I know.
Here we go. This one's probably a little bit easier than the others. The big unit, Randy Johnson, dominated teams for 2 decades and accumulated 5 Cy Young awards. How many total wins did Randy Johnson collect? A, 300, B, 303, C, 329.
329.
Incorrect.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to go with B.
Oh, that would have been
B is correct.
Final answer.
3-2.
Yes, you got it.
Comeback begins.
Okay.
Peter,
I went for it.
bro?
It was strategy. I went for it, and I could have closed the game out with that just instant, confident answer, and it didn't work for me. So welcome back into the game, Trevor.
I still got to get this one right. If I don't get this one right and you do, game over. So
anything
honestly, when I was typing these questions out, I thought 329 as well for Randy Johnson. I felt like he was around. I think he played for the Giants this last year, I think, or went back to Arizona for a year, I believe. So I thought he maybe tacked on a few more after that Yankees run, but I was wrong.
now he's a famed sports photographer now. So
is he
really? Sports
people do
photographer,
different things, okay?
Yeah.
Bonus fact. All right.
That's amazing. Yeah, points. Thank you. 1 million points.
I feel like the questions are. Do you have the 10 questions? Or are you making them up as we go?
No, we have.
That would be amazing if we were just making them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have the luxury
No,
of having them in front of us.
Can you give me a clue? Just to bat your eyelids a little bit or do something.
Get off your phone.
I'll figure something out.
I'll adjust my glasses. Yeah.
Darryl Strawberry was the first overall selection in the 1980 MLB draft. In his 1983 NL Rookie of the Year season, how many home runs did the future start hit? Was it 26, 17, or 25?
That's a weird way to present
Yeah.
those 3 numbers.
Yeah.
Throwing you off.
How many home runs?
I'm going to go for it.
I got it.
I'm going to let. Okay, go.
Okay, you go.
26, 17, or 25?
I mean, you wouldn't go 25 and 26 if it wasn't one of those. So I'm just going to go 25's too round of a number. I'm going to go 26.
Cool.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes. Yes, you did it.
You know, I was going to say 26 right off the bat, and I was like, you know what? Let Peter do it for me. I thought you were going to guess 17, Peter.
Oh, Trevor.
Nice
I would wait
deductive
till this
reasoning
text-
right there. Let me tell you
Yeah.
that. That was nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Thank
it's
you.
a good test taking skills.
That was the test taking skills. That was the test taking skills of someone that didn't prepare for tests. So they had to use that strategy to try and work out the answers because I didn't know the answers of any school tests either. So this
I
is
always
good.
thought the process for me at least was just going with C every time, just circling C right down the line.
But you're going to get it
More
right at
averages.
least sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see a young Peter taking a test in that Australian schoolhouse.
Well, let's do the last question.
Didgeridoos and kangaroos everywhere.
Maybe we can give bonus points for the last question. Maybe it's
Make this work too. Come on, give me a chance.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. Here we go.
Alrighty.
And only I get to answer it.
How many points, Bob?
Do we want to make it for 2 or 3? You want to get crazy?
Oh, see, I don't want to get crazy.
Just
I want to
2.
at least guarantee myself a tie.
All right.
Let me answer, Peter. If I miss it, you win.
Fine. I'm out.
All right, here we go.
My coffee.
Max Scherzer notched his 100th career win in 2015. Which team did Max beat en route to this accomplishment? A, Dodgers, B, Phillies, C, Tigers.
Think about this, Trevor. Think about where he was in 15.
Yeah, I was facing this dude. Okay, so not on the Tigers, obviously. So are these Phillies and who?
The Dodgers.
Trying to think who we played in 2015 in interleague, which I believe we played the Dodgers. I'm going Dodgers. Final answer.
The Phillies. It's the Phillies.
Oh
my! Oh man!
When did we face the NL West? 2014. Shoot!
In a blaze of glory.
You know what?
That was good.
Bad
Deductive
trivia.
You went for it. You went for it.
Deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
Not as good as mine.
Unfortunately, the win here is just bragging rights, but obviously you've got one up on.
Oh no,
Trevor
it's
right
not.
now.
No, it's so much more than that. Because trust me, this phone, between him and I is going to be. It's on a different level now. I have the upper hand.
I don't believe multiple choice is a true testament to your knowledge skills. Okay.
We can run it back.
As you've just outed yourself about your guessing skills.
Yes. Yes.
I was going to throw in some true and false, but I felt like multiple choice was the best way to go. But this was a hard fought win for Peter. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats
On the victory there. Hats off to you. But hey, while we're on the subject, of course, we were talking earlier about bunt and how much you guys loved it, how much you guys played it at the Arizona House. So if you could just give us a little recap of what went on at the Arizona House, what you're doing in bunt, what your favorite people are to collect, things like that. Just I know you guys are big fans, so love to hear it.
I'll go first. I'm going to give you. Look, I haven't got off this app since I left the Bunt's top house in Arizona. So I literally am on it every single morning. I wake up. It's the first thing I do. I check the store to see what's new. You guys come out with boxes every couple of weeks that I just cannot stop putting money into this account with because they're just so impressive. I collect and spend coins like it's my job, and I am just excited to see every week that there's something different. There's a street collection, there's the Rising Stars collection, there's the crafting, there's the missions, there's something to do. Even if you don't have the money to put in there, there's always something that you can do to go around and collect coins in order to get extra cards. So for me, it's just a perfect app, and it sorts all my cards for me too. So that's huge.
Love to hear that.
And what you're going to love too is all through DigiCon weekend for this, this special weekend for us, they're going to be doing some special sets. So definitely keep an eye on what we have coming. And what were you going to say, Trevor? Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I love physically ripping packs. I go and do that with my son a lot. I've also done it through different apps. This gives you the same satisfaction as actually ripping a pack, which I wasn't sure it was going to. If you're just showing me the card, I don't get that sense. But as soon as I got on the Bunts app and saw the pack kind of rip, it gave that to me. And you swipe to see the next card. It's
very accessible.
I wasn't sure if I was going to get that feeling, and I have it. So it really that's what really got me hooked on it.
And you guys had favorite players you like to collect, or maybe try to find yourself in there?
I have found myself, and I've tried to actually trade for myself 3 times, and no one's actually accepted the trade. So if you guys can somehow convince someone to trade me my own card, that would be fantastic.
Well, the audience watching, y'all, you might be rejecting his trades, and
please
maybe rethink that.
Well, offer something better, dude. I mean,
it's my own card. It's worth nothing to other people, I'm sure.
Are you putting that in the comments? Like, dude, this is me. Just give me the card.
No.
Yeah.
me. They
My
wouldn't believe you.
name on the BUNT app is Peter Moylan. So if you see a Peter Moylan that's asking to trade for a Peter Moylan card, just give him to him, please.
They're like,
I like that. I'm
real deal.
Coach Trev on the app. I collect Key Brian Hayes, who just signed his extension with the Pirates. I like the younger guys. Obviously, there's the big names out there. The Trouts and the Otanis. That's what my son likes to see me get. But I kind of like some of the younger guys. Like Key Brian's one of mine. His teammate Cole Tucker, I'd like to collect his cards as well. So yeah, if you see me on the app trying to trade you something, Coach Trev, let it go through. Even if it's like not that great of a trade, let me have it. Come on.
Enjoy it.
Look at the legendary cards too. You got people like Ichiro.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah,
are we doing a Project 70 type thing on the BUNT app?
That I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. We can certainly find out for everybody though. Get some
That's
intel.
The different artist cards.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of the physical ones of those. I'd be really interested to see.
I guess to keep everybody on edge, stay tuned.
Yeah.
There we go.
I really like that.
But yeah,
mystery box.
Oh, there we go. Let's see.
Nice.
Just claiming a mystery box.
Is that Cronenworth?
Seth Brown.
Okay.
Aaron Nola. Jonathan India. Current Rook of the Year. Hello.
That's my guy.
And you know what's great? Is that when you click, if you get a new card, it tells you that you got a new card by popping up a little banner that tells you, hey, you don't have this one yet. So that's added excitement. You don't have to flick through your collection and see if you already have it.
Have you guys traded heavily between each other, or is it always lopsided, or is somebody always offering too much?
You can imagine what Trevor presents me. He gives me a Trevor Plouffe for a Babe Ruth.
Well, my card is going this way. Babe Ruth's card is probably flatlined. I don't know. It's perspective, Peter.
Yeah, at least you're a chance to get back in the league, Trev. Babe's definitely not coming back.
We only have a couple minutes left, but I wanted to ask you guys before we go. I think you guys have talked about this before on your podcast recently. I'm sure you have. Do we have a pick for the World Series this year? Who we think is going to be in it and who's going to win?
I did make a big announcement, as some people might know. I did pick last year absolutely correct from the game. So it was Braves over the Astros in 6. I came up with that before the season. So it was a big deal this year. People want to see me do it again. Scoured the rosters, went over all the information, and I ended up with the Milwaukee Brewers over the Chicago White Sox in 7 games. I really think this is going to be baseball's season after a couple COVID years, and I think people are going to be packing the stands, wanting to be outside, seeing some games. I think the baseball gods are going to reward us with a 7-game World Series. Midwesterners unite! Let's go!
I recently, I've been in Nashville about a year now. We don't obviously have a baseball team that's in our city, but I happily bought the MLB package so I could watch the Philadelphia Phillies. I know we have the Nashville Sounds AAA team down the street, 3 blocks from me actually, which is great. But I bought the package to watch my Phils every day. So
you're in Braves country, you know that, right? You're in Braves country. You're in Braves.
I know that, but I can't. I just can't. I can't give it the
what are the Braves own the whole Southeast? Come on, bro.
Yes, we do.
There are a lot of Braves fans here in Nashville. I will say that. Sure. But the Nashville Sounds,
not the whole Southeast.
The Nashville Sounds are the Brewers AAA affiliate. They have a beautiful new stadium
are they?
right down the road here. Yeah.
Peter, show that ring off. Show that ring off.
It's upstairs, man. It's upstairs. I'm showing it off. It's in the safe. It'll take too long to get out.
Peter, who's your? I bet
I'm going Braves over White Sox. I like the White Sox pick, but I'm going to go. I think the Braves have got a chance to repeat, not just because I'm a Braves fan and because I work for the Braves. I really do think that they got better. Somehow they got better, and they're gonna ride the momentum that they had in the second half right the way through the year this year.
Yeah, I think people underestimate that Matt Olson signing too. His talent speaks for himself there. I'm just sad that we have to play them all year long.
Well, I've watched him for a week, and he's every bit as good a player as everybody's told me he was, and just as good a person too. Yeah.
Did you tell him you know me, Peter?
Of course. He remember me from the Jomboy house. We were talking about the fact that he's going to get traded.
House. He was hanging out. Yeah.
Top Spun house. Yeah.
The night before he got traded, he was over there. We went out to dinner, and it was like a round table of some of the A's guys, and it was like they knew it was coming, and it was like sad but happy for all the time they got to spend together type thing. And I was just like sitting back, and yeah, I played with these guys for a short amount of time, but they were like, there was some emotion there. And then next day, Matt Olson traded, Matt Olson extended, Matt Chapman traded, and Pinder is just still in Oakland.
It's like the Last Supper is what it was.
It was. Who was Jesus?
He was there. He was just floating above. Yeah.
Or Peter was Peter.
There we go. Yeah.
No, if you're going to pick it out, it would have been Matt Olson. He just broke off 180 millions. He could probably become Jesus quite quickly.
Yeah. Well, hey guys, I really appreciate you coming on. This was really a lot of fun. To the victor go the spoils, of course. Thank you guys for playing the BUNT app.
Yes, thank you.
Keep playing, keep making those trades. You guys back at home watching, you guys know how to find these guys. Don't harass them. Just send some fair trades, and keep downloading the BUNT app and get your favorite players. So thank you guys so much, Peter Moylan and Trevor Plouffe, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Baseball card season is back with 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. This all-new collection features modern-day stars, new rookies, 2021 league leaders, and more. New insert sets showcase the game's best, from Diamond Greats, featuring the all-time best players, to Generation Now, celebrating fresh young talent from each MLB team. We're even showing off the flashiest feet, showcasing unique spikes and the players who rock them. This year, the iconic 1987 Topps wood grain design returns to honor its 35th anniversary. You gotta love that look. Home Run Challenge is back as collectors rip, flip, and predict when their favorite sluggers will go long. Plus, don't forget to look for autographs and game-used memorabilia cards from rookies, veterans, and more. All in 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. Available now at your local hobby shop, retailer, and Topps.com.
Connect with Star Wars fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all of your favorite characters from the trilogies and beyond. Lock on your target and win free cards or credits daily. This is the way to build the ultimate Star Wars collection. Star Wars Card Trader by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Collectors assemble. The Marvel Universe is now at your fingertips with Marvel Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite comic characters, connect and trade with Marvel fans around the universe. Download today and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Top
All right, folks. Looks like some people are getting excited for some Marvel trivia. Thank you to Peter Moylan and Kieran and Trevor for joining us on those segments. And, of course, Brett Phillips. That was a great run there. So all of you that picked Peter Moylan for your winner in trivia, look for your prizes to be coming soon. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to participate on our social channels and, of course, in the app or in the Twitch feed as well. So
absolutely.
Appreciate it. And now we're going to kick it off with some Marvel trivia. Why don't we hop right in? Do you want to take the first one there, Gabbie?
Yeah, let's go for it.
So
okay.
I'm going to just ask what my favorite snack was. That's a great question. I do love a good Cheez-It, I have to say.
I have to agree. I also love a good Cheez-It.
Cheez-It's good.
Okay, sorry guys. I just need to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's see. What was the original color of the Hulk? Oh, is it A, green, B, red, C, gray, or D, blue?
Just a reminder to the folks that are just joining us that haven't before, please put the letter of the answer plus the answer itself. That way our moderator can find out who answered first and we can get that person their diamond. So letter plus the answer, and then we'll see who answers first, and you'll get the points. And we'll give it some time to get folks to catch up. I want to say.
What do you think it is, Bob?
Red?
Do you know?
I want to say red, maybe. Just feels like that's. Although gray seems
on theme, right? You know,
Yeah.
if we're going for rage, red would seem right, but
Yeah.
we got a lot of people in the audience saying gray.
Yeah. Some people looks like they know their Marvel better than I do.
But some people spell it gray, Gray. So.
Yes, like Jean Grey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and do a answer reveal. Gray it is. All right.
That is correct.
So a lot of people were right there, but again, the first person to answer with the letter plus the answer itself will be declared the winner, the first person to do so. All right, let's go on to the next one. All right, in the comics, what one word is used to activate the Winter Soldier? Is it A, Motherland, B, Sputnik, C, Russia, or D, Soviet? I'm going to say
Looks
Motherland.
Like, yeah, and I think the very first answer I saw in general was Motherland. We'll see if that's right.
Yeah.
People are going back and forth between Motherland and Sputnik. And this
Winter
question
Soldier
does specify comics.
Yes. Movie-wise, one of my favorites of the Avengers. Sebastian Stan in general is the man. Very underrated.
I agree. Someone said F, pizza.
I think that's
no, but
turtle.
good try.
Let's go ahead and give it another 5 seconds, and we'll reveal the answer. All right, let's see what we got here. Sputnik. All right, I was wrong. Just doesn't seem like a word that would be. It didn't seem like that would be the response, but all right, let's go on to the next one. All right, in which MCU film does Black Widow make her debut? A, Captain America, B, The Avengers, C, Iron Man 2, or D, Thor? I don't even know that one either.
Yeah, I think the audience knows it.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie? I haven't seen the movie yet. Black Widow.
I have not. No, I need to. I'm behind on my Marvel movies.
Yeah, I can't seem to keep up.
I was very focused on all of the shows throughout the past year.
Yeah.
Currently, I'm staying up to date on Moon Knight, but yeah, I got to catch up on the movies.
I love that they have what's his name from Stranger Things in there. Big fan of his. His name's escaping me though.
David Harbour.
That's it. Yeah, David Harbour. Yeah.
Hopper.
All right, we'll give it. Hopper. That's it. I mean, that's coming back. What, in a couple weeks? I think. Stranger Things. I cannot wait. Is it the last
Stranger
season?
Things card trader.
There you go.
I don't know. Maybe someone in the audience knows. I don't actually know if they said. I'm under the impression this will be the last one.
Yeah, or one of, or either this one or the next one. Let's go ahead and do answer reveal. Iron Man 2. All right, we had a lot of folks that answered Iron Man 2 there. So whoever was the first to answer with the letter and the actual answer will be the winner there. So
correct.
Let's go on to the next one. All right. Who was named more powerful than the Sorcerer Supreme in a recent Disney Plus show? Was it Falcon, Wong, Loki, or the Scarlet Witch? Got me on that one too. Oh wait, I think I do know this one. Now that I think about it, I'm not even reading the responses either. I think I got this one.
Yeah, I think we've got a consensus going in chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with everyone and say D as well. All right, we'll give it another minute. I know some people are trying to catch up.
That was a great show.
Yes, blew through that one.
All right.
Going on in my hallway, but hooligans out there.
Don't they know that you're streaming?
Right, they
This is
should.
a broadcast.
They should.
This is a closed broadcast
Meddling kid.
studio. All right, are we ready for this answer? Speaking of,
Yeah, let's do it.
yeah.
Scarlet Witch. There we go. All right.
I cannot wait for the movie.
Go on to the next one. All right. What position did that is not the right question. We can skip that one.
Well,
think it's got a baseball question, and then there we go. Pepper pots. We'll take a mulligan on that one. All right, there we go. Do you want to read that one?
Sure. Thanos is faithfully served by an elite team known as, is it A, Ravagers, B, the Black Order, C, Horsemen, or D, Hydra?
All cool names. I mean, Hydra, obviously, the most well-known of them, but...
Yeah, but they work for someone else.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know. I'm not giving away answers here. Chat knows. Chat knows what's up.
Yeah, I think we got the
Not
consensus
fooling anybody.
here.
All right, chat. It looks like you're all going with B, Black Order. Do we want to see? Do you want to see if you're all right?
Let's do it. Black Order it is. Thanos.
That is it.
Josh Brolin has had himself a run of Marvel movies between this and Deadpool. He's all over the place. All right, we'll move on to the next one. All right, where is Loki originally from? The Dark World, Midgard, Jotunheim, am I saying that right? Or Asgard? Jotunheim sounds like a football team, a European football team.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a small town somewhere.
Yeah. I'm going to say Midgard. But it looks like Jotunheim's pulling out in front here.
That is, yeah, that is the audience pick. Jotunheim.
Jotunheim, gotcha. Thank you for clearing that up. All right, let's reveal the answer. There we go.
Correct.
Jotunheim.
Love that card. I don't have that card, and I want that card.
Marvel team, if you're watching, take note. Give Gabbie that card.
Give me that card.
All right, let's go on.
Give
to
me
the
all the
next
Loki
one.
cards.
Give me all the Loki. Kieran Gillen was discussing Kid Loki in his interview, so there we go. Wrapping it all up. We can go to the next one. Crookie. One of Shang-Chi's greatest adversaries is his own A, sister, B, brother, C, uncle, or D, father. All right, got a couple different answers here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's one more than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I like that answer. E, himself.
There we go.
True.
One of these things is not like the other. I'm going to say father. I'll go with the consensus here.
Yeah.
I'll be a follower.
I'm going with that too. I'm going with D.
All right, let's reveal that answer. D, father. All right, I got one. I'll take it.
I guess this one would be a trick question if you hadn't watched the whole movie all the way through, but you know.
Yeah. All right, let's try another one here. All right, the first movie in the MCU, Iron Man, was released in 2006, 2007, 2008, or 2009. I actually don't.
I don't like this question.
I want to say B. I want to say it's in that time frame.
Nope, don't like that. Don't like thinking about how long ago these movies came out.
No, I didn't even think about that. What year are we in? 2022? Jeez.
Yeah, nope. Yeah, that was like 5 years ago. It's fine. No big deal. We don't need to talk about it.
2008, I was 21. For the date. All right. 2000. I'm gonna go 2007. I'm seeing a lot of different answers there. I see a lot of 2006, 2008.
I actually don't remember, but I feel like it was 06 or 07. I'm just trying to remember. I'm like trying to put like time and space in order. Like where was I when Iron Man was happening? Again, I'd rather not. Whatever.
right, let's go ahead and do the big reveal. 2008. All right.
Okay.
Really? I would have thought it was sooner. Maybe I'm thinking Spider-Man, but that was like 2002. But
oh yeah,
like the first big time comic book movie, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 2008. Downey Jr. made his big comeback. Let's go to the next one. All right, in Guardians of the Galaxy, what planet does Quill first steal the orb from? Is it Morag, Titan, Nowhere, or Xandar? I don't even know. I mean, I love this movie too. I kind of disappointed in myself here.
Yeah, process of elimination. I know which one it's not.
I'm gonna
but
say
I don't.
I'm gonna say D.
And I'm going to go with A.
Looks like a lot of folks are going with A too.
All right, what's it going to be? What's it going to be?
What's it going to be?
Are we ready to reveal? We ready for a reveal?
Morag, God, I'm awful at this. All right, let's move on from this one.
Yeah, you'll just have to rewatch it now.
That's exactly. I could do that tonight. Yeah. When Spider-Man was first offered membership to the Avengers in the comics, he was required to catch what superpowered being as a test? Was it A, the Wasp, B, the Hulk, C, Doctor Doom, or D, Kang the Conqueror? Maybe we should get John Romita back in here. Maybe help out with this. Spider-Man was first offered.
Yeah, I don't know this one. I'm checking chat. Chat is all over the place.
I just like the name Kang the Conqueror. It's a great name. Looks like a lot of people are saying the Wasp. But I'm seeing the Hulk. Some people are saying the Hulk too.
Some people are saying, and some people said Doctor Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's saying Kang the Conqueror. Yeah, Joe Mama.
There was a radio DJ in Philly growing up for one of the stations. His name was Joe Mama. Didn't last long. He didn't last very long. Let's go see what the answer.
Let's see.
The Hulk. All right. I would have said the Wasp since I saw that as the overlying answer there.
Good job, everyone who got that.
Yeah.
A little bit of a deeper cut, perhaps.
Yeah. All right. Let's try the next one. All right. What is the name of the Eternals ship in the MCU? Is it Milano, Benatar, not to be confused with Pat, Domo, or Blackbird? Domo arigato.
Mr. Blackbird. Yep.
Yeah. All right. I'm seeing a lot of Domo.
Domo. Domo. Remember Domo-kun? He was that little brown guy with the big mouth.
Yeah.
Just the world had a love affair with him for a few years there, and he was on all the merch.
Benatar loves the battlefield. Mr. Roboto. All right. People are catching on to my awful jokes. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Yeah. All right. I'll give it a few more seconds and we'll.
Major Domo? Yes.
I'm going Domo. I'll go with the consensus here.
Domo.
All right.
Okay.
Let's reveal. Domo. All right.
Correct.
We did it. We did it,
team.
All right. Let's go on to the next one.
All right.
Who is the brother of Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops? Is it A, Colossus, B, Cable, C, Forge, or D, Havoc?
Got a lot of people going with Havoc.
I only recognize
So
Cable and Havoc. So
yeah.
I'm going to go with either one of those.
You gonna go with the crowd? Or are you going to be a rebel?
I'm going to rebel it up.
Answer.
Okay. You could go with B, Cable.
Okay. I'll go with the crowd. I'm going with Havoc.
Havoc. See a Colossus thrown in there. Yeah, hey guys, sorry about the lag. I mean, there's really nothing that I think we can do about it. I don't know if that's just a Twitch thing or what, but unfortunately, out of our hands. All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. Havoc. All right. See, I was wrong. That's what I get.
I trust the crowd.
Going off the grid.
They tend to know what they're talking about.
I just like the Cable character. He's awesome. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, which of these MCU characters did not disappear after the snap? Oh wow. All right. Kate Bishop, Bucky Barnes, Drax, or Doctor Strange? I want to say I remember Drax disappearing. Doctor Strange. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm going to watch it again. Another one. I'll go with Bucky Barnes. I just feel like I remember Doctor Strange floating for some reason and not disappearing. I could be wrong. I see a lot of Kate Bishop.
Yeah, I think everyone's going with Kate.
I think, yeah, I might have to change my answer because now I'm starting to remember a little bit.
It's all coming back to you now.
It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, it's like Celine Dion. It's all coming back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go with the answer. Kate Bishop. All right.
Bishop.
I'm glad I changed. You guys swayed me.
I'm telling you, they know.
Let's go to the next one. In the comics, who was responsible for the death of King? I always butcher this. If you want to give it a shot, Shaka. Okay. Baron Zemo, Killmonger, Ulysses Claw, or Shuri?
Tell you who it wasn't. But I'm not going to say it out loud. No spoilers.
Do it. Do it up.
No.
No.
Everyone's going for Killmonger. Well, not everyone. We've got a few others. We've got a few outlying guesses.
A couple of these sound like they could be wrestler names. Ulysses Claw. Be a great bad guy. E. Stanley. That's great.
I mean,
he'd be honored. Give it another 10 seconds or so. See if people can get their last answers in here. All right. All right, let's go ahead and do the big reveal. Ulysses Claw. All right, for the win.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite name.
We had a lot of guesses for Killmonger, so congrats if you got this one right.
Nice work. Nicely done. All right, let's go to the next one. I think we got a few left. I don't know how many we've gone through at this point, but all right. Which of these is used to power Mar-Vell's lab? The Power Stone, the Tesseract, Soul Stone, or the Time Stone? I'm going to go with B.
B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like that's a consensus,
I'm also going with B.
Superfan27 said, sad that we never got to see Circus in that red bodysuit. I agree. But now he's Alfred in Batman, so at least we get that. Which I've yet to see. I still need to sit down and watch the Batman. I've heard good things. I've heard good and bad things. I don't know. What do you guys tell us what you think? Did you see it yet?
Not yet. I've been wanting to,
yet.
and then I heard how long it was, and I need to emotionally prepare myself to watch a movie that long.
Yeah, it's an investment from what I understand. But if it's good, you lose track of time. You don't know, right?
That's true. All right, we've got. Yeah, I think a lot of people have got their answers in, and We've got some variety of answers, but I think a lot of people are going with B, like we did.
All right, let's see what it is. All right, B.
And it is B.
Nice work. Captain Marvel. It's a great card too. Love that. All right. Let's try the next one. I'm seeing people are loving Batman, so I guess I'll give it a shot. All right. Who was the first Ant-Man? Eric O'Grady, Scott Lang, Hank Pym, or Cassie Lang? I'm going to go with my Irish brethren, Eric O'Grady.
I'm going to go with C.
Hank?
Hank Pym.
Hank Pym. All right. I see some Hank. I see some Scott Lang. Pym. A lot of Hank. Seems like people know this one.
Scott Lang was the first Ant-Man to steal my heart. There's that.
Wasn't Paul Rudd?
Well, I guess, yeah. If you want to be technical.
Yeah. He's got everybody's heart, Paul Rudd.
I love him. We got to get him. We need to get him here.
Yes.
Call him, Bob.
I mean, he's a huge, is he a Royals, I think? Royals fan or I forget which team he likes.
I can't remember. But yeah.
You could do some
Let's get him on here. Let's get him on here just to talk about baseball and like not even bring up the Marvel stuff. Like
yeah. Act like we don't even know that he was Ant-Man. Oh, you were in that? You were in Clueless as well? Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and reveal the answer. Hank Pym, you were right.
There it is.
All right. A lot of folks were right on that one. Okay, good work, guys. All right, let's try next one. We got about 5 minutes left, so we'll try to get through as much more as we can. All right, where is Miss Marvel Kamala Khan from? New Jersey, New York, New Mexico, New Zealand. I'm going to say the land of Walter White and C, New Mexico.
I'm going with New Jersey.
Jersey. I'm sure some of our Tops folks that are watching are who have resided in New Jersey are enjoying that answer. All right. I'll give another few seconds. I'm going to stick with New Mexico. All right. Let's see what we got here. Jersey. You guys are right. Nice work. And there's a beautiful back shot of New Jersey there. See?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Newark,
New Jersey. All right, let's go to the next one. In Avengers Endgame, which character snaps half the population back? Iron Man, Thor, Thanos, or Hulk? Great scene in the movie. I see some different answers here. A lot of majority going with Iron Man, though. I like how Hulk in this one tried to, taking pictures, shaking hands, kissing baby, all that good stuff. Just a big softie. All right.
That was a heavy movie.
Oh my God, yeah.
It was a bit much.
Yeah. But a great capper to end that portion of the series. All right, let's see what we got. Hulk. All right. See, I thought it was Iron Man too, but I guess I need to go back and rewatch. It's one of those movies you can only really watch a couple times because it is heavy, like you said, and an investment. Definitely a couple hours long. So.
Yeah.
But let's go to the next one. All right. What is the Super Soldier Project officially known as? Project America, Project Rebirth, Project Super Soldier, or Project Insight?
I'm going to go with C.
C?
Right
See
on the nose.
Yeah, I see a lot of C. So I'm going to stick with the group as well and go with C. People were right on top of that one. Give that another minute or another few seconds. Not another minute. That'd be.
If you see a couple alternate answers, I see, a couple people said rebirth. Someone said insight.
Yep. No one went for America yet.
A few people are already giving up on trivia for today.
All right, let's go ahead and reveal that answer. Rebirth. All right. Wow. Stumped. I would have thought Super Soldier too, just because I was going with the crew, but looks like Rebirth was the win.
They let us down for once.
Yeah, that's all right.
Nice. Good job. Good job, everyone who got those.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jeez. So, we have just another minute or so before we're going to hop into a interview with Mets first baseman Pete Alonso. Really excited about this one. Obviously, he's, a major star of the New York Mets, one of the biggest franchises in not only baseball, but all of sports. Looking forward to having you guys see us talk to Pete, hear what he's got to say for his career, the upcoming season, his teammates. We're going to do a little bit similar to what we did with Brett Phillips. We're going to do a little word association with Pete about some other players in the league, get his thoughts on them, and just excited for you guys to see it. So we will see you guys in a little bit right before the Aaron Judge interview.
Yay. See y'all soon.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to DigiCon Saturday. I'm here with Gabbie. We have a special guest for all you BUNT fans coming up right now. He's the cornerstone of the Mets' high-octane offense, and he's one of baseball's best home run hitters, former National League Rookie of the Year, two-time Home Run Derby champion. Please welcome New York Mets first baseman Pete Alonso. Welcome, Pete.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, let's get right into it. As a kid, obviously Topps baseball cards are a big thing for a lot of kids growing up. What was the first thing you collected as a kid?
So growing up, I for sure collected a ton of baseball cards, and then also Pokemon was huge. So I collected a ton of Pokemon and baseball cards, like growing up. And for me, I think playing baseball as a kid, it just kind of increased not just my love of the game, but kind of the fandom of it too. Because collecting cards, I thought as a kid, it's helps kids like get super involved in the game.
Absolutely. It's funny you mentioned Pokemon. I still regret to this day giving away my Charizard. I think it was one of those first edition ones. Big regret.
Well, I mean, at the time, as a kid, you just kind of appreciate and trade them. And then, I mean, I don't even think anyone really knew how to play the game.
No, I don't think I ever spent 1 minute figuring out how to play the game. Just try to get as many, got to collect them all, right? Just got to get as many as you can.
Got to catch them all, exactly.
That's right, yeah.
And then trade with your friends. That's a big part of the fun of it. So, Pete, speaking of baseball cards, I love asking players this. Do you remember the first time you saw yourself on an official Topps baseball card and what that felt like?
So there's like little things that, like in a professional player's career. So right after I got drafted, I saw like an official Topps card. And for me to see myself on the card, I'm like, wait, like I'm wearing a Mets uniform, and that's not like the jersey I was wearing. I was wearing like everything was like super like photoshopped, and I'm like, but how did they do this? It's like I just got drafted, and I could tell that it was from a picture of my sophomore year, and I know the exact at bat. I'm like, I remember hitting a double, and it was I'm like, why did they Photoshop this? I mean, I wish they just left it the way it was, because I feel like for me, like that Mets uniform or any big league uniform, it's a privilege, and for me, I think it's something that like I wanted to earn it, you know. And it's like, why did they just put that on there, you know? And I could tell it was my metal bat, and they like just kind of photoshopped out all the engravings of the metal bat, and they made it look like a wood bat. So it was kind of funny, and I'm like, how did they do this? But
what kind of sorcery is this?
But seeing myself on the Topps card, it was surreal, because there's certain little things that let you know it's like, hey, you're on the right track, and it's like, or there's certain things it's like, man, like you made it. So that's one of those things like, all right, I'm a professional ball player now. I have my own baseball card, official baseball card, and it felt really good. It was awesome.
It's like seeing yourself in a video game for the first time. Like, oh my God, I made it. You know what I mean? Like this is real. This is happening.
It's trippy when you see yourself in a video game or on a baseball card, because growing up, it's like you don't really think anything of it. You just think it's like, oh, that's my favorite player or whatever. But it's like, wow, like I'm in there too. That's crazy.
I have arrived.
Exactly.
Getting into your career, can you take us back to that first season with the Mets? I mean, you were named Rookie of the Year, All MLB First Teamer, obviously led the league in home runs, and All-Star. Like, how surreal was that? Just to, again, like we were just saying, I have arrived. Like, you really did arrive that first year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that first year, it was an incredible journey, and there was so much hard work and determination and trial by fire not just during that year, because performing in the big leagues and being able to do that and perform at a high level is just, it takes a lot. But just the fact that I got that chance from opening day right off the rip. I mean, there's so many things that I had to prove and earn prior to that. And a lot of people don't realize like how difficult making it through the minors are, because the minor leagues, every big leaguer has to go through the minor leagues. There's big league talent in every league, and you have to kind of just prove to not just your team, but prove again. You have to stand above the rest. You have to prove that you are not normal and that you are too mature and way too good for that league every single year. So a lot went into it for sure.
And how do you kind of balance the ultimate goal of like winning a championship, as opposed to the individual awards? Like what kind of goes in your mindset there throughout the year?
Well, for me, I have to be the best version of myself to help my team win. For me, I have a very big responsibility, because I'm our cleanup hitter. I'm a power hitter, and also I'm the starting first baseman in the New York Mets, who's supposed to drive guys in and make my other infielders better. I'm supposed to pick the throws out of the dirt. I'm supposed to save errors for them, and I'm supposed to be super involved, hold runners. Like, I have a ton of responsibility, and there's big shoes to fill, and there's a lot of responsibility being the guy that's supposed to be the RBI guy, or the guy that's going to drive the ball over the wall, or one swing can change the game and help us win. So I have a tremendous responsibility, and I feel like if I'm the best version of myself, I'm going to help the team win a ton of games.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we want to know or hear a little bit about this nickname you have, Polar Bear, and I believe it was the former Mets third base coach Gary DiSarcina that gave you that name. Is that correct?
No, it was Todd Frazier.
That's right.
Okay.
Recently, hats off to him on happy retirement to Todd Frazier.
Yeah, Todd. Yeah, Todd. He was one of the first. He was like the first people like to kind of say that and have it stick. And he was my locker mate in 2019. I was just in that spring training in 2019. I had no idea if I was going to be in AAA or the big league. So I'm kind of just fighting, clawing, and really just competing for my livelihood. I just want to be on the team. And he's just this. I love Todd. I have such a great relationship with him. He took me under his wing, but again, he's a loudmouth guy from Jersey, and he loves talking trash. But he's just said it in the most endearing way possible. He's like, Pete, you just look like a big old damn polar bear. I'm like, all right. Like, I mean, again, like I think the nickname is really cool, and there could be a lot worse nicknames out there, but I mean, I dig it. I loved it, and it just stuck. And cool. Todd was kind of the driving force of that.
Nice. Well, I was gonna ask if you embraced the nickname. That was gonna be my follow up, but I guess so. It sounds like you
Yes, I mean polar bears are sick. I mean they're incredible creatures, and I think they look nice and cuddly on the outside, but they got some badass to them. So I like it. I'm all for it.
Absolutely.
Sounds like it fits.
Now, you mentioned you and Todd are good friends. Are there any other players you hang out with in the off season, and anybody that you're super close to in the league?
Yeah, I mean Tampa is just such a hotbed for not just for baseball talent, but a lot of big leaguers end up calling Tampa home. I grew up actually playing ball with Brett Phillips. Me and Christian Arroyo played against each other all the time. Lance McCullers and I went to the same high school for a couple years. Kyle Tucker, we played high school ball together. I played after I transferred. Me and him were on the same thing. Jake Woodford, and then Austin Meadows and I need to go fishing more often. And then this past off season, I got to hang out with Paul Goldschmidt and a couple other Tampa guys. So it was really, really cool.
Yeah, we actually spoke to Brett Phillips earlier, so that's awesome. He's a great guy.
Oh, Brett's the man.
Yeah. So, we mentioned earlier, two-time home run derby champion. That's obviously a very exciting element of the All-Star game, and we know you're obviously quite familiar with that. You're the fourth player in history to win back-to-back derbies. Can you share a bit about what that event means to you? If you dreamed of everybody dreams of participating in the home run derby growing up, but take me through what your mindset was going into that. And I know it's supposed to be just a lot of fun, but I would want to win myself if I was participating too.
Yeah, for me, that was growing up when I was younger, that was one of the only times that my parents let me stay up late. That event was so awesome because for me growing up, I'm a 90s baby. Growing up and watching just giants of the game like Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Ken Griffey Jr., watching those guys participate in the home run derby, it's just really, really special. And then also 2009, the most unforgettable home run derby besides the ones I competed in was in 2009 when Josh Hamilton kind of took over Yankee Stadium. That was insane. That first round, I know Justin Morneau ended up winning it, but that first round was just incredible. You
didn't think he was ever going to end. You never didn't think he was ever going to stop hitting dingers into the, what was that, right field over the fence there, man. That was incredible to watch.
I know. He was hitting them all the way up in the 4 train.
Yeah, as a Philly guy, I appreciated Bobby Abreu's run a couple of years before that. So that was fun to watch too. Because you saw him do it. You saw Bobby Ray doing it. You're like, all right, nobody's going to be able to top this. And then sure enough, Josh Hamilton just killing the ball.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's one of those bucket list things, and doing it, being able to do it twice and win it twice is really incredible. And I take pride in every single time and when I compete. So it's not just the home run derby. I take pride in how I compete on the field in the games. And for me, I just want to win, and that's what it boils down to. It's why play if you don't want to win.
Are we going to see a three-peat this year?
I mean, we'll see. But I would like to, but we will see.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier you're a Florida native. What's it like to attend spring training, down there in the Grapefruit League? I know, getting to be back home, obviously Tampa Bay. What's that like for you getting to go back there and spend a month or so, back there? I know you said you live down there too, but.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our spring training is in Port St. Lucie, and that's 2.5 hours away from home. So it's just far enough. Yeah. So it's just far enough to where I'm over on the other side of Florida. I'm on the East Coast, but still it's crazy because, growing up, there's a ton of baseball tournaments down in the Palm Beach and Jupiter area. And the backfields of the Cardinals and Marlins facilities hosted a ton of tournaments that I used to play at. So those backfields I'm very all too familiar with. And then in I think it was 2011. I think, yeah, it was 2011. We played our high school championship game at now it's Clover Park. I forget what it was named back then, but in Port St. Lucie. So I've been everywhere in the state of Florida because baseball takes you to a lot of places, and they host a lot of those tournaments down there. So I've seen pretty much all the facilities, and I'm very, very, very familiar with all the backfields.
Well, speaking of facilities, I know you're in Philly right now for a series. Who has the best visiting locker room facilities in the league?
Man, that's honestly, San Diego is kind of small, but the vibe that they have in there, it's really special. They got guitars hanging on the wall. They got skateboards hanging on the wall. I don't know what they have. There's always some nice incense lit. It's San Diego because it's super vibey. Yeah. But I think it's cool that they have skateboard. You can just purchase them right off the thing because you got Taylor acoustic guitars. They're made in San Diego, and then also Sector 9 longboards. They're made in San Diego as well. So you have two really cool things there. I think the Cubs. Cubs is super old school. They updated it recently, but I love Wrigley Field because of the history. Same with Fenway. I'm trying to think what other ones that really stick out.
I was going to say, despite their age, I got to imagine walking into places like Dodger Stadium, Wrigley Field, that's got to be just a special feeling regardless of the facilities themselves.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much texture and history at those parks, and it's just so fun. It's so fun playing there because you're just man, especially at Fenway, for example, it's Babe Ruth played here. It's Lou Gehrig played here. It's oh yeah, Ted. Well, you can just go up and down the list, and it's wow, these titans of the game of baseball, 100 years ago, they played here. So it's insane. Same with Wrigley too.
Yeah. So speaking of titans of the game, I wanted to ask you one last question before we get into a quick word association game with you. If you could go back in time and have a one-on-one conversation with any baseball player, from any era, who would you pick, and why would you pick that person?
Well, it's funny that you say that because the people that I really, really idolized as a kid, I've been able to talk to, and there's a few names that it's really awesome. I grew up loving Mike Piazza. I grew up loving Mark McGwire. I've been able to talk to Mark and Mike a ton. It's been really, really special being able to pick their brains, not just on the art of hitting, but just how to approach the game, because being a big power guy, it's pitchers have to have that certain tactic because we're the type of guys that are circled, starred, and highlighted, and it's man, this guy can't beat us. So being able to pick Mark and Mike's brains have been truly phenomenal. And then guys that are kind of more recent, like Paul Konerko and Paul Goldschmidt, those are the guys that I kind of want I'm so sorry about my
No
camera
worries.
slide. But so, and then more recently, Paul Konerko and Paul Goldschmidt. I mean, those guys have been truly so helpful and just picking their brains and just learning. And I'm just trying to be a sponge and get as good as I can.
Yeah, I feel like guys like Todd Helton, Jim Thome, guys, again, from our kind of era I would love to pick their brains all day, just because Helton was always a big average guy. Thome, obviously, his home runs speak for themselves. Those were my guys growing up. So I definitely hear what you're saying there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, we're going to hop into a quick word association game. You can give us one word. You can give us a little, story for one of them, whatever you want to do. But we'll kick it off with someone you're going to be squaring off against tonight. My boy, Mr. Bryce Harper, and reigning MVP.
Yeah. So funny story. I actually told him this yesterday when he was on base. So I forgot my cleats on one of the road trips in spring training, and I'm a Nike guy. Obviously, he's an Under Armour guy. So I had to go to Dick's Sporting Goods and just get any size 13 that they had. And his shoe was the only size in a 13 at the store. I'm like, all right, I'm getting these and I'm going to go play. And I played a game wearing Bryce's cleats.
Wearing the enemy shoes. I love that. All right, next up we have one of the gems of the NL Central. He's coming up big time in the last couple of years, but pitcher Corbin Burns. Any thoughts on him?
I mean, he's got a hellacious cutter. That's for sure. I mean, he's been able to kind of refine himself and become just an absolutely polished and great ace to have in the Milwaukee staff. So I mean, he's been really, really good for them. And he's got a hellacious cutter.
Yeah. Next up, we have your teammate Francisco Lindor.
Hey, never a dull moment with him. And I love that he's always like, he's just such a great competitor, but also it's like you just never know what you're going to get. I don't know. He says his mood changes every time he changes his hair color. So I don't know what he's going to come to the yard in, because his style and fashion is it's pretty intense. So I can't keep up with. I don't think anyone in the league can keep up with it. But it's crazy. Not only is he super fashionable, he dresses well, but he's such a badass and mentally tough. So he's a great addition to our team.
Yeah, that was huge for you guys. I couldn't believe it myself. Next up, a guy you faced off against for years in the NL East. Now he's back. He's over in Hollywood these days. But Freddie Freeman.
Guy rakes.
And a hell of a nice guy too, from what I've seen. Just seems like a great family man.
Yeah, I really enjoy first base conversations. It's really fun, because every once in a while we'll talk about hitting, we'll talk about wine and whatever else is going on in the game. But it's really fun. I enjoy our conversations over there.
Now, speaking of first base conversations, just to go on a little tangent here, have you been mic'd up before for any of the national games or anything on like Fox? I saw that they had Joey Votto mic'd up on Sunday Night Baseball a couple weeks ago, and I just love that concept. It's great.
Yeah, there's always good ball talk over there. I think first baseman. You see everybody the most, because for whatever reason, like first base, it's always an opportunity to talk, whether it's like talking trash or just having good quality ball talk, good friendly ball talk.
Absolutely. You're their first line of defense when they get on base there. So you got to get in their head.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So next up on the list, we have catcher JT Realmuto.
JT, he's such a great guy, but he calls an unbelievable game. And it's funny. He asked me he's actually in the Tampa area. He asked me if I wanted to hit with him. I wanted to, but also he's the guy that's going to be calling a game against me. So it's like, like JT, like he's an unbelievable guy. Like, would love to have a beer. We'll go fishing, but you're not gonna watch me hit, buddy.
Next up, we have a guy that's he's already become a phenom in baseball. He's also in your division as well, Juan Soto.
Juan is really special. I think for me, he's very reminiscent of, I know he's a lefty, but how he kind of goes about his game, it's very similar to Miguel Cabrera. I think he's a left-handed Miguel Cabrera.
Mm-hmm. And then moving on, he just signed with the Braves this past offseason, Matt Olson.
So I don't really know much about him. Obviously he's had a great career so far, but I've never played the A's in my professional career. So, I'm excited to play against him and compete. So, I know he's a ultra talented player. He's an all-star. So I just haven't had much of any interactions with him.
You'll see him this year for sure. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Moving down, another Brave, Ronald Acuna Jr.
He's explosive. He's just playing against him, that he's always one swing away from going up top, or if you walk him, if he's on base, he's always itching to steal. He's always itching to make something happen. It's like no matter where he's at on the field, it's just he's just explosive. That's just the way he is, and that's why he's so extremely successful.
Yeah. And then, if in case nobody can tell who made this list, I'm going to cap it off with one final Philly. We'll go with Zach Wheeler.
Oh, the Zach attack! I love compete. I love competing against him. He's, it's every time he's on the mound. It's, hey, listen, it's my best against your best, and we're gonna see who's gonna win. We're gonna see who comes out on top. So he's obviously great arm, explosive arm, electric stuff. But he's one of those guys that even though he's an ace, I love facing because just from the competitive aspect, I love competing against him.
Yeah, he's definitely a gamer. I love that signing for the Phillies. But hey, we're just about out of time. I want to thank you so much for coming on and talking to us for DigiCon. Wish you the best of luck this season with everything. Hopefully to see some more Home Run Derby championships in your future, and maybe some World Series championships. But yeah, thank you so much, Pete, for coming on. And I just want to tell the fans at home, don't forget to download the Topps BUNT app. If you haven't already, collect all your favorite players, of course, including Mr. Pete Alonso. So thank you so much, Pete. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. LFGM. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. See ya. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that interview with Pete Alonso. Great to talk to him, hear about his career, obviously his accomplishments, hear what he has to think about his various opponents, his teammates. I know that they hit my team last night, but always nice to talk to a rival. He seems like a good enough guy, so I'll give him a pass for now.
Great guy. Great guy. Polar bear.
Yeah. Polar Bear Pete. Gotta love it. Nicknamed by the Todd father of all people. So they got a really good nucleus of nicknames over there in New York. And then we're coming up to another New York great. Going to be a future legend. We're going to be joined by Topps Josh of the Disney team, formerly of the Slam and Bunt team. So you guys will get to see Josh there. I see our fearless leader Tobin was in the chat a little bit. He's going to be joining us tomorrow to talk about some NFT stuff. So if you guys have a chance, if he's still in the chat, say hello to Tobin. But yeah, I just want to remind you guys too before we hop into our Aaron Judge interview. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but please do use the Snapchat filter. Send us your stuff. We'll try to get you on the feed, whether it's end of day today or tomorrow during the broadcast. Just have some fun with it. Send us your photos, and we'll try to get you on the stream. I mean, what better way to celebrate DigiCon than to get the fans involved as much as we can, other than just reading your comments. So we want to see you guys get interactive with us and share it out there. So just sit. We're going to have in a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gabbie. No, I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled in the comments.
What are they saying?
I'm being clowned on. Nothing. I hope everyone's been enjoying it so far. I hope you're all staying energized and hydrated. I myself, I'm helping myself to a little afternoon, little pick me up, little espresso.
There you go.
But I am super excited for this next one.
I don't know. He's obviously been on quite a roll the last couple of weeks with the Yankees. His resume speaks for himself. Former Rookie of the Year. I believe it was Pete that surpassed him in rookie home runs. They might have went back-to-back, I think, for Rookie of the Year. But, obviously a prolific hitter in the league, a locker room leader for the Yankees. He's kind of taken over the reins from Derek Jeter. So stay tuned, and we'll have our interview with Aaron Judge coming up any minute now. See you guys in a little bit. Hey, everyone out there in DigiCon land, we have a doozy of a guest today for BUNT. Two guests, actually. We have Topps Josh joining us from the internal Topps digital team. He used to work on the BUNT app and is a huge baseball fan, so welcome, Josh.
Thank you.
And the other is the face of the juggernaut that is the New York Yankees. He's a former Rookie of the Year, MLB Home Run Derby champion, three-time All-Star. Please help me welcome Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge. Hey, this is a big one. Glad to have you on here, man.
No, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Well, let's get right into it. We talked about how we're Topps DigiCon here. Do you or anyone in your family, close friend group, has anyone ever collected anything as a hobby? If so, what do they collect, or even yourself?
Wow. I'll start with myself first. I like, growing up as a kid, my uncle was big into baseball cards, so he always had a big collection. Any chance, I got to go over there, hang out. I'd always be going through his collection, seeing some of those old rookie cards he had. We were, San Francisco Giants fans growing up, so I was always looking for any of the Giants players I could grab. So I think he kind of started that little baseball collection I have. And now, I love collecting jerseys, a lot of sports memorabilia, anything, especially being in the game, baseball cards have been a big part of my life.
I like collecting the ticket stubs from the games I go to. I try to keep all of them in check,
That's a good one. Well, we're all baseball card fans here, obviously, at Topps. And I love to ask athletes this question. Do you remember what it was like seeing yourself on an official Topps card for the first time?
It was a pretty surreal moment. I was actually just got drafted. I'm down in Tampa. Topps sent out, a bunch of my first rookie cards. And actually, my mom was in town too. She was kind of helping me get settled in Tampa. And we were both kind of looking at this card, and we just couldn't believe it. We're like, these are the cards you used to collect, and now you're on one. Like, this is, she wanted to keep them. She was like, can we keep these cards? They look so cool. Like, we got to, how we want to keep them all. But it was a pretty surreal moment that, I definitely, haven't forgotten. And it's always cool anytime we get a chance to do another top signing or, seeing the new cards, just checking out the new pieces that are coming out. The cards are just getting fancier and fancier each year. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I bet that's a really cool feeling.
So Aaron, shifting gears a bit to your playing career, coming up in the Yankee organization, minor leaguer, were there any franchise legends that you got advice from at that young stage in your career that stuck with you then and still sticks with you now?
Well, that's a cool thing, being with the Yankees is every spring training, you have about 15, 20, old timers come down and, just hang out for spring training. They're in there in the clubhouse with you. They're in the batting cage with you. They're out in the outfield with you. Gidry Gator, you talk to a lot. And he gave you a lot of advice, just playing in New York, how to handle it. One guy that I actually talked to a little bit, I was rehabbing down in Tampa in the minor leagues, and he was, I think, down rehabbing too with Jeter, was Curtis Granderson. I kind of picked Grandy's mind a little bit because he was still playing with the Yankees. I think it might have been his last year with the Yankees. And I was just, asking him anything and everything I could, just especially that moment. I'm in the minor leagues, I want to get up to the big leagues. So I'm kind of, I'm looking at this guy like, hey, I want to be in his position. Like, give me some advice. Like, what is it like playing there? Like, what's your routine daily? Like, how do you map things out? And he was great with me. Like, I felt like I was that annoying little brother asking him all these questions, but he just gave me a lot of advice about routines, making sure you have a good routine every day to kind of set you up so that when it's time to go play, you don't have to worry about, hey, did I get all my swings in? Did I eat the right thing? It's just, you got this daily routine that you got checked all the boxes. Now it's time to go out there and have fun on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a great legend to learn from. So that's cool to hear.
Yeah, and taking that advice that you were given from those veterans like a Granderson, you're in your 7th season now in the big leagues. You've probably made, way to clubhouse leader. How has the transition been from becoming one of the young guys up to, a clubhouse veteran like you are today?
Wow, it happens fast. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like you said, just a couple of years ago, just being a rookie, getting called up, it's a crazy transition because it's not like it just happens and it's like, okay, like snap your fingers. Now you're the veteran in the clubhouse. It's just kind of like you just kind of look up one day and you're like, wow, you kind of look around the room and you're like, where's the Mark Teixeiras, the Robinson Canoes, the Jeters? Like, it's you and a couple other guys, the only ones in there, but it's something that, I try to take pride in. I've been surrounded by so many great leaders in that clubhouse, especially Brett Gardner and CC Sabathia are some of the last couple we've had in that clubhouse that, the way they treat their teammates, the way they hold the room, they just teach you so many different lessons and you just try to follow their lead.
Absolutely. And Gardner, he's been around forever. Been around a long time.
Oh, tell me about it. And I wish he was still with us. Maybe, seasons, he's got a long season. Maybe he'll make a little comeback.
Yeah.
Now, in your first stint with the Yankees back in 2016, you had some struggles, and there's a story that you had your stats, that you would keep your 2016 stats in the Notes app on your phone, and that's what you used to kind of motivate you into your incredible 2017 to keep improving. Do you still do that, or are there other things, other tactics that you use to motivate yourself and to keep improving?
No, I definitely still, the Notes app on my phone is completely filled. I still use that. I still have, that's the notes I use. It's basically called baseball notes, and at the very top it says, 179. My batting average in 2016, and I just kind of continue to add to it and. Every day kind of check it out. I put, now I've, put, different goals. I've put different, hitting tips of mine. If I'm hitting in the cage, I'll go in there and I'm like, okay, let me write this down, something to remember to help me kind of get back. If I'm struggling, make sure I'm doing this. It kind of, it's kind of like a checklist for me right now. So it's, I really believe in taking notes. That's one thing, you can't remember everything. So especially when, the season's going on, you're playing every single day, you're traveling. Things kind of get out of whack, but when you're able to continue to just write everything down, even if it's something little, just a little saying, a little note, just jot it down because you never know. Like I may need that note in August, a couple of months down the road, be like, man, I feel like I'm missing something. You go back on the notes, you check it out, and it's like right there it is, and it kind of keeps you kind of tries to keep you at a level playing field instead of always having these ups and downs. If you can just try to stay, even keel, that's the best way to do it for 162.
My note My notes app consists of TV shows I need to watch instead of baseball app.
Yeah, my notes app is full of nonsense.
Yeah, I wish I could
I'm
say
an avid note taker here.
There we go. There we
All
go.
these streaming services, they have so many shows at premiere, I can't keep up anymore.
Oh, it's wonderful. What's one of the shows? What's one of the shows you're on right now? I need some help with that.
We got Better Call Saul coming back. I've been watching the Winning Time Lakers show on HBO Max. That's really good. There's too many to name. Stranger Things is coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, Moon Knight, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the list is ridiculous.
So last year, you and the Yankees played the White Sox in the Field of Dreams games, which was probably the craziest atmosphere for any regular season game that I can remember in my time as a fan. So I just wanted to know if you could give us the player perspective of what that was like, and then also what it felt like to hit that ball and see it land in the cornfield when you hit that homer late in the game.
Wow, just even going back to us just arriving in Iowa and kind of driving through, the small towns there, and basically all you're seeing is corn. It's kind of funny. That's one of the first times you feel like we felt like celebrities, because as we're just driving in our bus. There's two buses. We're driving to the field, and we're passing by houses, and there's people like sitting outside their houses. There's people camped out there with signs like waving. It was, I felt, it felt like the president driving by, through a city. It was pretty crazy just seeing how excited everybody was to, have us in the White Sox in town. And then getting to the game, like you said, it was a crazy atmosphere. I didn't know how it would be with only a couple thousand fans there. In my mind, I was like, let's open up to more people. Let's get a lot of people there. But I think having that intimate setting of just a couple thousand people, you're on the field and it looks like the corn, like there's just hills of corn that goes on for miles. It felt like every fan was just, they were locked in from the beginning. It was kind of funny. Like the first inning, it was kind of quiet because I think fans were, they weren't sure how to act because it was like so small and intimate. But then as the game went on and they started hitting homers, we came back, going back and forth, man. It got pretty rowdy out there at the end, and I wish it would have went different for us. I wish we would have pulled out the win, but I think overall it was a great game, great game for everybody. And getting a chance to hit a homer there and see it fly into the corn, that was a little different. I think if you kind of look back at Giancarlo Stanton's reaction when he hit the one in I think it might have been the ninth inning. He hit it and he really didn't know, like, did it go out? Did it not? Because usually you see fans, when you hit a homer in the stands, you see a fan like fighting for the ball, or you see it hit him, or you see him catch it and they're excited. Well, when it lands in the corn, you don't know, like where'd it go? It was that was a fun night. I wish we would have won, but I think the fans, everybody, I think it was great for baseball.
Yeah, as a fan myself, and obviously probably for you too, that's a game that nobody's ever going to forget, because it was an awesome game. The atmosphere was just insane.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole presentation of it was top of the line. It was unbelievable. One of my favorite things that they've done in a long time, especially being such a big fan of the movie. And, then it felt long overdue, basically, for me. You know what I mean? I feel like they should have done it a long time ago, but whatever they did this time was perfect. But,
it kind of felt like a movie, not to cut you off there, but we had Kevin Costner there. We're walking out of the corn, like it was, literally felt like a movie. And then, it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. So before we jump into the word association game we're going to play with you, I just wanted to ask you one more question. And, we know you take your job on the field very seriously, of course, but can you talk to us a bit about the All Rise Foundation that you work with, and any other charity work you do off the field?
Yeah, we started the All Rise Foundation a couple of years ago. Something that was kind of a passion of mine, because I look at a lot of the great players that I've watched over the years. Albert Pujols, Derek Jeter, Dave Winfield was another one I loved. Got a chance to meet him and pick his brain a little bit, being with the Yankees, and they were all guys that gave back. They knew, they've been given a lot of things in life, and they always want to give back. So a passion of mine is the youth, and trying to empower the youth and get them in, just different programs to become better leaders in this world, because they're the future. They're the ones that are going to be running this world, when we get older. And, for the All Rise Foundation, we get, kids in California, New York. This year we got a gala coming up in November. just to kind of raise some money, get them in after school programs, hand out different scholarships and grants, just kind of help them further their education and further, their leadership skills. So it's, something that's a big passion of mine, and looking forward to see it grow over the years.
Absolutely. I love it. Well, let's hop into this word association game. So like I said before, we'll name a player. You could either give us a one-word answer as to what you think of them, or maybe you have a cool story from something in the past. I know we have a few opposing pitchers on this list, so maybe there's a story where you got beamed or something from somebody. But I'll kick it off here, and we're going to each take turns, our myself, Josh, and Gabbie. But I'll kick it off here with the greatest, Derek Jeter.
Ooh, Hall of Famer, class act, one of the best. Getting a chance to talk with him and hang with him, man, he's would have been fun to get a chance to play with him. Man, he's a tremendous person, great leader, and like you said, he's not only one of the best players, one of the best Yankees, and we got to bring him back and get him back with the Yankees. I know he's done with the Marlins, but we got to get him back in New York.
He can still play. He could probably get out there.
I think so.
All righty. I'm up next. Who have we got? Chris Sale.
Ooh, that's one of the nastiest pitchers in the game. And he just happens to be in the division that I got to play them, I feel like, every other week. But no, he's a guy that I like facing, just because he's a guy that's not afraid of anybody. He's going to come at you with his best stuff. Usually when he's pitching, it's a packed house at Fenway, packed house at Yankee Stadium. And, that's the atmosphere. Those are the games you want to play in. So, I got a lot of respect for Chris and, what he does on the mound, man. I just wish he wasn't with the Red Sox pitching against us every other week,
Okay. So this one is a current teammate of yours, Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, Big G. He's, one of my good friends, one of my favorite teammates, one of the big clutch hitters I've been around. There's been so many times that he'll come up in a big situation. Like I think back, like you said, in the Field of Dreams game, where he comes up, right after me and hits a couple batters later, hits a homer to, give us a lead. It's no moment's too big for him, man. He's built for New York. I was excited when was hearing the news that we were going to be trading for him and getting him in New York. He's a special talent, and excited to see what he does this year and upcoming years.
Absolutely. This next guy is having himself a hell of a start to a season, between pitching and hitting home runs for little girls, and then making diving catches all over the weekend. This past weekend, he's also a division rival of yours, Mr. Brett Phillips.
Wow, I think you kind of hit it on the head there. He's probably one of the best two-way players in the game, not in this generation. He's man, I've gotten a chance to know Brett for a while now, and he's, besides being a great hitter, great outfielder and pitcher, he's good for the game. And the excitement he brings, the joy he has, the passion he has in everything he does, even if it's a blowout game and he has to go in there and pitch a couple innings, he's going to have fun doing it. And he's, we need more Brett Phillips in the world, I think.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to have him as a guest on DigiCon as well, and you could just tell the zest for life that he had. He just has a very good outlook at all times. I really admired that. He was great.
All right, another pitcher, Charlie Morton.
Charlie, man, he's another guy he's a big game pitcher. I think he's probably one of the biggest big game pitchers I've seen. Getting a chance to play against him in the postseason for a couple of years when he was with Houston and with the Rays. We just can't seem to get away from him, and he finally got out of, our division, got out and was in the NL now with the Braves, which, I was happy about. But, I got a chance, I met him in the 2018 All-Star game and got a chance to talk to him a little bit, and he's a great guy. He's another guy that, kind of reminds me of Chris Sale. He's going to go out there with his best stuff and lay it all out there. I've seen him pitch in World Series games, pitch against us in the ALCS, pitch against us, and when he was with Tampa in the DS, man, he's not afraid of anything. And those are guys that make it tough for you, but you love facing him because you want to face the best. So he's one guy I'm excited is out of our division, but always wishing the best.
Yeah, he was one of those guys that I felt like when he was in Pittsburgh was just kind of under the radar, you know what I mean, at all times. And then once he got to Houston, I think he went to Houston after Pittsburgh, but he had his big kind of like coming out party down there in Houston. So glad to see he's on the map.
Definitely.
Next up is somebody we spoke about before, Brett Gardner.
Gardy, my goodness. Man, he's just besides what he's done in his career, just an incredible individual. I think back, story on him. It was in 2017, early in the year, and going into 17, especially after the year I had in 16, I really didn't want to just get an apartment in New York. I made the team out of spring training, but I didn't want to get an apartment yet because you never know what's going to happen. I'm like, well, if I hit 179 again, they're going to be kicking me out, and I got to go back to AAA and wasting all this money buying an apartment. So I just stayed in the hotel kind of to start the year. And this might have been, middle of May. It's kind of like, hey, like, where are you staying at right now? I said, well, I'm staying in like Times Square and, right in the middle of New York City. I don't know where else to stay. This is my first 3 days in New York. I don't know where to go. And he said, you know what? Like, my family's back home. Like, this next homestand, just come stay with me, get out of the city a little bit, and we'll show you, other parts of New York and what you think. And, just it's little things like that, his generosity. I'm just a rookie. He doesn't know that much about me. For him to reach out like that and have me stay with him, we hung out a little bit and got to really know each other. And it's little moments like that I'll never forget, that, to show you what type of person he is.
As a lifelong New Yorker myself, that was good advice from him to get out of Times Square and go to the suburbs somewhere.
No, definitely.
Stop going to the M&M store in Times Square. Next up on this list is considered to be one of the best, if not the best in baseball, Mr. Mike Trout.
Oh, Mike. Yeah, he's a special talent, getting a chance to play against him, for a couple of years now and get a chance to know him. He's doing something special every single night. I turn on ESPN, I turn on MLB Network, and he's out there, hitting the ball 467 feet. He's out there robbing a homer in center, stealing 2 bases. It's pretty incredible. He changes the game. He can change the game single-handedly every time he steps up to the plate, or if he's in the outfield on the bases. He's just a complete 5-tool player that, has been great, great to watch as a fan of the game and, as an opponent. But I think he's, going to be something that, a lot of kids look up to and he'll inspire this next generation. He's, definitely a special talent, man.
All right, my turn. Next up, we have Childish Bambino Juan Soto.
Wow. Juan Soto's, he's another. You guys got a good list here of guys. I go back to, this might have been in 18, his rookie year. We're playing in New York against the Nationals, and he hit 2 homers against us. And the pitches that our pitchers threw are like unhittable pitches. Like one of them was left on left. He's facing one of our lefty pitchers. He throws like a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up and in, 2 strikes, like something that usually, for me, you're just trying to foul that pitch off and just get to the next one. Okay, I fouled it off. Like, you almost got me, but let's get to the next pitch. Well, he just turns on this with 2 strikes and hits it all the way up into the upper part of the bleachers at Yankee Stadium, which is, not very many people, go up there. And to see that as a rookie, I was like, man, I don't know. This kid right here is something special to do that. 2 strikes on the road. And he's just an impressive talent on the field. Great eye at the plate, very disciplined. If you make a mistake, man, he's gonna drive it somewhere. So it's been fun to watch him play, but I hope I don't see too many more homers like that over my head when we're playing against him. I'd rather watch him on TV, from a distance.
Yeah. Over the weekend, I saw a clip on MLB Instagram. He hit a laser. I think it was the other day, but it got out in like 3 seconds. It's crazy the amount of power he has, man.
Yeah, it's incredible.
All right, and next is another guy in the division, Bo Bichette.
Bo, man, he's I don't feel too comfortable now, Phil, when he's stepping up to the plate. Man, he's a guy that I've seen hit a couple walk-off homers against us. Comes up in big clutch hits anytime. He can spray the ball over the field. And that's one thing is usually if I'm in the outfield and I kind of know a hitter and I'm like, okay, this guy likes to pull a lot or this guy goes oppo a lot. You can kind of set yourself up and you kind of know, okay, this is where the ball is going to go. But a guy like Bo, he hits it all over the field. So I never know. You're just on your toes. The whole defense, you can feel it as everybody's on their toes. Like, is he going to pull it? Is he going to turn on it? Is he going to hit a missile to, down the right field line? It's just no idea what he's going to do. But he's someone that I've enjoyed, from afar. I gotten a chance to know him a little bit and watch him develop. I knew his older brother, Dante, and got to know, their family pretty well. So just seeing his development from high school, then to get drafted and up to the big leagues has been a fun journey.
Dante Bichette, man. I remember him back in the day. He was one of my favorites growing up. We're going to cap it off here with another division rival here, JD Martinez.
JD is one of the smartest hitters I've seen. He's a guy that, I can see from at bat to bat, he's always learning. From swing to swing, he's always learning. I see him foul a pitch off. I'm like, oh, he's kind of beat there. He kind of pulled off that pitch, and all of a sudden he'll step out, kind of collect himself, and all of a sudden he makes the adjustment, just like that, like within seconds. And that's something that, very few hitters can do. The greats can do that, pitch to pitch. Some really good hitters can do it at bat to at bat, but to see him to be able to, swing a bad pitch, make an adjustment the following pitch, man, that's a deadly combo right there. And he's another guy that I wish wasn't in my division, so I could watch him do his thing, out of division on TV. But he's one of the smartest hitters, I've gotten a chance to play against.
One final question for you before we wrap things up. Are we planning to see you in the Home Run Derby again this year out in LA?
Oh, it's tempting out in LA. I kind of told myself I'd only do another Home Run Derby if it was back in New York. Kind of do it in front of home fans. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this year goes and what happens, because LA, that's a fun place. That's a really fun place to hit. It's one of my favorite ballparks to do. We got a chance to go there and in 2019 for the first time for me and play the Dodgers, and it's electric atmosphere. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll keep that door open. We'll keep that door open for now.
TBD. Well, there we have it, folks. I want to thank Topps Josh for joining us. I want to thank you, Aaron Judge, so much for coming on, taking the time to chat with us. Of course, Gabbie as well. I want to remind fans to download the Topps BUNT app, collect your cards of all your favorite players, collect Aaron Judge, trade away. Just best of luck with the season, and thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, man. I had a blast with you guys. And
thanks, Aaron.
So thank you.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third, makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps BUNT. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps BUNT. Download now.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps BUNT. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Hey everybody, it's DigiCast Saturday and we're talking all things Marvel. We have two very special guests from the Marvel Universe joining us today. First off, we have Topps Kyle from our Marvel Collect team. Kyle, how you doing today?
Hey, happy to be here.
And we have, of course, comic book writer and novelist Simon Spurrier. Welcome him to the DigiCast. How you doing, Simon?
Very good, thank you.
So let's just dive right in. We have a bunch of questions for you, Simon. We're interested to hear more about what you got going on, what you've done in your past. So we'll dive right into some questions.
Sure.
Alrighty. I'll kick things off. Simon, starting out your early career, it wasn't really a straight line, it seems. So what kinds of skills have you picked up along the way that you think maybe helped you the most since you started writing comics?
Oh, heavens. I guess I've done a bit of everything. Jack of all trades and master of none, as they say. I was going to be an art director for TV. I spent a year doing that. There was a period when I was kind of hopeful that I could one day be an artist in comics for myself. So I guess I kind of came into it with a very visual imagination, which obviously plays through, drives artists mad when I write scripts and insist on describing everything the way I see it in my mind. I've also been a novelist, I've been a screenwriter, I've done a bit of everything. So I guess you just sort of magpie skills that you pick up, especially when it comes to writing. Like it's easy to imagine that all these different media, the skills that go into writing them are somehow coterminous, but they're not. They're all quite different. Writing novels is agony and lonely and hard, but teaches you to persist, to be tenacious, to just get the damn thing done so that when you've finished it, then you can go back and fiddle with it and make it good. Screenwriting and TV writing and being part of a writer's room teaches you the power of collaboration, the fact that writing isn't always just about what's in your head and your imagination, but it's occasionally people skills. It's being able to utilize other people's ideas and be additive and to make things greater than the sum of their parts. All of this goes into comics. Comics is the sort of perfect nexus of all of these skills. It's visual, it's collaborative, it's hard. and yeah, I guess it's nice to be able to see little bits of all of these things I've done kind of reaching a kind of cocktail fruition somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and you mentioned comics. Going back to that, who were some of your influences as you began writing comic books?
So I came up with 2000 AD. So Britain doesn't really have much of a kind of homegrown. I hesitate to use the word adult, so that's not what I mean, but you know what I mean. Other than very young kids comics, the only thing really going in Britain when I was a kid was 2000 AD, when I was a teenager and then a young adult. That's where I got my break. It's where I sort of fell in love with the form. The two biggest names for me, which come out of that field, they're both writers, they're both men. Alan Moore, obviously, a stone-clad genius. I've had the immense privilege and pleasure of working with him and becoming friendly with him in my career. And I mean, they say never meet your heroes in case they disappoint, but there's a better argument, which is never meet your heroes, because once you've done it, there's nowhere left to go. And he's amazing. He's just the best person there is. John Wagner is the other name. He's an exceptionally clever writer. He wrote a lot of Judge Dredd, still does. He taught me, through doing deep dives of his work, the importance of pace. Comics is all pace. Writing comics, we are in the business of switching space for time on a page, confusing space with time to the extent that we manipulate readers into generating story and generating pace. John Wagner can do something where in the space of 5 or 6 pages, he absolutely batters you to death with story and character and plot and information, and yet somehow makes it feel languid and pacey and atmospheric and yeah, just wonderful. And you can learn a lot looking at those masters of the form who can really mess around with rhythm and pace like that.
Yeah. And what would you say were some of the challenges that you faced, in that process, getting to the point where you are now?
It's the difficulty of getting the foot in the door, all the sort of the classic stuff. There's an hoary old bit of advice that if you want to be a comics writer or a comics artist, you just have to write or you just have to draw. And that's true. There's also this idea, we like to say, it's not really about who you know, it's about whether you're any good or not. But that sort of slightly reduces the reality, which is that you have to be capable of networking. And I don't mean that in the sort of gross, competitive, commercial form. I mean it in the sense that when you get your big break, as a writer especially, it probably won't come from an editor. It'll probably come from an artist who you've befriended or whose work you love, who you've talked about working with. They've been offered a job and they're looking for somebody to work with, or something like that. It'll be a chain of coincidence and friendliness and acquaintance that causes you to eventually stumble into some sort of professional niche. So if you're an amazing writer or an amazing artist, but you are diligently working away, sitting in total isolation, you are at the mercy of luck. You have to hope somebody discovers you, and that's really, really rare. You have to be capable of extending your footprint. And that's a real challenge for somebody like me. I mean, socially awkward. I'm not the best in terms of mental health. So going out there and going among people, I'm one of those people who responds to my own crushing insecurities by just exploding and shouting and talking too much and talking too much. I'm doing it right now. And that's sort of stands you in good stead until you run out of energy, and then you just sort of stand in the corner. So yeah, I managed to make enough friends, mostly through the internet, before I actually started going to conventions and meeting people, that it wasn't quite such a lonely process when I started taking it seriously.
So yeah, you kind of mentioned obviously your humble beginnings, if you will, getting that first big break. Is there a specific moment in your career that kind of represented like, I've made it, this is the turning point, I'm officially a comic writer. Do you have that specific moment? Was it potentially, when you started writing for Marvel, started getting to work on those iconic characters, anything in particular where you look back on and you're like, this is it?
No, I don't think so. And that's the sort of the thing that a lot of new writers struggle with. We spend so long trying to get the mythical foot in the mythical door that when it happens, you think, great, I've done it. And then you realize you have to get a second gig and you have to get a third gig. And each of those steps is as hard as the first, and each one means as much to you. So I don't think anybody in the world would describe me as having arrived when I did my first 5-page Future Shock in 2000 AD, even the editor of 2000 AD. But you sort of can't approach the craft with that head on anyway. You have to get over the idea that each thing you write will be the one, or rather, to see it from a completely opposite direction, you have to convince yourself to believe that the thing you're writing now is the only one. Otherwise, you're not bringing the requisite energy to it that it needs for you to be passionate and engaged anyway. From the outside looking in, I know that I wrote X-Men Legacy some years ago. That sort of certainly opened a few doors that would otherwise have been shut. I wrote a series long ago called Crossed, which is just the most awful, abhorrent horror stuff. Oddly enough, that put me on a few editors' radars because a lot of editors have very sort of horror-centric interests, stuff that they wouldn't be able to put out under their own line, so they keep an eye on that whole world. Each thing I've done has had its own sort of profile merits. I did some Star Wars. I did Dr. Aphra, and that won a GLAAD award, so that was a big moment for me. Coda, a book I did with an artist called Matthias Bergara, who's amazing, through Boom Studios. That has won lots of awards all over, especially Europe. So each of these things sort of feels very proud to me in a very different way. Like, just to give that last example, that we become so obsessed about building this career, building this trajectory in US comics that we forget how small US comics is compared to, for instance, bande dessinée in Europe. And then suddenly you have a little bit of interest from that field and you have another fireworks explosion in your head and you feel like you're back to the beginning, trying to get your first gig, get your foot in the door. I hope that feeling never goes away, that feeling of being the sort of the naive newbie trying to get a foot in the door, because the day that you start taking that for granted and being cynical about it is the day you stop trying, probably, and I hope never to do that.
Now, you mentioned, being proud of your work and going through your Rolodex of all the works you've done, whether it be comic books, novels, anything like that. Is there something that sticks out the most that you're the most proud that you worked on in your career? Or in your life, for that matter? It could be something that you did growing up, anything that sticks out.
Sure. It's a big question. It's something, the older I get, the more I think about it. I've got a couple of kids now, so this whole idea of legacy is sort of very much on my mind. There are two answers to this question. The first one is a little bit grim, so I apologize. When I'm lying on my deathbed, it's one of those joyous answers that starts in such a happy place. When I'm lying on my deathbed, the things that I look back on with pride that mattered to me, they probably won't be the sorts of things that drive my ambition now. It won't be, did I get to write Iron Man? Did I get to write Batman? Did I get to do this or be part of an event or blah, blah, blah? These things which feel like exciting stepping stones to present day Si will probably not be the things that future imminently dying Si worries about. I think what he will worry about is, did I write stuff that I believed in? Did I write stuff that mattered? did I write stuff that changed people's lives, especially my own life? So to answer your question, to give you an example, I wrote X-Men Legacy. I mentioned it already. That was me using the mutant metaphor, which, as we all know, has been used over and over again for a wealth of really wonderful stand-ins. It speaks to race, it speaks to sexuality, it speaks to gender, it speaks to all sorts of great things, and it's been used for all of those wonderful metaphors over the years. In X-Men Legacy, I used it as a metaphor to speak about mental health. It meant a lot to me as somebody who struggles with that, but the really incredible thing is that for a good few years after I wrote that, and still to this day, when I attend conventions, people will come up to me and say that it changed their lives, often in incredible ways. They might say, I read that story and it gave me the strength to go on. And my standard answer, which is entirely true, is that I didn't give anybody any strength. It's impossible. But what I may have done is help them to find their own strength. And that's powerful and remarkable. And, you know, if Deathbed Sigh arrives tomorrow, that's okay. I've done a thing that I can feel pretty good about. The second answer, and I'm aware I'm chuntering on, I'm sorry. The second answer is the thing that I am most proud of is always the next project, the thing I haven't started yet, because otherwise I can't get out of bed and do it. I have to be so convinced that it's going to be the thing that matters the most that I will put everything into it. It's a cheating answer, I'm sorry.
And it means you're doing something right. Getting more projects means you're doing something right.
I love that answer. I think that's great advice. Actually, I'm going to kind of remember that one. I think a lot of people could use something like that to get themselves motivated. But I loved what you said about the fans and the kind of impact your work has on them. Have you had maybe one specific or a couple of specific very memorable interactions with a fan that specifically made an impact on you that you could tell us about?
I mean, I think that the ones I just described are the most powerful ones, but there's plenty. I mean, meeting the fans is such a privilege, isn't it? In this industry, in a way that it just wouldn't be in any other medium, where there's always a few layers of filtration between you and the consumer. Cosplay is incredible when somebody comes and finds you wearing the outfit of a character that you've written or even created. That's a really strange moment, but it's so moving and profound. Like, I've had weird conversations. I had a person come up to me one year at a convention, and they were wearing an outfit that a character was wearing in a story I was writing, and the story was only up to issue 3. This character wears a mask. You've no idea who's underneath it. In the context of the story, it's clearly another character, and the mystery is who's under the mask. So this person comes up to me at my table, and I'm signing books, and I look up, and we have this whole engagement where this person is being the character as they are in the story with the mask. And then at the end of the conversation, I said, "So who are you?" And they're like, "I don't know." And that's remarkable that people can sort of invest these different skins in such a way that it truly changes the way they think and feel, even for just a short time. I mean, that's the power of fiction. And that's really addictive as a writer.
Now, you mentioned your early work with X-Men, and those are obviously, characters you've been working on for well over a decade now. I'm curious what it's been like to kind of see the evolution of mutant kind over that time since your start with the X-Men to, where we are now, Way of X, things we've seen last year and where they are moving forward. Kind of what's it been like to take on those characters that, as you mentioned, are huge representations of a variety of groups in society. What's it like to be able to work on those characters for an extended period of time and, have them evolve into where they are now?
I mean, it's a privilege. It's intimidating. It's a lot of fun. I mean, to sort of skip to the end, one of the wonderful things about working in the X office at the moment is that it's taken on a really collaborative form. Like, I've worked in some TV writers' rooms, and it's the closest to what we're doing in the X office at the moment is that. It's clearly not the same, because in a TV writers' room, everybody's working on one basic project. So ideas are all communal. In the X office, it's the same creative energy, the same sense of ideas beyond any sense of proprietorial. Like, if somebody pitches an idea, it might not be for their book, it might be for somebody else's book, and it doesn't matter who authored the idea or who developed the idea or what direction it went bouncing off in or who shot it down because it wasn't good enough. These things don't matter. It's just a truly creative and really friendly and respectful environment, which is great. So that's the kind of logistical side of the answer. The more sort of in-world exciting elements of the evolution of X speak to, in particular, the work that John Hickman did to change the paradigm completely. Like I spoke before about how the simple quiddity of the mutant kind idea can be accessed as a wealth of really cool metaphors and important metaphors. You know, that's what matters to me, is being able to disguise as pop culture fun with character moments and action and bold colors and all the things we love in our comics, the really important, meaningful stuff that is going to gradually change the world and change people's lives. That's the arrogance of a writer bubbling through. But what John has done is change the scale of the metaphor. It's no longer about characters being characters. It's about people being people, and in particular, a people being a people. So we've broadened the horizons. We've gone way into hard sci-fi in the kind of Asimov, foundation-y, speculative, how would a group of people function under these circumstances of it all? And that's remarkable. And I don't think anything like it has been done in the superhero subgenre for a very long time. And it allows us all, in very different ways, to tell our stories about the characters that everybody loves, and yes, to do all the same sorts of stuff that we've always done, character beats, drama, relationships, conflict, but also to talk about some really big stuff, like, in my case, religion and law and justice and peacekeeping and population control and all these crazy things that you can't talk about when it's just a story about people flying around and punching other people, you know? So yeah, it's about constantly looking for new avenues to throw ideas at.
Awesome. No, that's really cool to hear. And I know you talked about kind of the collaborative setting within a writer's room, if you will. But obviously, you know, artists are a part of that marriage as well. Can you talk a bit about what it's like working with artists on these pieces? You know, how much creative freedom do they have in the storytelling, or is it kind of, you know, the story's written and the art comes after? And also, you know, who are some of your favorite artists to work with over the years?
Well, I guess to speak to the first part of that, I mentioned before I'm quite a visual writer. I will always picture quite clearly what I'm writing. So the way that I tend to do it in a script, especially if I'm working with an artist for the first time, is to use the script to describe exactly how something looks in my head, but always to preface it by saying, that's all I'm doing. I'm not telling you that you have to draw it the same way. I'm describing to you the way it looks to me inside my eyelids. But by definition, the professional artist's instincts will be better than mine. So if they can think of a better way of doing it, and P.S. they always can, then that's what they should do. So that's the sort of the basic dynamic of a script for me, is me being descriptive and them ignoring it as much as they want, and that's beautiful. The more that I work with an individual artist, the more the collaborative relationship grows, the more trust we discover between each other, the shorter my scripts become, because I don't need to labor the point. I don't need to make sure that they understand what I'm talking about here, because I know that they're going to manage that. They're going to find a great way of doing that. They're going to insert some extra beats here, and that's their right. So, I mean, I've been so lucky in the artists I've worked with, just to rattle off some recent names. Aaron Campbell, I've worked with him on Hellblazer and on Suicide Squad. Bilquis Everly, we did The Dreaming, Neil Gaiman's Dreaming together. Bob Quinn, we did Way of X. And above all, Matthias Bergara, who's become my sort of, my kind of art brother. The more I work with all of these people, the better the work becomes, because the synergy was there from the start, and it just grows and grows and grows. And that's one of the really wonderful things about comics, is that as writers, we are all creatures of raging ego and tyranny. But in comics, you can't be a monster like that. You have to accept that you are just part of this wonderful symbiotic relationship. And if you can hang your ego on a peg by the door, then it's always going to be better work.
Now, you mentioned some names earlier about people who have had an influence on your career. Are there any other names out there, whether it's in life, in the industry, that have had an impact on your writing style, your career?
I'm sure there are. It's just, again, it's magpieing. I'm not somebody who does kind of obsessive takes on particular individuals. Each different project has its own kind of accretion disk of influences and things, and I'm quite excited every time I'm starting something new to dive into my research. So you sort of accidentally pick up little bits of tone and voice. I read a lot of non-fiction, so the names of the people who've written the books that I'm into won't mean much to anybody at this point. I guess the thing, the sort of the solid thing to latch onto, on top of like I mentioned John Wagner, and I mentioned Alan Moore. Funnily enough, before I go bouncing off on the next thing, one thing that's funny about those two is that their scripting styles could not be more different. Like, Alan famously writes the longest scripts in the world, all in all caps, all in this really wonderful kind of elegiac vernacular. So it's like being shouted at by a really lovely uncle for pages and pages and pages. Whereas John Wagner, like the famous Judge Dredd panel that he wrote many years ago, it's panel 1, Dredd, grim. And that's all he needs to write in the script. Somewhere between those two is where I fall down. But no, what I was going to say was being part of the X Room at the moment, it's so valuable as a learning curve as well as just a wonderful creative experience, because everybody brings their own takes on the most important elements in comics. So I've always been a writer who focuses on character journeys and honesty and voice. And as I like to slightly pompously say, Legion of X, for instance, is a book about threads far more than it's a book about beats. Whereas a lot of the other people in the room, I'm thinking especially of Al Ewing and Ben Percy, their brains are front-loaded for those big, spectacular beats and the kind of honest character journeys that lead to them. So learning stuff like that and trying harder to incorporate those sorts of things, I think, has made me a better superhero writer, if not just a better writer outright.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we don't have much. Oh, go ahead, Gabbie, go.
I was going to say, I know that we are running out of time, but since you mentioned Legion of X, I didn't want to let you go before I had a chance to maybe ask you if there's anything you can tell us about that.
Apologies, first of all, for waffling. I warned you I was a waffler. Legion of X, it's just the best thing. It's about a team in Krakoa-era mutant kind. It's a crime procedural about a dysfunctional group of peacekeepers trying to prevent a densely packed populace of superhumans from going kaboom every time any of them lose their temper or get overexcited. The precinct house is a sheriff's office inside the psychedelic bubble universe inside the head of a godlike mutant. The sorts of cases they deal with are things like one of our gods has gone missing. There's a skinjacker on the loose possessing people's body. We've got Banshee rocking up to try and sneak into the X-Force HQ for nefarious reasons. We've got Nightcrawler being soulful and wonderful and swashbuckling and great. We've got Juggernaut, we've got Legion, we've got Pixie, we've got Dr. Nemesis. I could go on and on. It's just amazing fun. It's a thoughtful take on justice, law, and peace that is full of crazy, bold, wonderful moments.
Very, very exciting. And thank you for adding that. And don't apologize for the waffling. We love it. We love your waffling.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Simon, and of course you, Kyle, as well. We really appreciate the time that you took out to answer these questions for us, and it was great, fantastic. Like Gabbie said, I second the waffling. We could do this all day for sure.
Yeah.
For the fans watching, don't forget to download Marvel Collect. You can go in there and trade for some of Simon's works. Some of the cards that have been created from his works over the years. And we thank you, Simon, and have a good day, everybody.
Thank you so much, Simon.
Thanks,
That was
Kyle.
awesome.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We say we
Welcome back.
bring this one home. Thank you guys for joining us to talk to Aaron Judge and Simon Spurrier. I got a little insight on both Bunt and Marvel there, and of course Aaron's career, and Simon, as Gabbie was saying in the chat, Simon's creative process. Love to hear everybody's different take on how they approach their work. So great to talk with Simon. Obviously, Aaron Judge. We talked about him earlier. Great to hear from him as well. But we want to know from you guys, what was your favorite part of a very jam-packed day? For me, the highlight was Brett Phillips. Really enjoyed talking to him. Obviously, John Romita. I know that feels like it was ancient hours ago.
It does.
Yeah.
That was today. That was this morning.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
right? It was really fantastic to talk to him. Was glad we could get him on this morning. I hope you guys were able to join for that. But it was definitely a jam-packed day. Just want to hear what you guys think about what was going on and what was your favorites. How about you, Gabbie? What stuck out for you today?
Oh man. It's hard to pick. Like I said, I always like talking to the artists. I like talking to the writers, but even getting to talk to some of the athletes today that are just like, those are some great players that we got to talk to.
Yeah.
And I know that people in the audience were pretty excited about it too. We were chatting a little bit back and forth. I love that we get to do this. Oh gosh. Yeah. Jomboy, that was, I keep forgetting
fun.
these because we talked to so many, we packed in so many of these interviews that I'm forgetting who we even talked to. That was hilarious. That was such a good time. They were such great guys. And, the fact that they're in Bunt and they were just hyping us up. We didn't ask them necessarily to say any of that. They just legit are in the app collecting, which is so great.
Loved it, yeah. And like we were saying earlier, send them trades. I believe it's Peter Moylan and Coach Trev in the Bunt app. So be gentle, but also send them trades, of course. We want to keep the relationship civil. But those guys were fantastic. That was such just a fun atmosphere, and I'm glad they really had fun with the trivia and just kind of didn't take it too seriously. We don't want anybody to take anything too seriously here. We're here to have fun and enjoy ourselves. And it's all for the love of the apps and the collecting community. So it was great to have those guys in there. And then again, for me, like I said, John Romita Jr., that was just a breath of fresh air. What a character.
Yeah.
He could be his own comic book for sure.
That was a pretty epic interview too. Was not expecting a lot of the stuff that we talked about that came out of that, which was, we got a lot of insight into way more than just, the usual questions we want to know. Of course, we want to talk about the art and the characters, but he really gave us some more personal insights, which was really great.
Little peek in his life. That story about 9/11 too was fantastic. I can't even imagine the feeling that he had, that those guys were there to see him, coming all that way, and being able to give back like that is just pretty awesome. And of course, like I said, Brett Phillips, he's an inspiration. Pete Alonso, Aaron Judge are the faces of both of their franchises, which is fantastic. Just the fact that we were able to get them to spend some time with us, considering at the time that we spoke with them, it was the beginning of the season. They're just kicking off over there.
They were pretty busy. They were pretty busy.
Yeah,
they were in between games.
Yeah, a little bit. And then, just for them to take the time to speak with us was great. So thank you to all the guests that came today. Thank you to everyone that tuned in and stuck out day two with us. We got one more to go through. We got some great stuff lined up for you tomorrow. So why don't we dive into what we got going on for tomorrow? Oh, you know what? Before we do that, I want to mention we have the Zootopia watch party coming up. It's Zootopia tonight, correct?
We do in an hour, and want to make sure that everybody who's going to participate with us, if you haven't joined us for a watch party before, they are tons of fun. It's never too late to join in for your first one. It's really straightforward. You queue up Zootopia at home or wherever you are. We most of us use Disney Plus, but if you've got whatever, however you've got it, get it queued up, press play at 6 o'clock, and then join us in the app. We have an article going, just an article that says Watch Party, and we just chat with each other in there. And there's going to be some freebies, some giveaways. We, give away a couple little special goodies that have to do with the movie throughout the watch party. And if you can't join us, don't worry, you will still be able to get those freebies for the next day. And then we've got another event tomorrow. So just like all the other DigiCon content we've had going on, just more free stuff to come in and collect. And we're going to have a great time. If you've never seen Zootopia, it's a pretty fantastic movie. One of my favorites. So we'll be in there chatting about it and just having a good time with the community. So don't miss that.
And like Gabbie said, just a reminder, it's not going to be on Twitch. It'll be in the app. Follow along with your Disney Plus app, I guess you want to call that an app too, or streaming service. 6 p.m. Eastern time in the app. Can't wait to see everybody in there. There'll be some Disney team members in there. Gabbie, I know she's had a long day. She might pop in and say hello, but enjoy Zootopia, enjoy the community and interacting with everyone in the Disney Collect app, and of course, enjoy the freebies that are given out. So no shortage of free stuff this weekend for everyone for DigiCon. So we're happy to give it out to everyone, and glad you guys are enjoying everything.
Yeah,
but,
we've got links
in
chat with more details, so make sure you'll check that out. And yes, tomorrow is Disney Day, which I am super excited about.
Yes, that's so. Without further ado, we might as well dive into tomorrow, and I will let you handle the aspects since you are the expert here. I'll just kick it off with we're going to obviously do our normal kickoff show starting at 11:30 Eastern. So you'll see Gabbie and myself. We'll talk about the agenda for the day. We'll go into what content is going to be in each app, the featured apps, which are obviously Disney and Skate tomorrow, and of course Topps NFTs. But typical what we've done the last couple of days, just kind of get you guys geared up for the day, and then we'll kick into a very, very special interview with. I'll let you take it away, Gabbie.
We're talking to Kermit the Frog, the Kermit the Frog. I know. It still kind of blows my mind. Talk about a bucket list item for my whole life. I don't know how I top that one. Yes, the Kermit the Frog. I'm going to be recovering from that one for a while.
Yeah, I know we spoke yesterday about how you didn't think you could top Sean Astin, but if you had to pick between the two, or you don't want to hurt the other one's feelings?
Yeah, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Let me just say that, like I said, this is a bucket list item. If you had told me a few years ago that I would be working from home, talking to Kermit the Frog on screen streaming for work, I would have told you were crazy, and that there was no way that would ever happen. So I feel very lucky.
That wasn't on my vision board growing up. Talk to Kermit the Frog via virtual conference call.
While you work from home. As just like part of your job. Great.
One-bedroom apartment in a city that I wasn't even born in.
Imagine telling your child self that. So anyway, that's going to be awesome. And then we're going to follow that up with some Disney trivia. So just like the trivia we've done the last couple of days, we're going to have some fun with our Disney trivia.
Absolutely. And then after that, you guys saw him in the chat for a little bit earlier today. We're going to talk to our GM of Topps Digital, Mr. Tobin Lent. We're going to discuss NFTs, basically what we've released so far this year, what we might have coming down the pike. And also we're going to have a very special reveal with Tobin tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned for that. A very, very special reveal for Topps NFTs. Looking forward to being able to speak with him and get the skinny on what's going on with Topps NFTs, because there's a lot of exciting stuff happening. And then at 1:30, we're going to talk to Arielle Moyle, who is the owner and CEO of Moyle Enterprises. She's going to talk to us about her career in sports, breaking women more into the sporting area. She's got a great track record. She's worked for the Sacramento Kings. She's worked for UCLA. She's represented some top athletes in the world today. So really looking forward to speaking with her. She's got a great story. And we'll have Topps Gino joining us tomorrow as well from our marketing team. So that'll be a great interview. And then we're going to kick it off there with some skate trivia. I know we mentioned that skate's going to be featured again tomorrow. So we'll do some skate trivia for everybody. And then this was really exciting. Zero Cool, which is a part of Fanatics Collectibles. As you guys know, we've been, a part of Fanatics now for quite a few months, about 3-4 months at this point. But they have their own portion of Fanatics Collectibles now, and Zero Cool is one of their entities. We're going to be talking with Josh Luber, who is the co-founder and chief vision officer of Fanatics Collectibles. So really looking forward to speaking with him. He's got a great mind. He's been here, there, and everywhere in the business world for the last 15, 20 years. He's a Philly boy, which is great. He knows Michael Rubin real well, who is obviously the CEO of Fanatics. So we're going to pick his brain and see what they had to say about their results with their V-Friends collectibles release, as well as the Jackass release. So let us know in the comments while we're doing this if you guys have gotten any of the Jackass cards or any of the V-Friends cards. We'd love to hear that. And of course, we'll speak about it tomorrow. But really interesting guy to talk to, got great insights. And obviously, as a chief vision officer, he's a bit of a visionary, you would say. So we're looking forward to talking to him. And then we'll skip back over to the Topps NFT side of things. We're going to have Roshan from our NFT team joining us. Also Heath Pierce, who is a former U.S. men's national team soccer player. They're going to talk about the Bundesliga NFTs that we have for Topps. We're going to rip open some packs for Bundesliga, both Series 1 and Series 2. So can't wait to talk to Heath and get his insights. He's got some cool things going on in his world now that he's a former player, and he's dipped into the analyst world. He has a YouTube channel. He's on several podcasts, and he's obviously dipping into the NFT world just like we are. So really looking forward to talking with Heath tomorrow. And then we'll go with some Disney Collect. This actually will be some Disney. This is a bit of a change in the schedule, actually. We were able to get Kermit for a little bit more. He's going to answer some fan questions tomorrow. So we're going to knock out the Disney Collect charades. Kermit's going to answer some fan questions. So we had.
Thank
I don't know
God,
if you guys,
because I'm really bad at charades, so I'm glad we decided to switch.
especially virtually. Those of you that follow the Disney app, I want to say maybe a month ago, we did a little teaser, a little Easter egg in the articles where we asked fans.
We didn't tell you.
We didn't. Yes, we did. We were very facetious about it. We asked fans that if you could ask Kermit one question or any type of, I don't know if it was Kermit. Was it Kermit? We specified, I believe. But we didn't say why we were asking that question. And we are lucky enough to have Kermit. We picked a handful of questions from you guys, and we got a huge response from it. So thank you guys for all of your support there and obviously reading the articles, which is nice. So the articles we put some hard work into to make sure you guys have all the information. Yes.
Read your articles.
And everything.
Let this be a lesson to you.
Information is key. So we gathered up some questions. We're going to ask Kermit some of those questions that you guys sent us in. So looking forward to seeing his responses to those. I'm sure he's got some witty stuff. I'm sure he's going to ask Fozzie for some insight there and maybe some terrible jokes. But we love Fozzie anyway. And then at 4 p.m. we're going to close out the day with an interview with Hall of Fame NHL player Paul Coffey. I mean, this guy's done it all. He's worked with or played with Wayne Gretzky. He's played with Mario Lemieux. I mean, two of the greatest players of all time. Steve Yzerman. He played with Eric Lindros. He's got 4 Stanley Cups. The guy's amazing. He's just a great guy. I met him. I was lucky enough to spend some time with him at the NHL Fan Fair. There's also a special set coming out regarding him tomorrow in the Skate app, so keep your eyes on that. We'll get into more detail about that tomorrow, but we'll have Paul Coffey on at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Can't wait to talk with him. He is, he's played for, I think it was 13 different teams in his career. Yeah, unbelievable. Legendary defenseman. He'll give us his insight on players that he thinks are great today. Maybe his Stanley Cup pick. Who knows? We'll see what he has to say tomorrow, and then we'll have to say our goodbyes at 4:30 tomorrow to everyone, and thank you all for joining us this weekend, and we hope you guys enjoy tomorrow as well. And I can't wait.
Absolutely, and we have at least one viewer, one fan who's maybe a little disappointed that there's no Disney charades. So maybe in our closing segment tomorrow, maybe we'll. Maybe I'll challenge Bob to a couple. We'll see. No promises.
But a fair trade-off is charades for Kermit. So
we've got some fan questions for Kermit, so that's going to be awesome. So we've had a great day. It's been a lot. It's been a long day. It's been a long 2 days.
and
Yes.
it's not done yet.
No, not in the
Don't
least.
forget to check out Snapchat. Don't forget to go in Snapchat, search for Tops, and you will find the awesome Tops DigiCon 22 filter. Snap a snap. That's what you do. It's a verb and a noun. Snap a snap at us. Send it over to us on Twitter or Instagram or any of our socials. If you're tagging us, make sure you hashtag DigiCon22. We're looking for fan posts that we can share here on the stream. So don't forget to hit us up there. Hit us up in the Disney Collect watch party of Zootopia, starting in under an hour at this point.
Yep.
I think we can start saying our goodbyes. I want to thank everybody who joined us today. I see a lot of familiar faces who were with us yesterday, and you joined us again today. That's amazing. Thank you. Also, some new guests, new friends who have joined us. We appreciate you too. Any time that you spent with us today means a lot to us, and our team members who have been along with us throughout the day as well. All the Tops team members that put together the great content and trivia and interviews for us. Bob, anyone you want to thank? Any
No, I mean, I
wisdom?
echo your sentiments again, guys. Thank you for the great conversation all day. Thank you for sticking with us. Looking forward to tomorrow. And with that, I can't wait for day 3. We'll see you guys then.